Chapter 161 The Mask of Hypocrisy Shatters. Bibi Dong angrily rebukes Yu Shaogang. During this period, every paladin serving on Papal Mountain knew Lu Qing. He walk back and forth between the Papal Palace and the sanctuary every day. It's hard not to recognize them. Who is Yu Shaogang? Nobody knew him. They simply brought him up after seeing him He sent the papal decree at the foot of the mountain. Although he didn't know how this person could have the papal decree, how could he compare to Lu Qing, who went between the Papal Palace and the Hall of Worship every day? But Yu Shaogang was so jealous that his eyes turned red. How could Lu Qing be an elder? He's just a six-ring soul emperor. What is this person here for? Lu Qing asked. Reporting to the elder, this man has come to request an audience with His Holiness the Pope. The paladin knight respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. Then go in and report. After saying that, Lu Qing didn't look at Yu Shaogang again and turned to walk towards the Papal Palace. Yu Shaogang watched with venomous eyes as he and the paladin entered the Papal Palace. But he could only stand outside and wait, his chest churning with endless rage. Lu Qing, you just wait. When I see Bibi Dong later, I will definitely make her drive you out of Wuhan City. Meanwhile, inside the Papal Palace, Bibi Dong was still wearing a violet dress, but the style had changed slightly. Those purple eyes were fixed on Lu Qing, with the same look one would give a predator eyeing its prey. Lu Qing, however, remained calm and composed. In any case, he had already gotten used to the way Bibi Dong looked at him during this period of time. Your Holiness the Pope, he and the paladins Baheen. Him stood 10 paces away from Bibi Dong and bowed in unison. Bibi Dong frowned almost imperceptibly, but seeing that there were other people present, she didn't say anything more. Your Holiness, there is a man outside who claims to be an old friend of yours, holding a papal decree and requesting an audience, the Templar knight said respectfully. Can the person who came state their name? Bibi Dong asked casually. The paladin glanced furtively at Lu Qing and replied, according to the elder, the visitor's name is Yu Shaogang. Yu Shaogang arrived here without giving his name, and with the papal decree in hand. He wanted to see the Pope. Upon seeing the papal decree, the paladin knights dared not refuse to bring him up. If it weren't for Lu Qing, with whom he had a minor conflict outside the Papal Palace, the paladin knights probably wouldn't even know his name. Lu Qing glanced at Bibi Dong's expression and found that her eyes were calm and unwavering, as if she was not affected by the name. Bibi Dong said, "Let him in." Yes. The paladin bowed respectfully and then withdrew from the Papal Palace. After he left, Lu Qing suddenly spoke up. Your Holiness, since you have a guest visiting, I will go to the archives to look up some information first. He couldn't be bothered with Yu Shaogang. He'd rather spend his time researching information about soul beasts than watching Yu Shaogang's performance. No need, just stay here with me. Bibi Dong's voice was gentle. There are many forbidden books in the collection pavilion. I will take you to choose the books you want later. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing raised an eyebrow and had no choice but to give up and walk to the side to lean against the stone pillar. Just then, Yu Shaogang strode into the hall. He coldly swept his gaze over Lu Qing beside him, then walked 10 steps in front of Bibi Dong and stood still. He had just bowed and greeted her when Bibi Dong coldly questioned him, "What business do you have of seeing me?" However, her voice was so cold that it sent a chill down Yu Shaogang's spine. He remembered that Bibi Dong had never spoken to him in this tone. "Donger, have you forgotten me?" Yu Shaogang hurriedly put on a deeply affectionate look. Given his eyes, which had turned red with jealousy just now, he really did look like he was about to cry. This scene made Lu Qing feel nauseous. He shouldn't have agreed to Bibi Dong's request. He should have gone directly to the archives to look up the information. Insolence! Bibi Dong suddenly shouted, slamming her papal scepter heavily on the ground, unleashing a surge of soul power that swept out like a raging tide. The pressure of that soul power directly enveloped Yu Shaogang. How could he, at only 29 years old, withstand such terrifying pressure of soul power? With a sharp bang, he was forced to his knees, a piercing pain shooting through his knees. Yu Shaogang's mind was in complete confusion. He couldn't understand why Bibi Dong treated him this way. He struggled to lift his head, his resentful gaze sweeping over Lu Qing. This kid must have said something to Bibi Dong. Faced with Yu Shaogang's gaze, Lu Qing shrugged innocently. During this period, he did nothing at all, even forgetting about Yu Shaogang or Tang San, and focused on improving his strength to deal with Tang Hao. Bai Dong snorted coldly and withdrew her soul power pressure. I am no longer the foolish Bibi Dong of the past. Yu Shaogang, now address me as Pope or Your Majesty. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to throw you out of Wuhan City. Yes, Your Holiness the Pope. Yu Shaogang's pupils suddenly contracted, and as he lowered his head, a trace of pain flowed from his eyes. It seems that she has fallen into some kind of memory. This performance is truly an eyesore. Lu Qing rubbed his eyes in disgust. Yu Shaogang's carefully cultivated emotions were instantly shattered, and he looked up at Lu Qing with a fierce expression. Bibi Dong's lips curled up almost imperceptibly before she spoke. Yu Shaogang, what brings you to see me? Yu Shaogang took a deep breath, readjusted his emotions, and then bowed and greeted the Pope. Your Holiness, I would like to know how you cultivated the twin martial souls and how you overcame the difficulties of the twin martial souls. A sharp glint of killing intent flashed in Bibi Dong's purple eyes. You want these for your disciple? Yes, yes. Yu Shaogang sensed that Bibi Dong's tone was even colder than before, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. However, since they were old acquaintances, he didn't believe Bibi Dong would do anything to him, so he recited the prepared explanation. I have taken in a disciple. He is exceptionally talented and, like you, possesses twin martial souls. He has been following me in cultivation for 7 or 8 years. But recently, he has been framed by villains and suffered repeated setbacks in the Soul Master competition. At this point, he raised his eyes, gritted his teeth, and glared fiercely at Lu Qing standing to the side. Lu Qing shook his head and sneered. You have no skills whatsoever. But you're first rate at distorting the truth. Yu Shaogang gritted his teeth and glared at him fiercely. Then, he looked at Bibi Dong again and called out loudly, Your Holiness. Please help me for the sake of our past relationship. And help my disciple as well. Past favors. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a sneer. You still remember past favors. Is your so-called favor Jew saint to cultivate an enemy to oppose me in the spirit hall? No, Your Holiness. Yu Shaogang stood up in desperation. If you're willing to tell me how he did it back then, I can guarantee he'll never be an enemy of the spirit hall for the rest of his life. No sooner had he finished speaking than a burst of laughter came from the side. Yu Shaogang turned his head and saw that it was Lu Qing who had laughed. What are you laughing at? Yu Shaogang asked in a deep voice. Lu Qing straightened up with his arms crossed and laughed. I'm laughing at you, what a hypocritical little man. Who are you calling hypocritical? Yu Shaogang asked through gritted teeth. He's right. Bibi Dong tapped her papal scepter lightly on the ground. Yu Shaogang, I really misjudged you before. Yaogong's face turned deathly pale. Your Holiness, Bibi Dong shouted angrily. You keep making promises, but what promises do you have? Do you think I don't know that Lan Hao is Tang San, and Tang San is Tang Hao's son? The father and son are currently wanted by the spirit hall with all its might. Yet you dare to harbor Tang Hao's son and even dare to try to use our past relationship to get me to teach you the cultivation method. After speaking, Bibi Dong's purplish black soul power surged like waves, and the phantom of the Death Spider Emperor appeared and disappeared behind her. Yu Shaogang, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Chapter 162 Yu Shaogang's doomsday arrives. Bibi Dong's decision. If Bibi Dong still had a sliver of affection for Yu Shaogang before. But when Yu Shaogang said he wanted to ask for the cultivation method of twin martial souls for his disciple, that last bit of affection vanished completely. Bibi Dong closed her eyes and took a gentle breath. She recalled Yu Shaogang's actions during the Soul Master competition and couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. I don't know what was wrong with her back then, that she would fall for someone like that. Suddenly, she thought of Erlong. With Lu Qing by her side for so many years, she should have seen through Yu Shaogang long ago, right? It's laughable that I only realized this now. Lu Qing's gaze swept back and forth between the two, taking in Bibi Dong's murderous intent and Yu Shaogang's pale face. Your Holiness, I absolutely did not mean that. Yu Shaogang hurriedly retorted. Cold sweat poured from his forehead as he shouted, although Tang San is Tang Hao's son, He has been studying under me since childhood and has long since severed ties with the Clear Sky sect. Yu Shaogang raised 4 fingers of his right hand. I can guarantee with my life that he will never be an enemy of the Spirit Hall. At this point, he probably felt it wasn't enough, so he continued, Your Holiness. You should know best that twin martial souls will inevitably suffer backlash if not cultivated correctly. Can you bear to see a genius perish like this? Moreover, if we can cultivate a master with twin martial souls, it will be of great significance to the development of soul master theory across the entire continent. Enough, Yu Shaogang. Bibi Dong interrupted sharply, clearly not wanting to see him continue acting. Guards. The moment the words left his mouth, 2 paladin knights immediately stepped into the hall. Your Holiness, what are your orders? Expel Yu Shaogang from Wuhan City. He shall never set foot here again. Bibi Dong's voice was icy cold, and her purple eyes were devoid of any warmth. Yu Shaogang's face turned ashen. He couldn't understand why Bibi Dong, who had once been deeply in love with him, would turn out like this. But there was no time for him to think any more. The 2 paladin knights had already rushed behind him and lifted him up. Yu Shaogang hurriedly struggled to his feet. Donger. Your Holiness the Pope. But when he met Bibi Dong's cold, murderous gaze, he trembled. Then he heard Lu Qing sigh beside him. He turned around and glared angrily at Lu Qing. It was you. You must have drugged Donger. Lu Qing. Why do you keep going against me? Wait. Lu Qing suddenly spoke up, and the 2 temple knights were also stunned, turning their heads to look at Bibi Dong at the same time. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, unsure of what else Lu Qing wanted to say, but she didn't try to stop him. Yu Qing walked up to Yu Shaogang with his hands behind his back, looking Yu Shaogang up and down with a playful expression in his eyes. Yu Shaogang frowned and asked, What are you looking at? I'm wondering what kind of species you were bred from, Lu Qing said with a look of disgust. He leaned down slightly, his gaze piercing Yu Shaogang like a knife. Master Yu Shaogang, do you need me to help you remember? It was your Shrek Academy group that started the trouble at Jixia Academy. Tang San was suspended because he violated the rules by using a non-spirit weapon during the preliminaries. It was you too. With each sentence he spoke, he took a step closer, his voice growing colder. Using an arrogant attitude, you criticize our cultivation methods as having problems. At this point, Lu Qing couldn't help but sneer. How come now it's become me who's going against you? Then how about you severing the mistress's external soul bone? Yu Shaogang roared furiously, his face contorted with rage. Lu Qing calmly spread his hands. He is Tang Hao's son. What problem do I have with him? If it weren't for the Soul Master competition's prohibition against killing, why? Our precious disciple would have been killed by me long ago. You dare. Yu Shaogang roared, his face contorted in pain. What do I have to be afraid of? Lu Qing sneered. I forgot to tell you. I also plan to kill Tang Hao in this final. Yu Shaogang's pupils contracted sharply. This person had gone mad. He actually dared to hunt down Tang Hao. Isn't he afraid that the Haoshan sect will cause him trouble? Brother Lu Qing, aren't you talking too much? Bibi Dong suddenly spoke up. Not much. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and looked directly into Yu Shaogang's angry eyes. Quote, Since he already knows I'm in the Spirit Hall, he will definitely inform Tang San and Tang Hao once he's released. After saying that, he turned to look at Bibi Dong, a faint smile playing on his lip. Why don't we lock him up in the Spirit Hall's dungeon first? We can release him after the Spirit Master competition is over. Good idea. Bibi Dong agreed without hesitation. Lu Qing almost RGOT if he hadn't reminded her. Yu Shaogang absolutely cannot leave Wuhan City. Pope Bibi Dong slammed her heavy weight onto the ground. Put Yu Shaogang in the Wuhan City prison. Guard him closely and do not make any mistakes. Yes, sir. The 2 palace guards immediately dragged Yu Shaogang up. Hey, wait a minute, there's still something we haven't taken. Lu Qing spoke up again to stop the 2 of them. Since they've already cultivated enemies of the Spirit Hall, their papal decree and elder's decree should be taken back. The 2 paladins looked at Bibi Dong again, only to see that she nodded slightly in agreement. The 2 then immediately began searching Yu Shaogang's body. No matter how much Yu Shaogang struggled, the papal decree and elder's decree were found and handed over to Lu Qing. This papal decree must have been given to me by Tang Hao, right? Lu Qing toyed with the token in his hand, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. He said, Master Yu is quite adept at leveraging power, using the enemy's papal decree to swindle and deceive people at the Spirit Hall. Take him away. Bibi Dong's purple eyes surged with murderous intent, her fingertips almost crushing the scepter. It now appears that he not only had a prior collusion with Tang Hao, but also wanted to exploit his past feelings for him to trick him into revealing the secret of the twin martial souls. He has mastered the skill of pleasing both sides to an unparalleled degree. Just like her back then, and Lu Erlong. This time, Lu Qing didn't try to stop them again, letting the two palace guards drag Yu Shaogang away. Yu Shaogang began to struggle like a mad dog. Lu Qing. Bibi Dong. You two are in cahoots, you won't have a good end. With a loud crash, the doors of the papal palace were slammed shut once again. Lu Qing raised his hand and picked at his ear, then laughed, my ears are finally much quieter. I'm sorry, you must have seen this funny. Bibi Dong sighed softly, Sister Erlong used to be like this too, but she's much better now, Lu Qing said with a smile. I hope Your Holiness the Pope can also get out of this quagmire soon. Can I also get out of here? Bibi Dong tilted her head slightly, her purple eyes filled with confusion. Lu Qing did not continue speaking, because he knew the principle that one should not advise others to be good if one has not experienced their suffering. Lu Erlong was able to move on because the relationship between her and Yu Shaogang wasn't that complicated. But Bibi Dong, well, that's hard to say. Ighed the papal decree and elder's decree in his hand, then suddenly said, Your Holiness, these two tokens. Take that papal decree, Bibi Dong said calmly, coming back to her senses. Let's go. Didn't you want to see the papal palace's collection of books? They're here. Lu Qing grinned, then followed Bibi Dong into the left side hall of the papal palace. Chapter 163 Night Raid. Bibi Dong declares war on Lu Erlong. While perusing the dusty ancient texts, Lu Qing discovered a large number of confidential records about 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the Spirit Hall's archives. The Titan giant ape and the azure bull python from the core area of the Stardow Great Forest are naturally among them. However, the places that record more soul beasts are the ocean and the far north, which are known as forbidden zones for human soul masters. The Spirit Hall's secret records document many kinds of 100,000-year-old spirit beasts that only exist in the ocean and the far north. Even in the ocean, there is a deep-sea demon whale king with nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation, who is the absolute overlord of the sea. Lu Qing carefully reviewed the information and selected several soul beasts that were very compatible with his martial soul, the blood-patterned blade. When he flipped to the very end, he was surprised to find that there were also 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the City of Slaughter. Deep within Hell Road in the City of Slaughter lives a slaughter demon lord who is just over 200,000 years old. However, the papal palace contains only a single sentence about it. This ferocious beast feeds on the aura of slaughter and lies dormant in the blood pool at the deepest part of Hell Road for many years. Its aura can drive all the killers in the area into madness. Although it was only a few strokes, it really piqued Lu Qing's interest. He started planning to go to the City of Slaughter after the finals and he obtained his 7th spirit ring. If the attributes of that slaughter demon lord are suitable, then make him my soul ring. Having determined his goal, Lu Qing bid farewell to Bibi Dong and left the papal palace. Back at the Martial Soul Hotel, he immediately discussed the matter of the 7th soul ring with Lu Erlong. You can decide for yourself. Just tell your sister which soul beast you like, and your sister will help you. Lu Erlong gently patted the top of his head, the action as familiar as she had done hundreds of times in the past. This promise, repeated countless times, still stirred a familiar warmth in Lu Qing's heart. Lu Erlong suddenly remembered something and added, and Yan Yan and Ling Ling, they are expected to arrive in Wuhan City in another 3 days. Remember to come with me to pick up the person, don't get lost. Understood. Lu Qing nodded in agreement, but his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the window. He must have seen something, because suddenly he grinned and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Tang Hao, are you ready to face your death? Time flowed by quietly like water, and in the blink of an eye, night had fallen heavily over Wuhan City. In preparation for the upcoming decisive battle, Lu Qing turned off the lights early and went to sleep to conserve his energy. However, at this moment, a purple figure remained in the square in front of the papal palace. Bibi Dong was still wearing that gorgeous violet dress, her slender fingers lightly holding the papal scepter, a symbol of power. She stood silently in the night, her amethyst, tea-like eyes sweeping over the sleeping giant city. As his gaze swept across the direction of the Martial Seoul Hotel, a complex and indescribable emotion flashed in his captivating eyes. She couldn't fall asleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, all the past events appeared before her eyes like a movie, frame by frame. The scenes from the past and the events of today gradually overlapped, haunting her like a nightmare. Thinking back to what Lu Qing said in the papal palace today, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she had made up her mind, and even her gaze became firm. Suddenly, 6 purple wings unfurled behind her, and with a light touch of her toes on the ground, she swept down from Papal Mountain in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already standing outside the Martial Seoul Hotel. The staff of Wuhan Hotel were about to step forward to greet her when they saw that it was her, and they immediately trembled with fear. But Bibi Dong didn't even glance at them. Her shoes and papal scepter tapped lightly on the ground beneath her violet dress as she walked straight into the hotel with elegant yet dangerous steps. She quickly found the floor where Lu Qing and Lu Erlong's guest room was located. However, she was only greeted by Lu Erlong. "It's so late, what brings His Holiness the Pope to this hotel?" Lu Erlong crossed her arms and stood in front of Bibi Dong, her bright red dress making her stand out. "I've come to see you," Bibi Dong said calmly. Lu Erlong was slightly taken aback. As soon as Bibi Dong entered the hotel, she keenly sensed the Pope's presence. Lu Erlong subconsciously tensed up, thinking that Bibi Dong must be after his younger brother Lu Qing. After all, there were no other guests at the entire Martial Seoul Hotel besides her and Lu Qing. But to everyone's surprise, the person the Pope was looking for when he visited late at night was none other than himself. "Can we talk?" Bibi Dong asked. Lu Erlong snapped out of his daze, looked her up and down with a probing gaze, and after a moment's hesitation, said, "Let's go to my room." After saying that, she turned and left. Bibi Dong followed behind at a leisurely pace. As they passed by Lu Qing's guest room, they both stopped at the same time. Bibi Dong glanced at the quiet doorway and asked, "Is he asleep?" "The finals are approaching, he needs to rest well." Lu Erlong glanced at her sideways, then walked to the guest room next door and opened the door. After inviting Bibi Dong inside, she poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table, then sat down opposite Bibi Dong. "It's so late, what would Your Holiness like to talk to me about?" Xiao Gang arrived in Wuhan City today. Bibi Dong elegantly picked up her teacup, her purple eyes looking directly into Lu Erlong's eyes. Lu Erlong raised a delicate eyebrow and asked suspiciously, "What does his arrival in Wuhan City have to do with me? You don't think I still have feelings for him, do you?" Bibi Dong took a sip of tea before recounting to Lu Erlong everything that had happened at the papal palace that day. After hearing the whole story, Lu Erlong couldn't help but sneer, as expected. He is such a hypocritical and shameless scoundrel. At this point, she suddenly turned to Bibi Dong, frowned, and asked, You don't still have any feelings for this kind of person, do you?" "I was foolish before, but I won't be any more," Bibi Dong sneered. "I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. So what if he's the Pope of the Spirit Hall? He was still completely fooled by you shouting." Lu Erlong mocked. Bibi Dong's purple eyes suddenly turned cold, sharp as a blade, chilling to the bone. But Lu Erlong was not afraid of her gaze at all. He leaned back lazily in his chair and met Bibi Dong's purple eyes. For a moment, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. The tension between the two was palpable, as if they were about to break out into a fight at any moment. But the next second, Bibi Dong spoke first. "Can you tell me how you spent those years?" Those years. Lu Erlong's thoughts were suddenly pulled back to those painful days, as if they were things from a previous life. If Bibi Dong hadn't suddenly brought it up, Lu Erlong would have almost forgotten how she spent those years. However, she didn't mind telling Bibi Dong about this experience. Bibi Dong listened attentively to Lu Erlong's past experiences, and unconsciously recalled her own experiences over the years. It was then that they realized their experiences seemed quite similar. The only difference is that Lu Erlong met someone she could rely on. You're so lucky to have such a wonderful younger brother. Bibi Dong's eyes were calm and composed, but it wasn't hard to detect a hint of envy in her tone. If I had been so lucky back then and found someone like that, would I have ended up like Lu Erlong? But it doesn't seem too late now, right? Of course. Lu Erlong's pride and joy were evident as she spoke of her younger brother. He is the best gift God has given me. It is indeed the best gift, but who the recipient is uncertain. Bibi Dong chuckled. What do you mean? Lu Erlong's heart suddenly tightened, and alarm bells rang. It's nothing, I just think it's pretty good to be that little guy's older sister. Bibi Dong's lips curled up slightly as she slowly stood up. But from now on, he can only have me as his older sister. Bibi Dong, do you want to die? Lu Erlong suddenly stood up and roared. Chapter 164 All assembled. The final battle begins. In fact, Lu Qing woke up the moment Bibi Dong stepped into the hotel. Although he was conserving his energy, he did not let his guard down, especially against powerful figures who visited late at night. However, after sensing Lu Erlong's appearance and that he had brought Bibi Dong to her room, Lu Qing relaxed his guard and fell asleep again. I just don't know what Sister Erlong and Bibi Dong talked about that night. The next day, Lu Qing asked about it out of curiosity. However, they caught a fleeting glimpse of anger in Lu Erlong's eyes. Lu Qing smiled bitterly to himself. Although we don't know what they talked about, it's safe to say that their time together wasn't pleasant. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, remained as usual, looking at him as if he were prey. However, Lu Qing could sense that the look in his eyes seemed to have softened a bit. Time flies, and 3 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, only 2 days remained before the start of the finals. And on this day, at the hour of Chen, 7 to 9 a.m. The sun is shining brightly. Lu Qing was sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes and regulating his breathing. Qian Runshui slowly opened her eyes, her golden pupils glancing at the figure beside her who was focused on cultivating. Teams from all the participating academies are starting to arrive in the city today, she suddenly said. Her voice tinged with a hint of languor. What about you? Aren't you going to pick up your teammates? They're at the very back, it'll be a long time before they arrive, Lu Qing replied, letting out a soft breath. Qian Runshui didn't care and said to herself, I heard that many experts came from the Star Luo Empire this time, including their eldest prince, Davis. Although, his soul power level isn't very high, he and his fiancée Zhu Zuyun have a martial soul fusion skill, so you'd better be careful. Lu Qing opened his eyes and chuckled softly, let them come. I also want to see just how powerful the Netherworld White Tiger of the Star Luo Empire really is. Judging from your tone, you're determined to win this championship, aren't you? Qian Runshui raised an eyebrow and chuckled, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in her golden eyes. She said, don't forget about our Spirit Hall team. We won't let you win the championship so easily. Your golden generation, Lu Qing scoffed. Since the battle in front of the Papal Palace Square, Lu Qing has heard that Juliana and the other 2 were somewhat withdrawn after being beaten by him. Anyway, he never saw those 3 people again during that time. Qian Runshui's lips curled into a mysterious smile. You'll find out when the time comes, it'll definitely give you a shock. Lu Qing looked at her with suspicion, feeling that the woman was implying something. Could it be that the Spirit Hall team has prepared some secret weapon? But apart from Juliana and Xie Yu's spirit fusion skill, Lu Qing couldn't think of any other methods the Spirit Hall team could take seriously. But judging from Qian Runshui's expression, you could tell she definitely knew something, she just didn't want to tell him. Lu Qing chuckled. All right, I'll be waiting. After saying that, he stood up and stretched. It's about time, I should go pick them up. And you, as the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, aren't you going? You forgot, I'm recuperating at the Crown Prince's residence right now. Qian Runshui glared at him, annoyed. Lu Qing shook his head and sneered. I really don't know if your Spirit Hall has lost its mind. You clearly have the strength to crush the Heaven Do Empire, So why did you have to send you to be an undercover agent? It's none of your business if I want to, Qian Runshui said, raising her fair neck slightly and letting out a soft snort. Lu Qing shrugged, turned around with an innocent look, and waved his hand. Then I'll go down first. See you after the finals. Qian Runshui watched his departing figure, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. See you on the finals field. After descending from Pope Mountain, Lu Qing immediately returned to the Marshall Seoul Hotel. At this time, the teams from various colleges participating in the finals had already checked into the hotel one after another. After observing for a moment, Lu Qing realized that the Su-El Master Academy teams gathered in the hotel lobby were all from the Star Luo Empire. At the same time, Lu Qing also noticed two other people. Those two people bore a resemblance to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, about 6 or 7 points. But they appeared to be older and more mature. Lu Qing thought to himself, these two must be the eldest prince of the Star Luo Empire, Davis, and his fiancée, Zhu Zuyun. It's just so. Zhu Zuqing should be able to handle it cleanly. Thinking of this, Lu Qing stopped paying attention to the two people, turned his gaze away, and went to look for Lu Erlong. That person, Davis only managed to catch a glimpse of Lu Qing's departing figure, and murmured softly. What's wrong? Zhu Zuyun followed Davis's gaze, but couldn't see anything. Davis said in a deep voice. There was someone staring at us the whole time. Is it Dai Mubai? Zhu Zuyun immediately became alert. No. Davis shook his head gently. Mubai's eyes aren't as sharp as that other person's, like a blade. Could he be a genius secretly trained by the Heavenly Do Royal Academy? Zhu Zuyun's voice gradually lowered. I don't know, but there are many top players in this competition. So it won't be easy for us to win the championship. On the other side, Lu Qing found Lu Erlong, Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Shi Yan and others at the city gate of Wuhan City. Shui Lingyun, Shui Binger, Shui Yue, Ji Yu Qingbo, and others from Tianshui College stood on the left. On the right is Ning Fengji, the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A sword Douluo, and behind him is an old man with green-brown hair. Who else could it be but Dugu Bo? Lu Erlong was embracing Dugu Yan, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and others. Instead, Ning Fengji was the first to notice Lu Qing, who was walking in this direction. It's been half a month since I last saw you, Xiao Qing, and your aura has grown much stronger. Ning Fengji's gentle and refined voice rang out, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing his voice, everyone's eyes turned to him. Sect Master Ning, Senior Sword, Senior Dugu, Senior Water. Lu Qing walked over and respectfully bowed. Sword Douluo and Dugu Bo both nodded slightly in response. He had barely finished speaking when Ning Rongrong started complaining. Brother Qing, you're so biased. You greeted Dad and the others first, but ignored us. How can I ignore you guys? Lu Qing laughed and scolded, then gently tapped Ning Rongrong's forehead. Senior Lu Qing, weren't you recuperating at Jixia Academy? How come you got to Wuhan City faster than us? Shui Yue suddenly asked. Lu Qing explained, after resting at the academy for a few days, seeing that you were all focused on the competition. I decided to come to Wuhan City to scout out the enemy's situation for you. So, what enemy intelligence have you gathered? Dugu Yan asked with a playful expression, arms crossed. You know what? We actually found out. Lu Qing grinned. Let's not stand here and talk. We've had a long journey. Let's go to the hotel and rest first. Yes, we've already booked rooms for you and prepared food. Lu Erlong waved his hand generously and led everyone to the Marshall Seoul Hotel. Chapter 165 The Zhu Family of the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zuqing vs Zhu Zuyun. Led by Lu Erlong and Lu Qing. The group quickly checked into the Marshall Seoul Hotel. Although Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Dugu Bo lived elsewhere, they still came along. While Lu Erlong and Shui Lingyun were helping Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Shui Binger, and Shui Linger check in, they took advantage of the moment. Lu Qing invited Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Dugu Bo to his room and told them about what he had been doing in Wuhan City recently. After he finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Douluo exchanged a meaningful glance, our eyes revealing a complex mix of surprise and worry. Finally, Ning Fengji broke the silence first, saying earnestly, Xiao Qing, as your elders, we will not interfere with your decision to cooperate with the Spirit Hall. Regarding your appointment as an honorary elder, just like Uncle Jian and Uncle Jiyu, it's not a problem. He paused briefly at this point, and even his expression became serious. He continued, but you must remember that the Spirit Hall has always acted with force. When dealing with them in the future, you must always be vigilant and never give them any opportunity to take advantage of you, understand? Sect Master Ning, rest assured, this junior naturally knows. Lu Qing nodded solemnly. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a knock on the door. Then, Lu Erlong's voice came in. Xiao Qing, we're planning to have dinner out. If you want to come along, hurry up and come out. You've arrived. Lu Qing looked at Ning Fengji and the other two and said with a smile, seniors. Let's go have some food first. The three nodded slightly and followed him out of the room. Afterwards, the group went together to the most famous restaurant in Wuhan City. The atmosphere was lively with clinking glasses and laughter, showing no sign of the tension that the competition was about to begin. Lu Qing teased Xiao Wu on purpose, and said with a smile. This restaurant has a particularly delicious dish called charcoal grilled soft-boned rabbit. Xiao Wu, would you like to try it? You stinky Lu Qing. Xiao Wu instantly bristled, pounced on him angrily, and punched him. The bunny is so cute, how could you eat it like that? The two immediately started bickering, making everyone burst into laughter. While they were playing around, suddenly, another group of people walked into the restaurant. Ning Rongrong glanced at it intentionally or unintentionally, and her pupils trembled slightly in surprise. She gently patted Zhu Zuqing beside her. Zuqing, look. Isn't that Dai Mubai? And that woman next to you, she looks just like you, Zuqing. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, and indeed they looked very similar. They're not exactly 100% similar, but they're at least 70% or 80% similar. Lu Qing glanced at it and immediately knew who it was. Davis and Zhu Zuyun, along with members of the Star Luo Royal Academy team. I only caught a glimpse of them at the Martial Seoul Hotel before, I never expected to run into them here again. The commotion here clearly attracted the attention of Davis and Zhu Zuyun. D.A.V. Is and Zhu Zuyun had only glanced at them briefly, but their eyes immediately locked onto Zhu Zuqing. Oh, isn't this my dear sister? Zhu Zuyun walked over slowly with elegant steps. Her gaze swept over Lu Qing, Du Guyan, and the others, and she sneered, why aren't you with your little fiancé? Why are you with this group of people instead? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu couldn't hold back any longer, slammed her hand on the table, and stood up. Hey, old lady, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with being with us? Who are you calling old auntie? Zhu Zuyun's face, which resembled Zhu Zuqing's, immediately darkened. Zuqing, she calls you little sister, could she be your older sister? Yi Lingling asked curiously. Zhu Zuqing nodded slightly with an indifferent expression, then stood up. Zhu Zuyun. It's been a long time. Zhu Zuqing, you've been away from the Zhu family for 3 years, have you forgotten all the rules? Zhu Zuyun said in a low voice, what should you call me? You are not worthy of being called elder sister by me. Zhu Zuqing's gaze was like a knife, slashing at Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuyun crossed her arms and sneered, whether you like it or not. I will always be your older sister. Zhu Qing, stop fooling around. Davis also walked over and glanced around at everyone. Where's Mu Baron? Isn't he with you? I have already broken off the engagement with him. And from now on we have nothing to do with each other, Zhu Zuqing replied. Zhu Zuyun and Davis were shocked. These two had actually broken off their engagement. The two looked at each other, feeling that Zhu Zuqing seemed to have gone mad. Zhu Zuyun immediately shouted angrily, Zhu Zuqing, how dare you? Who gave you permission to annul the engagement? So what if the engagement is broken off? Do I need your permission to break off the engagement? Ning Rongrong snorted coldly, reaching out to tug at Zhu Zuqing's sleeve. Zuqing, don't listen to her. You did the right thing by breaking off the engagement. That's right, you're her older sister, yet you don't care about your younger sister and instead push her into the abyss. Dugu Yan slowly chewed up and looked directly into Zhu Zuyan's eyes. Is this how an older sister should act? You. Zhu Zuyan's pupils contracted slightly. She felt a suffocating pressure from Dugu Yan. Seeing that the situation was not good, Davis hurriedly stepped in front of Zhu Zuyun to protect his fiancée. Everyone, this is a family matter of our Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zuqing is our friend, and her affairs are our affairs. Lu Qing slowly stood up, his knuckles tapping the table with a dull sound. His gaze swept over Davis and Zhu Zuyun like a blade, causing the air in the entire restaurant to freeze instantly. You people from the Star Luo Empire, do you have a problem with that? Shui Binger, along with Shui Yue, Shen Luyu, and others, also stood up to support Zhu Zuqing. Seeing so many people speaking up for her, Zhu Zuqing felt a sudden warmth in her heart, and tears welled up in her usually aloof eyes. Davis and Zhu Zuyun, standing opposite them, had grim expressions. However, upon closer inspection, one can detect a subtle hint of relief and reassurance hidden deep within Zhu Zuyun's eyes. Although it was fleeting, Zhu Zuqing keenly captured it. She didn't understand why Zhu Zuyun had that kind of emotion. Shouldn't she be happy? By withdrawing from her engagement with Dai Mubai, they no longer have to fight each other like siblings. Davis could then see Qi comfortably in the position of crown prince, and she could become the crown princess of her dreams. Before Zhu Zuqing could figure out the reason, a burly old man walked into the restaurant. The old man, with his white hair and beard, was over 2 meters tall, with strong, powerful arms, and sharp, hawk-like eyes that swept over everyone present. Are the people of the Heavenly Dou Empire Jew Saint good at bullying the weak because they have more people? Why don't I join in the fun too? But when he saw Lu Erlong, Shui Lingyun, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo Chenxin and Dugu Bo, his turbid pupils trembled violently. He might not know who Lu Erlong and Shui Lingyun are. However, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chenxin's appearances were widely known even in the Star Luo Empire. The old Ma N's imposing manner immediately weakened by 3 points, and he hurriedly clasped his hands in a salute. The Dean of the Star Luo Royal Academy pays respects to Sect Master Ning of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. And Your Excellency Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo closed his eyes to rest, ignoring the warning. Ning Fengji waved his hand, his tone indifferent. Take your people and leave, don't bother us. Yes, I'll take my leave now. The old man's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he tugged at Davis's sleeve, ready to leave. Before leaving, Zhu Zuyun abruptly turned her head. ND glared fiercely at Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing, I'll let you off the hook for now. But don't blame me for being ruthless when the finals come. I'll return those words exactly as they were. Zhu Zuqing said defiantly, staring directly at Zhu Zuyun. 2 similar cat eyes collided in the air, sparking, but eventually faded away as the Star Luo group left. Zhu Zuqing stood there for a long time until that beautiful figure completely disappeared around the street corner before slowly closing her eyes and calming her breathing. Chapter 166 The Final Stage. The Grand Finals begin. Davis's feelings were complicated after he left the restaurant with the Dean of Xingluo Royal Academy. Although the Star Luo Empire had been paying attention to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, and knew that the 2 were fierce rivals in the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master competition. But I never imagined that Zhu Zuqing would actually take the initiative to break off her engagement with Dai Mubai. Although this information was advantageous to him, as Dai Mubai would no longer be qualified to compete with him for the throne without Zhu Zuqing's help. But the people around Zhu Zuqing are not to be underestimated. Davis remembers that Zhu Zuqing is currently representing the Jixia Academy team in the Soul Master competition. It is said that every member of the Jixia Academy team is incredibly strong, especially the captain. Who is a 6-ring Soul Emperor? This is tricky. If Zhu Zuqing wanted to do something, with the help of these people, the threat would be even greater than that of Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, after Davis and his group left, a brief silence fell over everyone. Shui Yue glanced at everyone and couldn't help but break the silence. Zhu Qing, was that woman really your sister? Quote, it used to be. Zhu Zuqing sat down with a complicated expression. Shui Wu said angrily, your sister is too awful. She knew that Dai Mubai was no good, yet she still let you jump into the fire. Don't worry, Zuqing, we'll teach your older sister a lesson at the finals. Xiaowu said indignantly. Zuqing felt a surge of warmth in her heart as she looked at her friend's expressions of sympathy for her. But she shook her head slightly, her gaze firm yet gentle. Thank you all for your kindness, but this is ultimately a feud between me and her, and I need to settle it myself. As she spoke, a confident smile curved her lips. It's time to let them see the skills I learned at Jixia Academy. Lu Qing laughed and said, all right. Then when we encounter the Star Luo Royal Academy, we'll leave them to you to handle. Yes, I will definitely live up to the captain's expectations. Zuqing said seriously, but then she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Lu Qing instructed, everyone, eat quickly, and then rest well for 2 days to prepare for the finals. Good. The dining table became lively again, with toasts and laughter filling the air, as if the tense atmosphere from just moments before had never existed. By the time we had eaten and drunk our fill, it was already afternoon. Everyone returned to the Martial Seoul Hotel together to adjust their state and make final preparations for the upcoming finals. Lu Qing did not arrange any tactical training, but instead let the players relax as they pleased. If you want to go out and explore, go ahead and have fun. If you want to stay in the hotel and rest, get a good night's sleep. He knew that, only by maintaining a relaxed mindset could he perform at his best in the finals. And just like that, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the opening day of the finals, the entire Wuhan city was immersed in a fervent atmosphere. The streets were packed with people, with enthusiastic spectators waving their arms and cheering. The flags of various colleges fluttered in the breeze, as if cheering for this grand event. What's even more impressive is the opening ceremony meticulously prepared by the Spirit Hall. Hundreds of Spirit Hall soul masters simultaneously unleashed their soul skills into the sky, causing multicolored lights to intertwine and collide against the azure backdrop, transforming into a dazzling rain of light, much like the most magnificent fireworks display. It's past Chen-Shi, 7 to 9 a.m. Erlong led Lu Qing and his team, fully prepared to set off. Wearing brand new team uniforms, they joined the crowd of participants with high spirits and stepped onto the white jade steps leading to Mount Papal. Along the way, the group also encountered members of the teams from the Divine Wind Academy and the Blazing Fire Academy. Huo Wushhuang and Feng Xiaotian greeted Lu Qing warmly and inquired about his injuries. After all, Lu Qing left the qualifying competition because there was a mistake in his cultivation process, and he needed to recuperate. Shouldn't you all be relieved to have lost such a formidable enemy as me? Lu Qing joked. Feng Xiaotian laughed heartily and said, I don't think so. Without your participation, this final would lose its greatest challenge and fun. That's right, I haven't fought you yet, Huo Wushhuang said. Then you'd better be careful. Lu Qing's lips curled into a dangerous smile. My blade is very sharp on the field. That suits me perfectly. I've been looking forward to a full-fledged battle with you, Feng Xiaotian said with a serious expression. The three exchanged a smile, their fists lightly touching in the air, sparks seemingly flying as they collided. Afterwards, Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushhuang clasped their hands in farewell and turned to run towards Huo Wu of the Blazing Fire Academy. Lu Qing watched the two figures as they walked away, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Then he saw Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who were following behind the man in his 30s along with Flander. They were all wearing the same team uniforms, and there were more of them than before, roughly more than 20 people. Are the main team and the second team of Huangdo together? Lu Qing raised his hand and rubbed his chin, looking at them thoughtfully. However, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Flander and the other three were mixed in with the crowd and looked worried, so they didn't notice him and walked straight past him. Are you wondering where Yu Shaogang is? Lu Qing sneered inwardly. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they probably never imagined that Yu Shaogang was currently in the Spirit Hall prison. Lu Qing stopped paying attention to them and turned his gaze toward Lu Erlong and Du Guyan. Soon, the group reached the Papal Mountains. The Fina El Arena is located in the central square directly in front of the Papal Palace. The circular platform, with a diameter of 100 meters, is paved with a mixture of soul guide ore and granite, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. And its edges are faintly surrounded by a pale golden soul power barrier maintained by several soul Douluos. The tiered spectator stands were arranged in a fan shape around the arena, and the seats were packed with soul masters and nobles from the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. In the specially designated area below the Papal Palace platform, representatives F. Rom forces such as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan were all seated. Just then, a temple knight walked straight over. "Your Majesty, Purgatory Douluo, Elder Lu. Please follow me to your seats." Elder Lu, Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong and the others looked at Lu Qing with surprise. Lu Qing shrugged helplessly. His personal charisma is too great. So he was directly appointed as an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise, but at the same time, they were all filled with curiosity about what Lu Qing had been doing at the Spirit Hall during this period. In an instant, he became an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. But at this point, they had no time to think further. Erlong was already urging everyone to catch up, and they sat down in the rest areas for the participating teams on both sides of the arena. As soon as Lu Qing sat down, he heard a murmur of discussion around him. "Finally, the finals are here. I've been so bored lately. Hey guys, who do you think is most likely to win the championship this time?" Needless to say, it's the Jixia Academy. I don't think so. The two royal academies, Qiando and Xingluo, are both eyeing us covetously, not to mention the Spirit Hall team with unfathomable strength. But the strength of Jixia Academy is undeniable. That captain is a 6-ring Soul Emperor level expert. Who can rival him in the entire competition? Ahem, according to reliable sources, the Spirit Hall has secretly arranged for a peerless genius to assist them this time. Just how strong he is, let's wait and see. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing frowned slightly. The Spirit Hall actually has another peerless genius. Who is it? 1,000 feet of snow. Besides her, Lu Qing couldn't think of anyone else in the Spirit Hall who could be called a peerless genius. If it really is her, then this final is going to be even more interesting. Chapter 167 The First Stop of the Finals. A bloodbath among the top 32. Just as everyone was discussing this, the doors of the Papal Palace slowly opened with a bang. His Holiness the Pope has arrived. A cardinal stood on the high platform, his voice booming throughout the hall. The entire room fell silent abruptly. Bibi Dong, dressed in a white and gold papal robe and holding a papal scepter, slowly walked out of the Papal Palace with her long, slender legs. Everyone in the room stood up and bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong. But there are exceptions. Xiao Wu, who was sitting next to Yi Lingling, suddenly began to tremble violently. Those bloodshot eyes stared gloomily at the figure on the high platform. Yi Lingling sensed Xiao Wu's unusual behavior and subconsciously took her hand. The cool touch instantly brought Xiao Wu back to her senses, and she hurriedly asked, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong?" Yi Lingling's voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lu Qing, Dugu Yan, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Shi Yan and others all turned their gazes over. Facing the concerned looks from everyone, Xiao Wu gently shook her head. "I'm fine." Bibi Dong stood on the high platform without saying a word, her gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd. The cardinal beside him spoke at the opportune moment, his majestic voice resounding through the heavens amplified by his all power. By the supreme decree of the Spirit Hall, the finals of the Continental Elite Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies are now officially beginning. 32 elite teams from the two great empires will, today, witness His Holiness the Pope compete with their soul skills and decide the victor with their strength. But the next second, the cardinal's voice suddenly rose. The final victor will receive 3 10,000-year soul bones bestowed by the Spirit Hall as a reward. These words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Even Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The Spirit Hall is too generous. They actually used 3 10,000-year spirit bones as the champion's reward. Yo, you should know that even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the wealthiest sect on the entire continent, couldn't produce 3 10,000-year-old soul bones. Lu Qing laughed and said, "The SP. Spirit Hall has been established for thousands of years, so they are very wealthy." After saying that, he looked around and saw that the eyes of the people from all the participating academies were shining, like hungry wolves seeing meat. In particular, some people looked at him with eyes full of fighting spirit. However, Lu Qing was not surprised. Soul bones are such a scarce resource, and not everyone is like him. With 4 soul bones in his body plus 1 external soul bone, the allure of a 10,000-year-old soul bone was enough to drive everyone present crazy. Even knowing that there are 2 major obstacles in this year's finals, we still have to fight with our lives on the line. Seeing that the audience's enthusiasm had been stirred up, the Cardinal went on to announce the format of the finals. The 3 Empire's 32 Soul Master Academy teams, along with the Spirit Hall team, will compete in 5 rounds to determine the final champion. In the first round, the Spirit Hall team and the main teams of the Royal Academy of the Heaven Do and Star Luo Empires all received a bye. The other 2 Empires' 30 Academy teams will determine their opponents through a draw, with the winners advancing to the next round and the losers being eliminated. After explaining the competition rules, the Cardinal turned to look at Bibi Dong. After receiving Bibi Dong's approval, he announced loudly, "The finals are now beginning. Please have the leaders of all participating academy teams come forward to draw lots." Upon hearing this, Erlong rubbed her wrist and stood up, winking at her teammates. "Wait. Let's see if I can draw a good lot for you. I hope second sister draws the Divine Wind Academy." Lu Qing raised his hand and gave his sister a high five, laughing. "Isn't Feng Xiaodian just looking for a match with me? That's just what he wants." Ning Rongrong suddenly interjected, "If you're going to draw a penalty, draw the second team of Star Luo Royal Academy. Let Zhu Qing personally deal with those bastards. I'm not in a hurry. I'll have my chance sooner or later." Zhu Zuqing smiled calmly, then her gaze swept towards the direction of Xingluo Royal Academy, sharp as a knife. Xiaowu snorted softly, her gaze fixed on the Heaven Do Royal Academy team. "If it's those guys, even better." Lu Erlong chuckled and ruffled the hair of each of the children. "You little brats are even more belligerent than I am." After saying that, she followed the Spirit Hall staff to the lottery table. Watching Lu Erlong's departing figure, Lu Qing suddenly sighed softly. "It's just a pity that the Spirit Hall team and the main teams of the 2 Royal Academies all got a bye. Otherwise, I really wish we could meet them in the first round and eliminate them directly. Then no one could stop us. It's all right, we'll have a chance in the third round too," Dugu Yan said with a light laugh, playing with the ends of her hair. "I remember the competition rules state that we'll get a bye in the second round, right?" Xiao Wu suddenly asked. Yi Lingling nodded slightly. "Yes, the first place in the second round of the qualifying tournament gets a bye. The second place gets a bye in the third round, and there will be no bye in the fourth round. The first 3 rounds are for weeding out weaker teams. The real competition begins in the fourth round." Lu Qing swept his gaze across all the team members present and said, "No matter who we draw in the first and third rounds, we must crush them with overwhelming force and let everyone see the strength of Jixia Academy." The group exchanged glances, then said in unison, "Understood." Soon, Lu Erlong returned with the results of the draw, but her expression showed a hint of helplessness. "What's wrong, Sister Erlong? Did the draw result not go well?" Dugu Yan asked curiously. Lu Erlong shrugged. "That lot wasn't good. It was the Ziwei Academy of the Star Luo Empire." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing, Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhang Zhu, Shi Yan, and others all looked at Zhu Zuqing. Because among everyone, she was the only one from the Star Luo Empire and was more familiar with the Soul Master Academies of the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zuqing also carefully searched her memory for the name of the academy. She only remembered that in the previous Soul Master competition, this Soul Master Academy ranked 13th. Now that they've made it into the top 5, their strength must have improved considerably by the time they reach the finals. Meanwhile, all the college leaders who went to draw lots have returned. The Cardinal of the Spirit Hall, standing on the high platform, announced the matchup list for the first round. To Lu Qing's surprise, all the opponents of the Heaven Do Empire's Soul Master Academies, whether it was Blazing Fire Academy, Divine Wind Academy, or Heavenly Water Academy, Plant Academy, etc., were from the Star Luo Empire. Tang San and his teammates from the second team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy will directly face the lineup of the second team of the Star Luo Royal Academy. This made him wonder if it really was a lottery. But what happened next surprised everyone even more. The first match of the first round was originally supposed to be a battle between Blazing Academy. Unexpectedly, Blazing Fire Academy gave up. This action left Dugu Yan and the others completely baffled. They all looked towards the Blazing Academy's rest area. What are Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu doing? They finally made it to the finals. And they're just giving up like this. Lu Qing seemed to have seen through everything, a slight smile curving his lips. No wonder. They all ended up together. Brother Qing, do you know why Blazing Fire Academy withdrew from the competition? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Just wait and see, you'll know the answer soon enough. Lu Qing turned to look at Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wushwang. But the two men were looking this way with a half smile, raising their eyebrows with a hint of smugness and anticipation. Lu Qing couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, but he also felt that this final was getting more and more interesting. Chapter 168 Qian Runshui takes the stage, successfully advances to the quarterfinals. Just as Lu Qing had predicted, after their Jixia Academy swiftly defeated the Ziwei Academy of the Star Luo Empire with overwhelming force. The next match is between Kamikaze Academy. When everyone saw Huo Wushwang, Huo Wu, and two other mainstays of the Blazing Fire Academy appear with Feng Xiaodian, their eyes widened in astonishment. Dugu Yan stared in disbelief. No wonder Blazing Fire Academy forfeited the competition. They actually teamed up with Divine Wind Academy. Zhongju turned to look at Lu Erlong and asked curiously, Dean Lu, isn't this against the rules? I guess it counts. Lu Erlong was also a little uncertain. It's against the rules. But no one from the Spirit Hall objected. The students from Shenfeng Academy and Chuo Academy thus entered the arena together in a seemingly legitimate manner. However, to say it's not against the rules. The competition prohibits participating colleges from changing team members at the last minute. Lu Qing laughed and said, Blazing Fire Academy and Divine Wind Academy must have taken advantage of a loophole to merge. Blazing Fire Academy voluntarily withdrew from the competition, while Divine Wind Academy expanded its team under the guise of recruitment. The people from Shenfeng Academy are still the same group, only the number has increased, so there's no violation of the rules. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth angrily. They're so despicable. They act to ally tried to use this kind of method to deal with us. Dugu Yan leaned back lazily in her chair, a disdainful smile playing on her lips. What's there to worry about? Even if they join forces, they're no match for us. As she spoke, she winked at Lu Qing. Besides, we still have our little Qing to back us up. That's right, Captain, the tough battles ahead depend on you. Shi Yan laughed and patted Lu Qing heavily on the shoulder. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow and smiled confidently. Of course. This year's Soul Master competition champion can only be us. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged smiles. Their eyes blazing with fighting spirit, and simultaneously raised their fists to meet. Yes, the championship can only be ours. Meanwhile, the fierce competition in the first round of the finals continues. Shenfeng Academy, Tianshui Academy, Plant Academy, and even the second team of Tiando Royal Academy all successfully defeated their opponents and entered the top 15. The day's competition ended quickly. According to the rules of the finals, there will be a one-day rest period after each round of competition. This day is for the teams from all the participating academies to use the competition to study how to counter their future opponents. Then came the second round of the competition. According to the Bai rule, Jixia Academy and the first place Academy of the Star Luo Empire's qualifying round will not have any matches in the second round. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall team, a seeded team, and the main teams of the two Royal Academies, Heaven Do and Star Luo, will officially compete in this round. So even though there were no matches, Lu Qing still went to the square in front of the Papal Palace to watch the three teams compete. The Spirit Hall team is in the fourth match. When the Spirit Hall team appeared, Lu Qing's eyes immediately locked onto Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan To his surprise, the 3 members of the Golden Generation stood respectfully at the back of the group. And instead of leading the team, a blonde woman in a platinum gold outfit took her place. The woman's face was half hidden under a gilded mask, revealing only her delicately shaped jawline and tightly pursed lips. The moment she raised her hand to release her martial spirit, 3 pairs of dazzling wings of light unfurled from her back, and a divine aura instantly swept across the entire area. It's actually the legendary 6-winged angel martial soul. 6 perfectly configured spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, lit up in succession. And the stands erupted in a thunderous roar of exclamations. My God, a 6-ringed soul emperor. The Spirit Hall team actually has a 6-ringed soul emperor hidden away. I had heard before that the Spirit Hall team had arranged for a peerless genius to fight. I was wondering how powerful that genius would be, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. With the addition of Lu Qing, the captain of the Jixia Academy team. This tournament actually has 2 soul emperors competing on the same stage. And it's the legendary 6-winged angel martial soul. It's absolutely terrifying. With a soul emperor and 3 members of the Golden Generation, I think Jixia Academy is really in trouble this time. As the angelic light swept across the entire arena, even the clouds in the sky were dyed gold. And the metal decorations in the spectator stands hummed and trembled under the oppressive force. Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wushuang, and Huo Wu from Shenfeng Academy swallowed hard. Staring incredulously at the figure on the arena, Davis and Zhu Zuyun from Xingluo Royal Academy had even more terribly solemn expressions. Tang San from the second team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy frowned. Sensing a slight discomfort from that aura, only Lu Qing from the Jixia Academy remained unfazed, even when faced with a collapsing mountain, and even seemed to have just realized something. With a 6-winged angel martial soul and the strength of 6 soul rings, who else could it be but Qian Runshui? He said softly, that's right. Perhaps only she can be called the peerless genius of the Spirit Hall. Brother Qing, do you know who that is? Ning Rongrong asked curiously, peeking over. Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, Zhang Zhu, Shi Yan and others all turned their gazes over. Lu Qing smiled calmly. I met her in Wuhan City some time ago, and I've been training with her all this time. What puzzled him was why Qian Runshui would choose to participate in the Soul Master competition. Lu Qing raised his head slightly and looked at Bibi Dong, who was standing on the high platform. Especially this one, how could she allow Qian Runshui to participate in the competition? Bibi Dong, standing on the high platform, looked down at the arena with an indifferent expression, but a dark and ambiguous light flashed deep in her eyes. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Qian Runshui's purple eyes, hidden beneath her gilded mask, suddenly turned towards him. She parted her lips slightly, and although no sound came out, Lu Qing could still understand her words, surprised. After understanding her words, Lu Qing couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. He originally thought that the Golden Generation of He Spirit Hall team was nothing to worry about, but he didn't expect Qian Runshui to personally intervene. But is there any pressure? No, Lu Qing felt that only such an opponent deserved to be on the stage of the finals. With Qian Runshui joining the battle, the strength of the Spirit Hall team increased several times over. With the addition of Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan, 3 members of the Golden Generation, they crushed the remaining matches of Barak Academy and advanced to the 3rd round. Zhangju exclaimed, Captain, did you see that? Snow, from the Spirit Hall team is amazing. She defeated 3 people in one move. He's a formidable opponent. Du Guyan turned to look at Lu Qing. Little Qing, can you handle him? Don't worry, just leave it to me. Lu Qing crossed his AR. Ms. and stared intently at Qian Runshui as she left the arena. The 6-winged angel martial soul is indeed very strong, but my blood-patterned blade has never been afraid of anyone. Time passed slowly. After fierce competition in the 2nd round, only 8 college teams remained. With the addition of Jixia Academy, which received a bye, and another academy, a total of 10 teams will compete in the 3rd round to determine the final spots. After the match ended, the audience left the stadium. As Lu Qing and his group walked down the mountain, they heard constant chatter from those around them. Upon closer listening, the discussions were almost entirely about Qian Runshui, the suddenly appearing six-ring soul emperor, and the conversations were filled with astonishment. The spirit hall actually had such a genius hidden away. The aura of that six-winged angel martial spirit is simply suffocating. What do you think would happen if the Spirit Hall team faced the Jixia Academy? Who would win? The girl named Shui or Lu Qing? Such conversations continued, immersing everyone in a lively discussion. Chapter 169, Crushing the Royal Fighting Team. Avenging their defeat and advancing to the semifinals. Before we knew it, the third round of the competition arrived as scheduled. According to the competition rules, Shenfeng Academy, which ranked second in the Heaven Do Empire's qualifying round, will receive a bye. The team that finished second in the Star Luo Empire qualifying round was eliminated in the first round, so the vacant spot was filled by the second team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, which was determined by drawing lots. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others were immediately relieved to learn that they had won a bye. As the number of participating teams decreased, they gradually felt the pressure. This bye gave them a chance to catch their breath. But what they saw was Bibi Dong lightly tapping her scepter on the high platform, looking at Lu Qing across the distance. A knowing glint flashed in their eyes. The first match of the third round was a game between Jixia Academy. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Du Guyan led Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhang Zhu, and others onto the arena. In this battle, they faced their old rivals, the main team of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. The Heavenly Do Royal Academy has finally waited for this moment. Du Guyan's lips curled slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and the others behind her were also filled with fighting spirit, and our soul power was faintly flowing around them. The feud between Jixia Academy and Tiando Royal Academy dates back to the previous finals. In that year's finals, Jixia Academy narrowly lost to the main team of Tiando Royal Academy, only managing to secure third place. In this final, Jixia Academy assembled its strongest lineup, and they met again in the third round. This grudge led everyone to believe that this would be a fateful showdown comparable to the final. In the stands, the audience held their breath, eagerly anticipating this fierce battle. However, the moment the referee announced the start of the match, Du Guyan, along with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Shi Yan, and others, bared their sharp fangs. Du Guyan's azure phosphorus serpent king's poisonous mist filled the entire field, while Zhu Zuqing transformed into afterimages as she darted through the enemy ranks. Xiao Wu's graceful skills are as elusive as a ghost, and Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda shines brightly, providing unparalleled boosts to her teammates. The Heavenly Do Royal Academy didn't even have time to organize an effective counterattack before it was forced to retreat in the face of the storm-like offensive. Impossible. How could this happen? The captain of the Royal Fighting Team was pale as he watched helplessly as his teammates fell one after another. They clearly did a low T of training specifically for Jixia Academy, so why were they still so easily defeated? Just 2 minutes. Without Lu Qing even making a move, Jixia Academy ended the match with overwhelming force, completely erasing the regret of the previous year. In the VIP section below the high platform of the Papal Palace, Prince Shui Xing, the representative of the Heaven Do Empire, and the 3 members of the Heaven Do Royal Academy's teaching committee all had faces as black as the bottom of a pot. The entire audience was stunned. This is way too fast. In the rest area of the Star Luo Empire Royal Academy, Davis and Zhu Zuyun suddenly stood up. The two stared intently at Zhu Zuqing's figure, their hearts filled with shock. How is this possible? Her fighting style has completely changed. Zhu Zuyun's pupils contracted sharply, her voice filled with disbelief. While in Xingluo City, Zhu Zuqing's moves were fierce, but every move always carried the traditional fighting style of the Zhu family. But now, her figure moves like a ghost, darting through every shadow of the arena, her movements so fast that they almost leave afterimages. And every move he made was extremely ruthless. Each strike aimed directly at vital points, just like a real assassin. It's only been 3 years, how could Zhu Qing have become like this? Davis's face was terribly gloomy. Zhu Zuyun frowned and gently shook her head. although she didn't know what Zhu Zuqing had experienced during those 3 years at Jixia Academy. But she suddenly realized that her younger sister, whom she used to look up to, had now become the most dangerous hunter. Seemingly noticing their gazes, Zhu Zuqing turned around and looked over. Those eyes remained as still and calm as an ancient well, cold and indifferent. Carrying a disregard for everything, she quickly looked away after just a brief moment of contact and followed Du Guyan and the others back to the rest area reserved for the Jixia Academy. In this battle, Jixia Academy finally demonstrated its dominant strength to everyone present. That thunderous offensive sent chills down even the spines of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. Huliena turned her head and exchanged a glance with her brother Xie, both of them seeing an unprecedented solemnity in each other's eyes. They originally thought that their only opponent was Lu Qing. But now it seems that the others from Jixia Academy are also very strong. Huliena glanced at Qian Runshui, who was wearing a gilded mask, wondering if this Miss Shui, who had suddenly joined the team, could withstand Lu Qing alone. Unbeknownst to them, beneath Qian Runshui's gilded mask, the corners of her lips were slightly upturned, and her purple eyes held a hint of eager excitement. The third round of the finals continued. Although the battles among the participating academies were equally exciting, the most discussed topic among the audience was still the astonishing dominance displayed by Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy is too strong. Even the main team of Tiando Royal Academy, which is so powerful, couldn't last 2 minutes against them. I suspect that Jixia Academy doesn't even need Lu Qing to play. The others can crush everyone except the Spirit Hall team. I'm getting more and more excited for the showdown between the Spirit Hall team and the Jixia Academy. The third round of the competition came to a close amidst enthusiastic discussions from the audience. Ultimately, Jixia Academy, Spirit Hall team, Star Luo Royal Academy, and Tianshui Academy successfully advanced to the fourth round. They will compete with the Shenfeng Academy, which received a bye, and the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy for a spot in the final fifth round of the competition. These 6 teams will compete for the final 3 spots in the fourth round of the competition. Just as Lu Qing and his group were about to leave, they suddenly saw Zhu Zuyun walking through the crowd. Facing the gazes of Lu Qing and the others, the eldest daughter of the Xingluo Zhu family showed no fear and walked straight up to Zhu Zuqing. "Auntie, what are you trying to do now?" Xiao Wu bared her teeth and shouted. Zhu Zuyun merely glanced at her indifferently, then looked at Zhu Zuqing and said, "Zhu Zuqing, it's been 3 years, and the changes in you are truly impressive." "Of course, I've learned even more." Zhu Zuqing's voice was cold, her eyes fixed on Zhu Zuyun with a sharp gaze. She said, "If I meet you in the fourth round, you will see how powerful I truly am. Then I'll be watching closely." Zhu Zuyun glanced at Lu Qing and the others, and sneered, "The claws of the Netherworld White Tiger will tear apart any attack." After saying that, she strode away. After she left, Xiao Wu said angrily, "The Netherworld White Tiger can tear apart all attacks. Isn't that a bit too arrogant of her? You'll know when you actually stand on the ring." Lu Qing said with a nonchalant smile. "Let's go eat." With a wave of his hand, he followed Lu Erlong and the team leader and mentor in the distance, and they went down Pope Mountain together. Chapter 170 Jixia Academy's main force assembles. Netherworld Spirit Cat vs Netherworld White Tiger. The following day is a day off. The students from Jixia Academy and Tianshui Academy gather together to discuss tactics for their opponents in the semi-finals of the top 6 the following day. Apart from the Tiando Royal second team, which got a bye in 1 round, none of the teams that made it through the first 3 rounds were weak. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall team and the Soul Emperor Snow Davis and Zhu Zuyun of the Star Luo Royal Academy team possess a martial soul fusion skill. The merged Kamikaze Academy and Blazing Fire Academy formed a perfect complement to each other's abilities. Actually, we thought the most ideal draw result would be to draw the Kamikaze team. Shui Binger took a sip of hot tea and said softly, "Although the Kamikaze team has formed a perfect complementary ability, our abilities are not bad either. If we can run into the Star Luo Royal Academy team, that would be great too. They have a martial soul fusion technique, and so do we. But if we encounter the Spirit Hall team, then there's really nothing we can do." Wei Binger shook her head and smiled bitterly as she said this. Shui Yue, Shui Wu, Shen Luyu, Ji Qingbo, and the others exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. They were initially confident that even if they didn't get first place, they could still compete for second or third. However, the Spirit Hall team now has a mysterious Soul Emperor realm expert. They were simply powerless to do it. Lu Qing laughed and said, "Not necessarily. In fact, if you have a specific strategy, you might be able to beat the Spirit Hall team." Senior Lu Qing has a solution. Shui Yue's eyes widened in surprise, and she naturally wrapped her arms around Lu Qing's arm and shook it gently. Her voice was so sweet it could melt honey. "Senior Lu Qing, please tell us tilde okay." Cough cough. Dugu. Yan suddenly cleared her throat and glared at Shui Binger with a dark expression. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong reacted even faster, pulling Shui Yue away from Lu Qing from the left and right. The two said in unison, "Talk is talk. But don't get physical." Shui Wu, Yu Hero, Shen Luyu and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw Shui Yue pouting and looking so aggrieved. Lu Qing chuckled awkwardly, then told Shui Binger and the others about Qian Runshui and the weaknesses of the Golden Generation. If they can exploit these weaknesses, they have a chance to defeat Qian Runshui and the Spirit Hall team of the Golden Generation. After listening to Lu Qing's analysis, Shui Binger's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. She said, "Thank you for your guidance. With this information, we are much more confident in defeating the Spirit Hall team." As she spoke, Shui Binger turned to look at Shui Wu and the others, winking playfully. "If we really make it into the 5th round, you'd better go easy on us then." These words immediately caused Shen Luyu, Chu Ruoshui, Ji Qingbo and others to blush. Dugu Yan and the others glared at Shui Binger with annoyance. For a moment, the air in the room was filled with a subtle ambiguity and a sense of tension. Time flies. The next day arrived quickly. All the Qing Academy teams gathered once again in front of the Papal Palace Square, awaiting the draw results that would determine their fate in the semifinals. Lu Qing's gaze swept over the blonde figure wearing a gilded mask in the Spirit Hall team. The blood-patterned blade within his body hummed, as if it couldn't wait to engage in a peak duel with the six-winged angel. The lottery results came out quickly. The Cardinal announced the results at the opportune moment. The first matches between Jixia Academy and Xingluo Royal Academy. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing immediately exchanged glances with Zhu Zuyun in the rest area of Xingluo Royal Academy, their similar cat-like eyes simultaneously igniting with fighting spirit. This fateful duel between sisters will finally come to a close on the stage today. The second match was surprisingly between Tianshui Academy and the second team of Tiando Royal Academy. The rivalry from the qualifiers has continued to this day, and the final showdown is about to begin. Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the Spirit Hall knew how to play the lottery. The remaining Spirit Hall team then faced off against the Divine Wind Academy team. "Let's go." Lu Qing turned his head and glanced at Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong and the others. Dugu Yan and the others nodded and got up to follow Lu Qing onto the arena. These 7 figures appeared in everyone's sight. A gasp of amazement erupted from the entire audience. The entire main force of Jixia Academy has fielded their team. Even Captain Lu Qing has made his appearance. This is his first appearance since the finals. This is the first time we've seen them play with their full roster since the first match of the qualifiers. I thought they wouldn't all appear until the 5th round. But I didn't expect them all to appear in the 4th round. That's right. This time it's the entire main force of Jixia Academy. The team consists of Captain Lu Qing, Vice Captain Dugu Yan, and members Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Yi Lingling, and Shi Yan. The moment Lu Qing stepped onto the arena, the blood-patterned blade appeared in his hand. Dark red lightning exploded in the air like a spider web, and the ground of the entire arena was cracked by the residual force. Bibi Dong, standing on the high platform, narrowed her purple eyes, staring at Lu Qing's figure. A meaningful smile playing on her lips. The prey she failed to catch in Holy Soul Village 3 years ago has finally grown into a form that captivates her. The moment he blood-patterned sword cleaved through the air, even her fingertips trembled with excitement. Even Qian Runshui, in the rest area of the Spirit Hall team, was staring at the figure on the arena with an excited look. Davis, Zhu Zuyun and the others who had just stepped onto the arena felt the pressure increase, and their soul power became uncontrollably stagnant for a moment. The blade hadn't moved at all, yet it felt as if it were already pressed against their throats. It was as if a single breath would tear through the flesh and splatter scarlet blood. It's already failing before the fight even starts. Lu Qing lifted the blood-patterned blade with one hand, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and looked at him with a mocking expression. Davis and Zhu Zuyun exchanged a glance, and the two quickly activated their martial soul possession. The moment the Netherworld Cat and the White Tiger martial souls possessed them, a surge of soul power suddenly erupted, and a black and white soul power vortex condensed into a roaring tiger phantom beside the two. At the same time, 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings slowly rose from beneath their feet. The rest of the Star Luo Royal Academy team also activated their martial souls at the same time. The surging soul power surged down on Lu Qing and his companions like a mountain. Interesting. Lu Qing chuckled softly, then frantically channeled his soul power, causing 6 soul rings to rapidly rise beneath his feet. Yellow, purple, black, black-red, and black-red spirit rings intertwined on the arena, creating a suffocating pressure. At the same time, the soul power of Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Shi Yan and others also erupted. The members of the Star Luo Royal Academy team were struck dumb. Before they even started fighting, the soul power fluctuations from Lu Qing and the others made their bones creak and crack. Davis and Zhu Zuyun's pupils trembled as they stared intently at Lu Qing. Davis gritted his teeth and growled, his spirit rings. How could this be? Let's fight. Zhu Zuyun clenched her fists, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. The Netherworld W. White Tiger might not necessarily lose to them. Zhu Qing, go ahead. Lu Qing held the blood-patterned sword in one hand, the blade pointing straight ahead. This battle is your battlefield. Zhu Zuqing nodded slightly, her dark green and orange-blue cat eyes instantly locking onto Zhu Zuyun. 9 treasures emerged from the glazed glass. Ning Rongrong held up the 9 treasures glazed pagoda with both hands. And it radiated a 9-colored glazed light. The moment the light from the 9 treasures glazed pagoda fell upon Zhu Zuqing, she vanished from the spot like a ghost. Brush. The sudden disappearance of Zhu Zuqing caused Davis and Zhu Zuyun's pupils to contract sharply, and cold sweat instantly seeped out from their backs. Soul fusion skill, Netherworld White Tiger. Faced with such a formidable enemy, the two dared not hesitate for a moment longer. Davis's body shone with golden light, and his figure rapidly expanded into a 3-meter-tall white tiger phantom. At the same time, Zhu Zuyun's body transformed into a purplish-black mist, which coiled around the white tiger phantom as if it were alive. The moment the black and white lights collided, a pillar of light shot into the sky. And the fluctuations of soul power swept outwards like a raging tide. As the light faded, a giant tiger, 7 meters long and entirely silver-black, came into view. But the next second, Zhu Zuqing's figure flashed like lightning to the front of the Netherworld White Tiger, her sharp claws wrapped with dark soul power and went straight for the tiger's brow. Roar! The Netherworld White Tiger roared and swung its claws, tearing the air apart with terrifying force. The two forces collided with a deafening roar, creating a tremendous shockwave. Chapter 171 Dawn breaks through the Netherworld. Zhu Zuqing's battle against fate. As the battle between the Netherworld White Tiger and Zhu Zuqing began, the battles of the others were also about to erupt. The rest of the Star Luo Royal Academy team rushed towards Lu Qing and the others, their soul rings lighting up one after another, and the light of various soul skills intertwined in the air. In the blink of an eye, 2 agility-type soul masters suddenly appeared from the flank, their figures blurring as they rushed towards Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling behind them. You're courting death. Dugu Yan sneered, and the venom of the jade phosphorus serpent instantly formed a highly poisonous barrier in their path, forcefully cutting off their attack. One of them was caught off guard and crashed directly into the poisonous fog, letting out a shrill scream. Under the corrosive effects of the venom of the jade phosphorus snake, his skin was rapidly decaying at a rate visible to the naked eye. Bang! With a muffled thud, Xiao Wu's figure teleported behind one of them like a ghost. Her long, beautiful legs drew a sharp arc, kicking the agility-type soul master out of the arena. Meanwhile, Lu Qing had already broken through to the rear of the Star Luo Royal Academy team. He raised the blood-patterned sword with one hand and slashed it horizontally with the blade. The support, Type Soul Master from the Star Luo Royal Academy team didn't have time to dodge and was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena. Then, he turned around and looked behind him. The other two NSIVE Type Soul Masters from the Star Luo Royal Academy team were also completely suppressed by Shi Yan and Xiao Wu. Now, besides them, only the Netherworld White Tiger remains on the field. Now that you've taken care of Zhu Qing, take your time. Lu Qing smiled as he planted the blood-patterned blade on the ground and leaned against it. In the spectator stands, everyone was already used to Jixia Academy's overwhelming victory. Watching them easily crush the Star Luo Royal Academy team, only the duel between the Netherworld White Tiger and Zhu Zuqing remained, and even the support Type Soul Master fell to the ground. Faced with such a disparate situation, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for the Star Luo Royal Academy team. On the other side, in the rest area of TH's second team of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, Dai Mubai stared intently at the figure that darted and weaved on the stage, his fists clenched tightly, his feelings extremely conflicted. He hoped that the Netherworld White Tiger could defeat Zhu Zuqing, so that it could wash away the shame of breaking off the engagement and prove that Zhu Zuqing's decision to abandon the engagement and choose Jixia Academy was a complete mistake. This will also make Zhu Zuqing understand that fighting alone is ultimately no match for the power of a martial soul fusion skill. But deep down, he was reluctant to see Zhu Zuqing lose. If she could truly defeat Davis and Zhu Zuyan's Netherworld White Tiger, perhaps she could also see a glimmer of hope in defeating her brother. Roar. The roar of the Netherworld White Tiger shook the entire arena. Those cold pupils scanned the surroundings, trying to find even a trace of Zhu Zuqing. But they found nothing, not even a trace of her soul power. But the next second, Zhu Zuqing appeared abruptly behind the Netherworld White Tiger, her claws wreathed in dark soul power, stabbing at the weak points of the joints like poisoned daggers. Got you. The black and white tiger shadow quickly turned around and slammed its right paw down. But when the tiger's claw swept across, it only shattered a wisp of black mist. What? Davis and Zhu Zuyun were shocked, only to find that three Zhu Zuqing figures had appeared around them at the same time. Three Zhu Zuqing figures flashed simultaneously, their afterimages intertwining like ghosts into a deadly net. Their sharp claws tearing through the air from different directions. Roar. The light on the Netherworld White Tiger dimmed, and it roared as it twisted its massive body, its tail whipping out like a steel whip. Zhu Zuqing quickly darted backward, watching the tail, which resembled a steel whip, slap the ground with a loud bang, leaving a shallow mark on the solid arena. Then, the black and white tiger shadows pounced on her. Seeing this, Zhu Zuqing snorted and disappeared from the spot once again in a blur. In terms of speed, although the Netherworld White Tiger has the characteristics of the Netherworld Spirit Cat, how can it compare to Zhu Zuqing, who specializes in speed? Zhu Zuqing appeared like a ghost, in places that neither Davis nor Zhu Zuyun could have imagined. The Netherworld White Tiger launched several counterattacks, but all of them ended up missing its target. Zhu Zuqing's attacks rained down on them like a storm, her claws carrying dark power that eroded their soul power. This caused the light on the Netherworld White Tiger to dim more and more, and the connection of soul power to become very unstable. Fourth soul skill. Netherworld Shadow Strike. Zhu Zuqing's figure suddenly transformed into a dark stream of light, her claws condensing into almost tangible dark soul power, piercing the core of the Netherworld White Tiger's soul power connection with precision, like a venomous snake. Boom. The moment the black light burst forth, the phantom of the Netherworld White Tiger twisted violently. Davis and Zhu Zuyun both groaned at the same time, their bodies trembling violently, and their soul power connection almost broke. But Davis reacted quickly, forcibly activating most of his depleted soul power to stabilize the soul power connection with Zhu Zuyun, and managed to keep the Netherworld White Tiger from collapsing. Roar. The Netherworld White Tiger staggered back 3 steps, its eyes blazing with ferocity. But the black hole pierced through its chest continued to emanate soul power. My God, she single-handedly fought against the Star Luo Empire's martial soul fusion technique and completely gained the upper hand. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell from the audience. The Netherworld White Tiger is the signature martial soul fusion skill of the Star Luo Empire. Relying on this tactic, the Star Luo Empire has defeated countless opponents. Now, facing someone from Jixia Academy, he is in such a sorry state. Ning Fengji, sitting in the VIP section, grinned and said, to be able to suppress the Netherworld White Tiger of the Star Luo Empire to such an extent, Xiao Qing is truly a well-educated child. Sword Douluo Chen Xin stroked his beard in admiration, a look of appreciation flashing in his eyes. To be able to perfectly combine the speed characteristics of the Netherworld Cat with the stealth of darkness, and still maintain such precision and ruthlessness when attacking. These combat techniques are indeed in line with Lu Qing's sharp and aggressive style. On the contrary, the representative of the Star Luo Empire next to him had a face so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. Those bloodshot eyes were fixed on Zhu Zuqing, her teeth clenched so tightly they were grinding together. Zhu Zuyun, you've lost. On the arena, Zhu Zuqing's sudden Ly appeared in front of the Netherworld White Tiger. At this moment, the light on the Netherworld White Tiger had completely lost its luster, and it was no longer as fierce as before. It looked like a sick tiger, listless and weak. Heaven-splitting strike. Zhu Zuqing stretched out her left hand, and a silver-white light emanated from her arm, while a phantom of a heaven-splitting falcon materialized behind her. This was the left arm bone of the 30,000-year-old sky-splitting falcon that Lu Qing unexpectedly obtained when he acquired his sixth soul ring. Upon returning to Jixia Academy, he gave the soul bone to Zhu Zuqing, enhancing her speed and attack power. The illusory image of the sky-splitting falcon screamed and transformed into a silver meteor, shooting straight through the body of the Netherworld White Tiger. Ah! Davis and Zhu Zuyun both let out a scream as they fell out of the phantom of the Netherworld White Tiger, their faces pale as they crashed to the ground. The Netherworld White Tiger is nothing special. Zhu Zuqing struck again, kicking Davis and Zhu Zuyun away, sending them crashing heavily off the stage. Bang! Davis and Zhu Zuyun crashed heavily onto the ground outside the ring, kicking up a cloud of dust. The two rolled around several times in a sorry state before barely stopping, but the backlash from the forced destruction of their martial soul fusion skill caused blood to spill from the corners of their mouths, and their soul power was almost completely depleted. Davis looked at Zhu Zuqing with venomous eyes, then his consciousness was completely drained, and he fainted on the ground. The entire stadium fell silent for a moment, then erupted in deafening cheers. Zhu Zuqing! Zhu Zuqing! The Soul Masters of the Heaven Do Empire in the audience shouted her name excitedly. Who could have imagined that the Netherworld White Tiger, which the Star Luo Empire was so proud of, would be completely destroyed by a young girl all by herself? On the arena, Zhu Zuqing's face was also slightly pale. She slowly retracted her claws, and the shadows surrounding her gradually dissipated. Her icy gaze swept over Zhu Zuyun, whose expression was complex. And she shouted sharply, "From this day forward, I will rewrite the rules of the Zhu family." In this battle, Jixia Academy once again achieved a complete victory. C. Chapter 172 Martial Soul Fusion vs 7-in-1. Ice and Hammer in a desperate situation. Seeing that Zhu Zuqing had actually defeated the Netherworld White Tiger. In the rest area of the Heaven Do Royal second team, Dai Mubai also looked at Zhu Zuqing's back with a complicated expression. He had previously thought that Zhu Zuqing might lose badly, but she might also win easily. But I never expected Zhu Zuqing to win so easily. He took down Davis and Zhu Zuyun without even getting injured or dirty. If it were you, could you do that? As Dai Mubai was deep in thought, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Dai Mubai was startled and turned around to meet Tang San's cold face. "Boss Dai, it's our turn." "Oh, let's go then." Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zuqing, who had already entered the waiting area, one last time before turning his gaze away. Meanwhile, the Jixia Academy students returned in triumph, their journey back to the rest area filled with the joy of victory. Yon high-fived each other in celebration, their faces beaming with smiles. Xiaowu hopped around like a happy little rabbit, grabbed Zhu Zuqing's arm, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She exclaimed, "Zhu Qing, you're amazing. Let's see if those people from the Star Luo Empire will still dare to look down on you." And they defeated their martial soul fusion skill, Netherworld White Tiger, without even being scratched. That was so satisfying, Shi Yan added excitedly. Zhu Zuqing smiled calmly. I can't say I wasn't injured at all. I was almost hit by the claws of the Netherworld White Tiger once. Fortunately, my third soul skill, Netherworld Phantom Kill, was still active at the time, so I managed to dodge it. Ning Rongrong said worriedly, when we saw it from the side, we were all on tenterhooks for you. Zhongju and the other two male trainees nodded, indicating that they were also so nervous during the rest area that their palms were sweating. Yes, I had my Sacred Heart Begonia all ready. But I never expected you to disappear. Yi Lingling gently continued. Du Guyan gently patted Zhu Zuqing's shoulder and smiled, but the ending is good. You really did it. Yes, I really did it. Zhu Zuqing raised her slightly trembling fist and let out a long sigh of relief. 3 years ago in Qingluo City, she was still barely surviving under the shadow of Zhu Zuyun and Davis. 3 years later, I defeated them all by myself. Zhu Zuqing turned her head and looked at Lu Qing with moist eyes. He brought him to Jixia Academy. He gave me a magical herb. As also he who taught me many practical skills. Without Lu Qing, Zhu Zuqing doesn't know what her fate would be like now. Perhaps they will end up like those twins, becoming tools for Dai Mubai's amusement. Or perhaps, he will spend the rest of his life in some corner of mainland China. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing suddenly felt an urge to hug Lu Qing. However, there were so many people around that she felt a little embarrassed. At that moment, the cardinal on the high platform of the papal palace announced loudly, the second match is about to begin. Please bring in the team members of Tianshui Academy and Tiando Royal Academy Team 2. The battle for Tianshui Academy is about to begin. Xiao Wu excitedly turned her gaze to the arena. Du Guyan then turned to Lu Qing and asked, Tianshui Academy should be able to advance in this match against the second team of Tiando Royal Academy, right? It's hard to say. Lu Qing waved his hands and lay back in the chair, resting his head on the chair. He said quietly, the last time we won, it was because Dai Mubai was influenced by us and lost control of his emotions, deviating from the strategy. In addition, Lan Hao's Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul is easily countered by Shui Binger and Shui Wu's attributes. But this time it's a little different. Lan Hao switched to repairing the Clear Sky Hammer, and Dai Mubai didn't lose control of his emotions. Lu Qing paused here, then suddenly chuckled softly. Moreover, the second team of the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy probably still has some unused trump cards, so it all depends on Shui Binger and the others' performance on the spot. If we can suppress Lan Hao's Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul and Dai Mubai's White Tiger Martial Soul, we have at least an 80% chance of winning. If we had used Blue-Silver Grass instead of the Clear Sky Hammer, our chances of winning would have been at least a bit higher. As he was speaking, he saw Shui Binger and her group from Tianshui Academy, along with Tang San and Dai Mubai from the second team of Tiando Royal, activating their martial souls on the arena. What surprised most people was that Lan Hao's Marty Al Soul was not the Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul, but the Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul. It seems he still prefers to use the Blue-Silver Grass's control to create opportunities for Dai Mubai and the others. But how can his control over Blue-Silver Grass compare to Shui Binger's control over ice attributes? The Tianshui Academy team, including Yu Hero, Shui Yue, Shen Luyu, Ji Yu Qingbo, and Chu Ruoshui, continued their tactics from the qualifiers. First, cut off Dai Mubai's communication with the rest of the Heavenly Dou Royal second team, then have Shui Yue and Ji Yu Qingbo launch a surprise attack on Ma Hongjun in the back row. However, the reason why the tactics in the qualifiers were successful was because Dai Mubai lost control of his emotions. This time, Dai Mubai remained very calm. He watched as Tang San's Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul moved, and wherever Tang San moved, Tang San followed. The tactical coordination was quite ingenious. Unfortunately, Shui Bing'e, and Shui Wu's ability to control the situation still caused them a lot of trouble. The Blue-Silver Grass stretched out, but it was all suppressed by Shui Binger's ice seal. Dai Mubai tried to rush over, but was repeatedly blocked by Shui Binger's attacks. With Yu Hero and Chu Ruoshui holding them back, Shui Yue and Gu Qingbo successfully launched a surprise attack on Ma Hongjun. If it weren't for Taelong's crucial moment when he braved the raging snowstorm and forced Shui Yue and Gu Qingbo to retreat, Ma Hongjun would have been eliminated first. Aren't you going to use the clear sky hammer yet? Lu Qing stared intently at Tang San's figure, a slight smile curving his lips. He slightly raised his head and looked at Bibi Dong on the high platform. Their eyes briefly met in the air. Bibi Dong nodded almost imperceptibly and then looked away. However, at this moment, the situation on the arena was constantly changing. Shui Binger and her group from Tianshui Academy have completely suppressed the Tiando Royal Second Team and their group. Seeing that defeat was imminent, a ruthless glint flashed in Tang San's eyes. If this continues, we'll be out of the running for the final. If we don't win the championship, wouldn't we be letting down our teachers who have nurtured us? Brother Dai, 7-in-1, Tang San shouted, calling Dai Mubai, who was charging ahead, back. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai struggled to break free from Shui Binger's icy control and dashed back. At the same time, Taelong and Ma Hongjun, along with the others, braved the wind and snow to rush up. Everyone changed their formation, lining up in a vertical line, and simultaneously activated their soul power. At this moment, the soul power that the seven of them suddenly unleashed all converged together. And as everyone passed on their soul power, it finally concentrated on Tang San, causing an incomparably powerful pressure to emanate from him. What happened to them? How did their aura become so strong? The onlookers stood up in surprise. This includes Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, among others. Lu Qing frowned as he looked at Tang San, keenly noticing that Tang San's soul power fluctuations were extremely unstable, and even his facial features were distorted into a ferocious shape. Even Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Taelong, and two other members of the Heave Endo Royal Second Team were enduring immense pain. He couldn't help but shake his head. Yu Shaogang really had caused a lot of harm. Shui Binger and the others also became serious, knowing that was the trump card of the second team of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Shui Wu. Shui Binger turned to look at Shui Wu. After receiving Shui Wu's approval, the two activated their soul power and gathered together. In an instant, a silvery white blizzard swept across the entire arena. Shui Binger and Shui Wu's figures gradually merged amidst the falling ice crystals, their soul power intertwining to form a towering, icy blue pillar of light. The next second, the illusory image of the extremely cold ice phoenix flapped its wings and flew out from the pillar of light. Its wingspan was a full 7 meters, and every feather shimmered with a bone-chilling cold light. This is the fusion skill of Shui Binger and Shui Wu's martial souls, falling snow and ice. However, on the other side, in the 7-in-1 formation formed by Tang San and his 7 companions, the torrent of soul power had been completely poured into his body. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his face cracked and bled due to the overload of soul power. Enduring indescribable pain, the Haoshan hammer in his hand was expanding wildly, its head diameter exceeding 5 meters in the blink of an eye, and its dark, golden body hovered in midair like a small mountain. Haoshan true body, open for me. Tang San's voice became hoarse, but he was still roaring. He swung the giant hammer with all his might, before the hammer even touched the ground. The violent pressure had already crushed the ice beneath his feet. PFF'd. Behind them, Dai Mubai and the others coughed up blood, their faces even paler than the dead. But now the arrow is on the bowstring, and it cannot be held back. Chapter 173 Tianshui Academy suffers a narrow defeat. Jixia Academy. We'll avenge you in the next round. This is the rump card of the Heaven Do Royal Second Team. In the VIP section, Ning Fengji stood up in surprise, staring intently at the figure on the stage, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Sword. Douluo Chen Xin shook his head and sighed. A 7-in-1 soul skill forcibly fused together is ultimately a trick, which will harm others and oneself even more. Meanwhile, the 3 members of teaching committee of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy clenched their fists tightly. Their eyes held both heartache for the trainees forcing them to use their secret techniques and a burning desire for victory. You have to hold on. The honor of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy rests on this hammer blow. Extremely cold frost power spread rapidly across the arena, and an ice-blue phoenix spread its wings and flew out. The piercing cry resounded through the sky, and the sound waves were like demonic chants, causing Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others to bleed from their 7 orifices. Tang San endured the excruciating pain all over his body as he watched the ice crystal phoenix glide and crash into him. He activated the purple demon eye, then forcefully raised the dark golden Haoshan true body high and slammed it down. Boom! The explosive shockwave of soul power ripped out in a ring, and the two extreme forces intertwined to form a destructive storm, causing even the soul barrier at the edge of the arena to tremble violently. The extreme cold of the ice phoenix and the domineering power of Haoshan's true form tore each other apart, and the vortex of ice blue and arc gold energy cut the entire arena in two. Suddenly, with a crisp snap, cracks appeared on the ice crystal phoenix's body, and its light dimmed. The Haoshan hammer itself was also covered in frost, and the ice crystals condensed on its surface made a series of fine cracking sounds, as if it might collapse at any moment. Just as the stalemate was at its peak, Tang San suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The muscles in his arms were cracking inch by inch, yet he still roared as he poured all his soul power into the hammer. Bang! The ice crystal phoenix ultimately could not withstand this brutal impact and shattered completely amidst a shower of ice shards. Shui Binger and Shui Wu were forcibly shaken out of their fused state, flying backward like kites with broken strings. Crashing heavily into the soul power barrier, Shui Wu fainted on the spot. Shui Binger knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, barely supporting herself with her ice staff. She looked up at the true form of Haoshan, which was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and swept towards them with its remaining power. Shui Yue and the others were almost all pale with fright, and had no power to resist under the pressure of Haoshan's true form. I give up. Shui Lingyun's scream came urgently from the rest area. Almost simultaneously, the Cardinal of the Spirit Hall appeared in the center of the arena, his sleeve flashing out a golden light to block the hammer's shadow. He shouted sternly, Tianshui Academy is out of fighting strength, Tiando Royal Academy Team 2 wins. The moment the words fell, Yu Hero, Shui Yue, Shen Luyu and the others collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant and their heads drooping. Shui Lingyun also flew from the rest area to the arena and picked up the unconscious Shui Wu in her arms. She turned to look at Tang San and his group of 7, who were also coughing up blood, and said with a grim expression, as a victory aimed by destroying one's own foundation, worth it. Tang San's unfocused gaze swept over Dai Mubai and the others, who were also pale-faced, and he grinned, revealing his blood-stained lips, for the sake of teachers' expectations. It's worth it. Before he could finish speaking, he fell backward and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, Ning Fengji, sitting in the VIP section, sighed and closed his eyes. Sword Douluo shook his head and muttered, Yu Shaogang, what a fine disciple you've taught. The 3 members of the teaching committee of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy were so excited that their faces flushed. If it weren't for the fact that this was the finals venue, they would have jumped up and cheered long ago. They don't care what the students are like. The home team lost in the 3rd round. Now only the second team remains. If they can enter the 5th round, they will have a chance to win the championship and preserve the honor of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Meanwhile, in the rest area of Jixia Academy, Lu Qing stared at the Tian Do group being carried away on stretchers, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Yi Lingling suddenly spoke up, Xiao Qing. Should I go check on Binger and the others? Go with Zhongju. Lu Qing nodded slightly and turned to look at Zhongju. Shall we go together? Du Guyan also looked at Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and the others. After receiving everyone's unanimous agreement, everyone got up and ran towards the rest area of Tianshui Academy, leaving behind Lu Qing, Shi Yan, and 2 other male trainees. Shi Yan asked worriedly, Captain, that Haoshan true form is truly terrifying. Can you handle it? Lu Qing shook his head and scoffed, it's just a product of forced fusion. Far from being a true martial soul true body, nothing to worry about. The captain's voice is still as commanding as ever, the other 2 male trainees said with a thumbs up. Lu Qing simply smiled in response to their compliments. He glanced concernedly in the direction of the Tianshui Academy rest area and saw that Yi Lingling and Zhongzhu had already begun treating Shuiwu and Shui Binger before he felt relieved. Meanwhile, after being repaired by the Soul Saints and Soul Douluo powerhouses of the Spirit Hall, the soul power barrier of the arena stabilized. The competition is still ongoing. In the final battle, the Spirit Hall team faced off against the new Divine Wind Academy. Facing the mysterious Soul Emperor Qian Runshui, Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wushuang, and Huo Wu unleashed T.Er ultimate skills as soon as they entered the arena. Huo Wu's fusion ring, Feng Xiaodian's self-created soul skill, and Huo Wushuang's powerful flames all demonstrated remarkable power to the audience. Unfortunately, Qian Runshui and the golden generation of Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan did not give them any chance. Just like the battle between Jixia Academy and Xingluo Royal Academy, the fight ended easily. After his defeat, Feng Xiaodian sighed helplessly, his gaze passing through the noisy arena before finally settling on Lu Qing. Ultimately, he failed to advance to the 5th round, W. Here he could have a thrilling showdown with his long-awaited opponent. This filled him with regret and resentment. Noticing Feng Xiaodian's gaze, Lu Qing nodded slightly, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. That look seemed to say, "There's plenty of time. There will be many opportunities in the future." This simple action eased Feng Xiaodian's tense expression, and a confident smile returned to his face. He turned around with noticeably lighter steps. With this, the 4th round of the competition came to an end. Finally, Jixia Academy, the Spirit Hall team, and the second team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy all made it to the final. They will compete for the championship again in this square the day after tomorrow. After the event ended, Lu Qing did not rush to leave. He and Lu Erlong, who came from the audience, went straight to the rest area of Tianshui Academy to check on Shui Binger and Shui Wu's injuries. "How are your injuries? Are they serious?" Lu Erlong asked Shui Lingyun. Shui Lingyun sighed softly and looked at Shui Wu with pity, saying, "It's not serious, she just has exhausted her soul power and needs to rest for a few days." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Yu Hero, Shen Luyu and the others were in low spirits, she felt sorry for them and squatted down to comfort them. She said softly, "Don't be sad, everyone. This time, the Heavenly Do Royal Academy has been hiding its strength too well. Moreover, even I didn't expect that bastard Yu Shaogang would actually let his disciples use such a self-destructive martial soul fusion technique to achieve victory." Xiao Wu chimed in from the side, "That's right. Everyone is actually quite strong. You didn't see the scene when Lan Hao and Dai Mubai were carried away. They suffered much more than you." Shui Binger looked up and smiled gently, "Thank you everyone. Actually, we're fine now. It's just that we trained with you all for so long, but we were defeated here. So we're a little unwilling to accept it." Yu Hero, Shen Luyu, Ji Yu Qingbo, Chu Ruoshui and others all nodded in agreement. This is their first and last time participating in the Soul Master competition. After this Soul Master competition ends, they will graduate from Tianshui Academy, and there will be no next opportunity. Shui Yue looked up at Lu Qing with her watery eyes. "Senior Lu Qing. We lost here, you won't blame us, will you?" "Of course not, you've already done your best." Lu Qing squatted down and gently stroked the top of her head. "It's all right. Wait until the next round and we'll avenge you. Yes, you guys just watch from the sidelines as we beat Lan Hao and Dai Mubai to a pulp." Xiao Wu waved her little fists fiercely. This scene immediately caused everyone present to burst into laughter, covering their mouths and chuckling. Chapter 174 The Battle of Fate. The ultimate showdown between three forces. The following morning, Lu Qing set off alone on the stone steps leading to Papal Mountain. Guided by the paladin, he arrived at the reception room on the left side of the Papal Palace. Just as I sat down on the carved chair, a series of crisp footsteps came from the side hall. Lu Qing looked in the direction of the sound and saw Bibi Dong walking gracefully towards him in a light purple dress. The morning light shone through the stained glass, casting dappled shadows on her, making her stunningly beautiful face even more captivating. Her graceful figure was partially revealed beneath her long dress, and every step she took exuded natural elegance and majesty. "Brother Lu Qing, what brings you here at this hour?" Bibi Dong took the teacup from the waiter and personally presented it to Lu Qing. Tomorrow is the 5th round of the finals. Shouldn't you be focusing on getting into shape now? I was just missing the Pope, so I came to keep her company and have a chat. Lu Qing smiled and took the teacup from her hand, taking a light sip. The amber-colored tea left a faint fragrance on his lips and teeth. All right, what would you like to talk about, little brother? Bibi Dong sat down next to Lu Qing with a playful smile and a captivating fragrance. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow and smiled. How are the injuries of those from the second team of the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy? Will they affect tomorrow's finals? Hearing him say these things, Bibi Dong's displeasure was visibly obvious. But she still answered. The others are not in much trouble, at most they are depleted of soul power. But Tang Hao's son Tang San is the most seriously injured. However, our spirit hall has a healing-type spirit master at the spirit saint level, who is treating him right now. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but shake his head and curse. That scoundrel Yu Shaogang is truly misleading young people. Bibi Dong sneered. That's just the kind of person he is. Forget about him. Lu Qing waved his hand. Changing the subject. Tomorrow is the final. Is your sister all ready? Bibi Dong's lips curled up slightly, and her slender fingers gently gathered the hem of her skirt. Little brother, don't worry. Your sister has already laid a trap in Wuhan City. She leaned back lazily in her chair, her purple eyes fixed on Lu Qing. The elders of the Spirit Hall will all actively cooperate with your actions. As soon as Tang Hao shows up, they will surround him together with you. With your domain suppression and the combined attack of the elders, Tang Hao will have no chance of escaping this calamity. I believe in the Pope's arrangements, Lu Qing suddenly sighed. I just don't know what the origin of that scarlet power is, and whether the Pope has found a way to break it. Bibi Dong tapped her fingertips lightly on the table, her eyes deep and unfathomable. That energy should originate from the divine realm. After speaking, Bibi Dong turned to look at Yu Qing and found that he was calm and not as surprised as she had expected. She couldn't help but ask curiously, did your younger brother already know about the gods? Although there are no records of gods on the entire continent, I was fortunate enough to receive the inheritance of a dragon king, Lu Qing casually made up. I see. Bibi Dong was secretly surprised. She hadn't expected her little brother to be so lucky. She then said seriously, anyway, you don't need to worry about your brother. If that scarlet energy reappears tomorrow, I will take action. She was caught off guard during the last battle at Holy Soul Village, which is why Tang Hao injured her. This time, she made all the necessary preparations. Even if that scarlet power causes Tang Hao to go berserk again, he won't be able to escape this time. With the Pope's words, I can rest assured. Lu Qing smiled and was about to get up when his wrist was suddenly grabbed. He looked at Bibi Dong with a puzzled expression, only to see that although her purple eyes were cold, her voice was unusually gentle. Sit here with me for a while. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment, then sat down again. Seeing that he did not refuse, Bibi Dong finally smiled again. In the ensuing conversation, Lu Qing gradually realized that Bibi Dong seemed to be particularly interested in his childhood experiences. However, he did not give perfunctory answers, but patiently and meticulously responded to each question. As the conversation deepened, Bibi Dong occasionally revealed a thoughtful expression. Lu Qing noticed that it was already afternoon outside, and he should leave to prepare for tomorrow's finals, so he said goodbye to Bibi Dong and left. This time, Bibi Dong did not force him to stay, but instead escort Lu Qing to the outside of the Papal Palace and watched him walk down the Papal Mountain. Only after Lu Qing's figure disappeared did she reluctantly turn her gaze away and look up at the fiery red clouds. On the other side, when Lu Qing returned to the Martial Soul Hotel, he was blocked in the hotel lobby by Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who were both very aggressive. You stinky Lu Qing, he's been gone since early this morning. Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips, her pink bunny ears standing up. Tell me, where did he go today? Of course, it's to find out about our opponents tomorrow, Lu Qing said, spreading his hands with an innocent look on his face. Ning Rongrong asked in surprise, Brother Qing, you didn't go to visit Dai Mubai and Lan Hao, did you? Yes, Lu Qing nodded slightly, a sharp glint in his eyes. If we don't find out, how are we going to avenge Shui Binger and the others tomorrow? Xiao Wu frowned, her rabbit ears twitching slightly. How badly are they injured? Are they really crippled? Quote, of course not. Lu Qing smiled and told the two about Dai Mubai and Tang San's injuries. When the two learned that Tang San was seriously injured and that Dai Mubai and the others had exhausted their soul power, they exchanged a glance. They were coughing up blood but they didn't die. They're so tenacious, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Xiao Wu crossed her arms and snorted, it's good that they're not dead. I'll see how I kick their asses to pieces tomorrow. Lu Qing smiled and ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. All right, let's settle any grudges on the field tomorrow. The most important thing now is to get into good shape. The finals are no joke. Tomorrow's opponents won't just be the Heaven-Do Royal Academy's second team. There's also an even stronger Spirit Hall team. It's foreseeable that tomorrow will be a fierce battle. The fifth round of the finals will adopt a three-team round-robin format, in which each team will have to compete in turn. Each team will play against the other two teams. Those who suffer all losses will be eliminated. The remaining two teams will face off in the final showdown to determine this year's champion. Therefore, tomorrow's battle is not only a rigorous test of each Soul Master's combat ability, but also a huge test of their physical reserves and endurance in combat. Therefore, everyone needs to be in top form to deal with any unexpected events that may occur in the finals. Time slips away quietly. Soon, the day of the final arrived. To highlight the importance of the final, the Spirit Hall temporarily added seats in the spectator stands so that more people could watch the final battle of the Spirit Master tournament. At this moment, all the teams from various colleges had arrived at the spectator stands. Among them were Soul Master academies such as Thunder Academy and Azure Sun Academy, which were eliminated in the preliminary rounds. Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin looked at the Jixia Academy rest area with complicated expressions, their eyes completely focused on one of the people there. Yu Tianxin thought about his past arrogant behavior and couldn't help but laugh at himself. At this moment, Lu Qing stood proudly on the final stage. The two brothers could only sit on the sidelines, becoming mere spectators of this grand event. With a crisp tap of the papal scepter on the ground, the ultimate showdown, bringing together the strongest young soul masters from across the continent, began. The curtain has finally risen. Chapter 175 Success or Death. Lu Qing's absolute defense. Lu Qing stood with his hands behind his back in front of the rest area of Jixia Academy. He glanced sideways at the Spirit Hall team on his right, then his gaze settled on the members of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy's second team. Dai Mubai and the others had rosy complexions, clearly having recovered from yesterday's injuries. Tang San's face remained pale, yet he stubbornly met Tang San's gaze across the distance. Only Tang San's face remained pale, clearly indicating that he had not fully recovered. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others noticed his gaze and met his eyes without any attempt to hide their hostility. Tang San's eyes, in particular, seemed to be poisoned, and an intense killing intent swept towards Lu Qing. Their eyes met in midair, sparking invisible fire. Even before the match started, there was already a tense atmosphere between the two sides. The next second, Tang San's lips moved twice, and he silently uttered three words. Just wait to die. Quote. Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. It seems that the 7-in-1 fusion technique gave him a lot of courage in the match against Tianshui Academy. I just don't know if you'll still have the ability to unleash that 7-in-1 fusion technique again. Just then, the Cardinal of the Spirit Hall walked up to the high platform, his sharp, hawk-like eyes sweeping across the entire arena. His voice, like a booming bell, resounded in all directions. The finals of the All-Continent Elite Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies are about to begin. The fifth round of this finals will be a three-team round-robin format. The first match will be between the Jixia Academy team and the Tiando Royal Academy team 2. All contestants, please make your final preparations. The competition will begin in 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, gasps of surprise erupted throughout the audience. In the Spirit Hall team's rest area, Qian Runshui turned to look at Lu Qing and the others, a slight smile playing on her lips beneath her gilded mask. Let me see how you'll crush these ants. Meanwhile, in the Rest area of the Heaven Do Royal Second Team. Tang San's pale face revealed a sinister smile, while Dai Mubai and the others looked solemn. At the same time, Lu Qing turned to look at Dugu Yan and the others behind him and said in a deep voice, according to the previous plan, we should finish this quickly and not waste any extra physical strength and soul power. Understood. Dugu Yan and the others said in unison, while also looking back at Tang San and Dai Mubai's group with equal defiance. Xiao Wu crossed her arms and sneered at Tang San, finally, I can avenge Shui Binger and the others. They arrived in a short time. Within 15 minutes, Lu Qing led everyone onto the arena, where they stood opposite Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others from the Heaven Do Royal Team 2. Tang San's sinister gaze swept over the crowd like a venomous snake, and with a flick of his right hand, he summoned his clear sky hammer martial soul. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. 2 purple spirit rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. At the same time, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tailong, and others also released their martial spirits. Their spirit rings intertwined, echoing Tang San's blue-silver grass. What can I say about you? You never learn from your mistakes. Lu Qing sneered, gripping the blood-patterned blade tightly in his hand. The soul power of Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, and Shi Yan also erupted and merged with Lu Qing's soul power. With a loud boom, the entire arena trembled violently, as if it couldn't withstand the fluctuations of their soul power. Seeing this, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others immediately stood behind Tang San, forming a vertical line like they had in the 4th round of the semifinals. Lu Qing chuckled. What, were you planning to use the 7-in-1 fusion technique from the start? Success or death? Tang San roared, frantically channeling his soul power. Just like yesterday, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Tailong all gathered their soul power onto Tang San. Everyone present was shocked. Are the Royal Academy's second team insane? They unleashed their ultimate move right from the start. Aren't they afraid of exhausting their soul power and losing all chance to continue the competition? But Tang San and the others knew that even if they were all at their peak, they would still be doomed to defeat against either the Spirit Hall team or the Jixia Academy. So it's better to go all out from the start and use their strongest 7-in-1 fusion technique to forcefully break through the opponent's formation. With Oscar's recovery sausages, even if Tang San gets injured again, as long as Dai Mubai and the others can recover, they still have hope. Captain, should we attack directly? Shi Yan asked worriedly, sensing the surging, turbulent soul power fluctuations from the other side. Xiao Wu clenched her fists and said angrily, you stinky Lu Qing. Let me go up and interrupt them. No need, I can handle it alone. Lu Qing smiled contemptuously, carrying the blood-patterned sword in one hand as he walked forward. Rongrong, amplify the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. Ning Rongrong nodded slightly, then channeled her soul power. 9 treasures transform into glazed glass. 9 treasures have a name. The first is strength. Secondly, speed. The third point, attack. Fourth, the soul. As soon as she finished speaking, the 9 treasures glazed pagoda in her hand emitted a dazzling and brilliant glazed light. 4 dazzling beams of light, like rainbows, entered Lu Qing's body, causing an astonishing surge of energy to erupt from his body. Dugu Yan, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, Shi Yan and others all stood apart. Dugu Yan and Shi Yan protected Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu lightly darted to Lu Qing's left and right sides, each about 10 steps away. As soon as the battle begins, the Y can immediately charge into the enemy ranks and eliminate everyone. Tang San noticed the positions of everyone from Jixia Academy, especially Lu Qing, who had walked into their attack range alone. His gaze suddenly darkened. 7-in-1, merge. He roared, urging his soul power to intertwine with the soul power of Dai Mubai and the others. The immense soul power surged towards him like a flood, and that tearing pain once again spread throughout his body. In addition, his body had not fully recovered, and as soon as he began to accept the fusion of soul power, Tang San felt a metallic taste in his throat. PFF'd. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but still desperately circulated his Zhongtian Gong, gathering everyone's soul power together. Tang San stared at the figure in front of him with bloodshot eyes. his hands trembling as he raised the clear sky hammer. Clear sky. True form. The Haoshan hammer in his hand expanded wildly under the infusion of the 7-in-1 fusion technique. With the diameter of the hammerhead increasing to 5 meters, and the soul power on the dark golden surface of the hammer surging like magma. This suffocating sense of oppression swept over them, and Du Guyan and the others' expressions instantly became extremely solemn. Yi Lingling immediately released the sacred heart begonia, a pale white light flowing around her body, ready to provide healing support to Lu Qing at any time. Little did anyone know that Lu Qing remained calm and composed in front of Haoshan's true form, and his fifth soul ring suddenly lit up. Fifth soul skill, iron-blooded bright light armor. Quote, with a whoosh, a layer of dark gold armor instantly enveloped his entire body, and his fiery red cloak moved and fluttered even without wind. Come, Lu Qing shouted, and the blood-patterned blade slammed heavily to the ground, bursting forth with a scarlet light. The sturdy arena was actually cracked by the impact. Go to hell. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, and his violent soul power surged through his meridians. He roared and swung his 5-meter diameter Haoshan true body, the dark golden hammer tearing through the air and crashing down on Lu Qing with a torrent of soul power like lava. Before the giant hammer even arrived, the terrifying air pressure had already created spiderweb-like cracks on the arena floor. Lu Qing remained motionless, not even raising the blood-patterned blade. The moment the giant hammer fell, a layer of yellowish-brown light suddenly burst forth from his body. Clang! The deafening clang of metal clashing echoed through the sky as the giant hammer and the tan shield collided violently, unleashing a blinding surge of soul energy like a storm. With a loud boom, the entire arena trembled violently, and the spiderweb-like cracks rapidly expanded, even spreading throughout the entire arena. Even the soul power barrier at the edge trembled violently, as if it were about to break at any moment. Tang San's tiger's mouth was shattered by the impact, and blood dripped down his arm. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the yellowish-brown shield actually withstand the impact of Haoshan's true form. This is impossible. How could his shield be? Dai Mubai exclaimed in shock from behind, as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Qing blocked the Haoshan true body, which was infused with the 7-in-1 fusion technique, without even using his martial soul. Seeing this, everyone except Ning Fengji, who was familiar with Lu Qing's background, and Sword Douluo Chen Shin and others stood up in surprise. How could this be? The Heaven Do Royal Second Team's 7-in-1 fusion technique was actually blocked just like that. Lu Qing scoffed, raising the blood-patterned blade with one hand and pointing it forward at Haoshan's true form. Is this all the power you've got for the so-called 7-in-1 fusion technique? Or, take a look at mine. Chapter 176 Severing Haoshan's True Form. The battle for the championship begins. Erlong, what exactly is the origin of Zhao Qing's soul bone? In the spectator stands, Shui Lingyun couldn't help but ask Lu Erlong, who was sitting next to her, a question. Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows and smiled. That's a piece of the torso bone from an 80,000-year-old Xuanjia dragon turtle, and it's connected to Zhao Qing's fifth soul ring. What? An 80,000-year-old torso and bones? Shui Lingyun and those around her who heard this gasped in shock. Lu Erlong didn't stop and continued, that's how the soul bone works. As long as you stand still for 1 second, it can trigger a passive defense. Moreover, its defensive capabilities are twice that of Zhao Qing's existing defenses. Coincidentally, his fifth spirit ring, the iron-blooded bright armor, can increase defense by 3 times. In addition, the effect of this spirit bone is multiplicative, so it can ultimately increase defense by 6 times. Although her voice wasn't loud, it was clear enough for all the soul masters present to hear clearly. In an instant, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The power of this soul bone is simply too great. It's one thing to double the defense, but it's multiplied by the existing defense. However, this also makes sense, as it explains why they were able to withstand the 7-in-1 fusion technique of the Heavenly Do Royal Second Team on their own. This is way too powerful. Shui Lingyun swallowed hard. Lu Erlong shook his head and laughed, it's not that strong. This effect only works when you're standing. The defensive effect will disappear immediately once you move. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. Isn't this just sacrificing movement speed for defense? However, considering the amazing defensive boost this soul bone can provide, this cost is not a concern. It should be noted that Lu Qing's current defensive capabilities have already rendered opponents of the same level helpless. Once he breaks through to the tidal Douluo realm in the future, probably no one on the entire continent will be able to shake his defenses. On the arena, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others looked ashen-faced. They never expected that Lu Qing's torso bones would be so strong. Tang San trembled violently, and blood gushed from his mouth as if it were free. His prized 7-in-1 fusion technique now seemed like a laughable joke. Are you ready to take this move? Lu Qing's face revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He spun around with the blood-patterned blade in one hand, and suddenly leapt into the air. The third move of the mountain and river saber technique, lone edge across the clouds. Hey, mistress, watch out! Dai Mubai snapped, giving a sharp warning. But it was too late. The blood-patterned sword cleaved down vertically, its blade light condensing into a 100-foot-long transparent crystal pillar, like a solitary peak piercing through the sea of clouds. Tang San's pupils contracted sharply. The crimson light in his eyes magnified rapidly, and the chill of death surged in like a tidal wave. He desperately tried to circulate his Zantian Gong to withdraw his Hoshin true body to block. But the surging soul power in his meridians had long since gone out of control. The backlash from the 7-in-1 fusion technique transformed into thousands of red-hot steel needles, tearing his internal organs to shreds. Snap! A crisp cracking sound echoed throughout the venue. The crimson blade light descended like divine punishment, its unparalleled sharpness striking down upon the world. The Hoshin true body, hailed as the #1 weapon spirit in the world, crumbled inch by inch under this blade of light, like fragile glass. Wah! The clear sky hammer in Tang San's hand emitted a mournful cry under the blade light. The dark gold hammer body was completely pierced by the scarlet sharpness, and cracks spread like a spider web bee. Four finally turning into light spots and shrinking back into his body. PFF'd. He even spewed out a cloud of blood mist, his right arm twisted strangely, and white bone fragments pierced through his flesh. With Hoshin's true body shattered and his martial soul severely injured, a violent backlash swept over his entire body like a tidal wave. He felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, all his strength drained away. And he collapsed heavily to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Mistress! Dai Mubai's eyes widened in fury, and his white tiger protective barrier instantly erupted. However, he had consumed too much soul power in order to perform the 7-in-1 fusion technique. The moment he released the white tiger protective barrier, his body swayed violently. As a result, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu on both sides seized the opportunity in an instant. The two quickly launched their attack, flying to Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tailong, and the others. Before they could react, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu had already knocked them to the ground. A strong feeling of weakness spread through their bodies again, and they could no longer hold on, so all 7 of them fainted. Match 1. Jixia Academy wins. The Cardinal of the Spirit Hall announced the result of the match at the opportune moment. Then, healing-type soul masters from the Spirit Hall would run onto the arena and lift the unconscious Tang San and the others off. In the VIP section, Ning Fengji looked at the figure on the arena wielding a long sword with one hand and couldn't stop smiling. Uncle Jian, take a look. This is the future of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Sword Douluo Chen Shin nodded approvingly. To sever Hoshin's true body with a single strike, he has already achieved this at such a young age. His future is indeed limitless. On the high platform of the Papal Palace, Bibi Dong stared intently at Lu Qing, who was like a god of war on the arena, a strange smile curving her lips. What's so bad about severing Hoshin's true form? What she truly desires is for this sword to one day sever the shackles binding the entire continent. In contrast to the shock or awe of others, the rest area of the Spirit Hall team was eerily quiet. Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan all wore terribly solemn expressions. Lu Qing's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. No wonder they suffered such a crushing defeat last time. It turns out that their opponents were no longer them. Hu Liena turned to look at Qian Runshui, who was still wearing the gilded mask, and asked, Miss Shui, can that Lu Qing really be defeated? Leave him to me. You all can focus on dealing with Dugu Yan, Zhu Zuqing, and the others, Qian Runshui replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena turned to look at her brother Xie Yu and Yan, and a resolute look flashed in their eyes at the same time. Just then, the cardinal of the spirit hall on the high platform announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen. Because all members of the second team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy are seriously injured, His Holiness the Pope has decided that they will withdraw from the final competition of this year's finals." Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the teaching committee of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy all painfully facepalmed. Meanwhile, the cardinal announced again, "Next, the Jixia Academy and the Spirit Hall team will compete for the final championship. Both teams, please make your final preparations. The match will resume in a quarter of an hour." As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the entire audience. It's finally here. The duel between the 2 Soul Emperors. This is the match we've been waiting for. Go Lu Qing. Defeat the Spirit Hall team. Champion of Jixia Academy. The strongest in the Heaven Do Empire. Go, Golden Generation. The honor of the Spirit Hall rests entirely on your shoulders. ... Lu Qing led Dugu Yan and the others back to their private rest area, where they began to meditate and recover their soul power. 15 minutes passed quickly. When the cardinal announced the start of the final battle, everyone from Jixia Academy and the Spirit Hall team stood up. They exchanged a glance, and a faint electric current seemed to run through their eyes. "Let's go. Let's take the championship." Lu Qing flicked his sleeves, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "Let's take the championship." Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Shi Yan, Zhang Zhu, and 2 other male students raised their right hands. Everyone spoke in unison, their voices echoing throughout the entire Papal Hill. Chapter 177 The Angelic Holy Sword. Qian Runshui's transformation. Lu Qing led Dugu Yan and the others through the waiting area onto the arena. Qian Runshui also came towards them with Hu Liena and others. The moment the members of both teams stood on the arena, their soul power erupted uncontrollably. Lu Qing held the blood-patterned blade, and a violent surge of soul power swept forward. Qian Runshui unfurled 3 pairs of golden wings behind her, held a platinum-white longsword, and was enveloped in a layer of golden light. The light was incredibly holy, making her appear as pure and holy as a small sun, and it even managed to withstand the violent aura of the blood-patterned blade. Behind her was Hu Liena, who had long, fiery red hair and a large, fluffy tail that grew out of her back, resembling a flowing flame. Dugu Yan smiled charmingly, and her lower body suddenly transformed into a snake tail, its emerald green scales shimmering with a cold light in the sunlight. Across from him, Xie Yu gripped the moon blade tightly with both hands, its sharp blade gleaming with a chilling light. Xiao Wu crossed her arms over her chest, let out a soft hum, and her 2 rabbit ears on her head twitched slightly. Despite the reinforcement, the entire arena creaked and groaned from the sheer power of the 14 people, and even the soul power barrier shook. Hundreds of spirit rings hovered around their respective owners, rotating slowly and rhythmically, their light intertwining. Neither side uttered a word, and they stood silently facing each other, creating a tense and intense atmosphere throughout the arena. The match begins. As the voice of the cardinal from the Spirit Hall faded, Lu Qing and Ning Rongrong were the first to activate their spirit skills. 5th Soul Skill, Iron-Blooded Bright Armor. 2nd Soul Skill, Raging Battle Intent. Th2 powerful soul skills attached to him. Lu Qing's dark red soul power circulated rapidly throughout his body, and the blood-patterned blade unleashed an unstoppable sharpness. Buzz. The blow. Red patterns on the hilt glowed with a scarlet light, and dark red lightning exploded in the air. As the glazed light of the 9 treasures glazed pagoda fell upon him, his aura reached its peak in an instant, and his momentum exploded like a volcanic eruption. 3rd Soul Skill, Breaking Waves. Lu Qing wielded the blood-patterned blade with one hand, its sharp edge slicing through the air, and crimson blade energy flew out close to the ground, stirring up dust. A smug smile appeared on Qian Runshui's face. When she watched him fight with the other elders, she always liked to start with a combo like this. So, she was prepared all along. Angel Shield. With a soft shout, A purple soul ring on her body lit up, and surging soul power transformed into a golden shield that enveloped her entire body. Clang! With a crisp sound, the scarlet blade energy was actually blocked by her golden shield and quickly obliterated. Then, the golden shield suddenly shot out a golden stream of light, tearing through the air like an arrow falling from the sun, heading straight for Lu Qing's face. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, then raised the blood-patterned sword with one hand and slashed diagonally. The next second, bang! Golden light exploded in the air. Let's go! Lu Qing let out a low shout, and his first spirit ring suddenly lit up. The blood thunder sky-splitting slash was activated instantly. He and his sword transformed into dark red lightning bolts and rushed forward, so fast that they were almost invisible. At almost the same time, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing arrived. The two separated to the left and right, leaving only afterimages along their path. At the same time, Douluo Yan opened her mouth and spat out the venom of the azure phosphor snake, which spread rapidly forward. Scatter! Stick to the original tactics! Qian Runshui shouted in a low voice, then activated her soul power to unleash her first soul skill, Angelic Assault, and charged towards Lu Qing. After receiving the instructions, Xie Yu immediately led two other Spirit Hall team members, both of whom were strong attack-type soul masters, to bypass Lu Qing's attack range, and split into two groups to rush towards Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. Xie Yu was the first to find Xiaowu's whereabouts. He brandished his moon blades with both hands, and the sharp, cold light sliced through the air and went straight for Xiaowu. The other two offensive-type soul masters turned to look for Zhu Zuqing, unaware that Zhu Zuqing had already bypassed them and transformed into the netherworld to infiltrate the rear of the Spirit Hall team. At the same time, Giant Rock Hammer Shi Yan leapt into the air, his fists rapidly growing larger, and the surface of his fists was covered by a layer of rock-like substance. With a loud boom, his fists slammed heavily at the feet of the two power attack-type soul masters, the terrifying impact sending them both flying. Bang! In the very center of the battlefield, Lu Qing and Qian Runshui's first soul skills collided simultaneously. Golden and dark red soul power intertwined in the air, like two exploding suns colliding violently. And the violent energy ripples tore the air within a 10-meter radius into a vacuum. You came prepared, huh? Lu Qing blinked his right eye lightly. Of course. Qian Runshui snorted triumphantly. I've simulated this battle countless times in my mind, and finally found a way to defeat you. Alright, let's consider this our second duel then. Lu Qing chuckled. Qian Runshui swept her sword horizontally. Just what I wanted. Swords clashed, producing a series of crisp sounds, and sparks exploded in the air. She knew that Lu Qing was powerful, and that she would definitely be at a greater disadvantage if they confronted each other head-on. Therefore, she precisely avoided the sharp edge of Lu Qing's blade with each attack, instead stabbing his weak joints at tricky angles, making full use of the defeat techniques that Qian Douluo taught her. However, Lu Qing was not unprepared, and with his strong combat instincts, he managed to escape danger time and time again. Clang! After another collision, Qian Runshui staggered back 4 or 5 steps, her right hand holding the sword trembling slightly from the pain. This little rascal really went all out against me. Beneath Qian Runshui's gilded mask, her purple eyes were cold and gloomy. She quickly spread out the 3 pairs of angel wings behind her and took to the air. Trying to escape, the sky TTING silver wings rapidly unfolded from his spine, the 6-meter-long wings appearing as if cast from steel. The sharp feathers gleamed even more strikingly in the sunlight. His gaze swept briefly over Zhu Zuqing, who was already entangled in a battle with Huliena and Yan. The netherworld cat's sharp claws tore through Yan's granite armor, leaving white claw marks on it. Facing Xie Yu head-on, Xiaowu spared no effort, using her soft skills and soul skills to the fullest extent, suppressing Xie Yu in a very sorry state. Shi Yan even used his defensive advantages to withstand the attack of the other soul masters from the Spirit Hall team. Although Douluo Yan had been protecting Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong, the jade phosphorus serpent venom always appeared where it was needed. Very good. Everyone has gained the upper hand, so Lu Qing no longer hesitated and took to the air to chase after Qian Runshui. Seeing this, Qian Runshui's lips curled into a smug smile. In the end, the six-winged angel still reigned supreme in the air. Without fear, she turned around, picked up her platinum longsword, and transformed into a golden streak of light, piercing straight towards Lu Qing's chest. Lu Qing swung his sword in retaliation, and the two engaged in another fierce battle in midair. Clang! The swords clashed countless times, and the sparks reflected off the faces of the spectators, making them glow red. Not bad, your combat awareness has improved a lot since returning to Wuhan City, Lu Qing praised in a low voice. Qian Runshui smugly snorted. Do you think my training these past few days has been for nothing? The sword in your hand, is it the legendary angelic holy sword? Lu Qing said, as he slammed the blood-patterned blade heavily into the platinum longsword. That's right, it is indeed the angelic holy sword. Qian Runshui quickly drew her sword, turned around and swept it horizontally again. I borrowed this from my grandfather specifically for this decisive battle. As she spoke, her swordplay became even more ferocious than before. Lu Qing parried with his sword, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Without divine power, it's just an ordinary weapon after all. That's a divine weapon too, it's enough to cut you down, Qian Runshui said coldly. Chapter 178 Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Enchanting Charm. Trapped in peril, he battle on the arena was in full swing. In the high-altitude battlefield, Lu Qing and Qian Runshui engaged in an earth-shattering duel, with dazzling sparks flying between their swords. Meanwhile, on the ground battlefield, the Golden Generation also engaged in fierce battles with Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Shi Yan, and others. The various soul skills shone with dazzling light, leaving the audience overwhelmed. This is terrifying. Is this the true strength of the Jixia Academy and the Spirit Hall team? Besides that torso bone, Lu Qing also has an external soul bone, which actually overpowers the six-winged angel martial soul in the air. That girl named Xiao Wu is also very strong, she's even suppressing Xie Yu from the Golden Generation. I heard her martial soul is the soft bone rabbit. When did the soft bone rabbit martial soul become so powerful? Who knows how Jixia Academy trains its students? Look at their netherworld cat martial soul, it's so fast you can hardly see its afterimage. With wave after wave of attacks from Jixia Academy, the Spirit Hall team was the first to show signs of decline. First, Zhu Zuqing seized the opportunity the support-type Soul Master was attacked. She unleashed her first soul skill, Netherworld Thrust, and her second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws, simultaneously, sending the support-type Soul Master off the field. Yan was also being relentlessly pursued by Shi Yan, and was unable to provide any support. He could only watch helplessly as their support-type Soul Master was eliminated. Hu Liena could have provided support. However, Du Guyan, who was standing in the position, did not give her that chance. The venom of the jade phosphorus snake, carrying a highly corrosive toxin, drifted over. Hu Liena was terrified and was so focused on dodging that she didn't notice that Xiao Wu, who was fighting Xie Yu, suddenly turned around. In a flash, the pink figure appeared behind her, Xiao Wu's long right leg swept out like a steel whip, striking her abdomen hard. Hu Liena groaned in pain, her body flying backwards 7 or 8 meters like a kite with a broken string. When it fell heavily to the ground, it coughed up a mouthful of bitter bile. Nana, seeing that Zhu Zuqing was already rushing towards her sister, Xie Yu hurriedly swung his moon blade to force Xiao Wu back. And then his figure flew towards Hu Liena like lightning. Whoosh! The sharp moon blade sliced through the air, and the third soul skill erupted with a roar. A cold glint flashed in Zhu Zuqing's eyes. She lightly touched the ground with her toes and her figure darted back 4 or 5 meters like a ghost, barely avoiding the sharp blade wind. Seeing that he had forced his opponent back, Xie Yu relaxed his tense nerves and quickly turned around to run towards Hu Liena, who had fallen to the ground. Nana, are you all right? It's nothing. Hu Liena bit her lower lip hard. Cold sweat sliding down her pale cheeks. Xie Yu turned to look at Yan and found that he was also completely suppressed by Shi Yan and Xiao Wu who had arrived. Shi Yan stood in front, taking the brunt of the lava's damage. While Xiao Wu used her graceful technique to deliver a powerful kick to Yan's abdomen. Bang! Yan's tall body crashed heavily behind the brother and sister, sending fragments of his shattered granite armor flying everywhere. Yan. Xie Yu hurriedly brandished her moon blade to protect Yan, staring intently at Shi Yan and Xiao Wu. You have no chance anymore, admit defeat. Dugu Yan walked up, wriggling her snake tail, and said in a cold voice. Yan's handsome features contorted in pain. He looked around and saw that besides the three of them, the only our member of the Spirit Hall team was Miss Shui, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Qing in the air. However, Miss Shui's situation doesn't seem too optimistic either, as she is frequently suppressed by Lu Qing. Those sky-splitting silver wings were even more agile than the wings of a six-winged angel, and as hard as steel. Even when the angel's holy sword struck it, it only produced sparks. Could it be that we're really going to lose this time? Yan cautiously raised her eyes and secretly glanced at Bibi Dong on the high platform of the papal palace. However, they discovered at Bibi Dong's attention seemed to be elsewhere, as she kept watching Lu Qing and Qian Runshui, who were engaged in aerial combat. Despite the pain, Hu Liena straightened her back and shouted, "Who said we don't have a chance?" Yan, do you still remember what we trained before? Xie Yu asked. Yan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Of course. I'll take care of the others." "All right." Xie Yu turned to look at Hu Liena. "Nana, use the martial soul fusion technique." Hu Liena nodded slightly, and the two immediately activated their soul power. Red mist burst forth from the two siblings, and pink and gold soul power intertwined like silk. Bewitching. Hu Liena and Xie Yu shouted in unison, and their figures collided suddenly in the red mist. A dazzling pink-gold light erupted from their bodies, and the energy vortex generated by the fusion of their martial souls caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground within a 10-meter radius. As the light faded, a gender-neutral figure with long, fiery hair and an eerie appearance slowly emerged from the red mist. His entire body was covered in red and black armor, and two crescent blades spun in his hands, creating arcs of death. "Be careful." Dugu Yan's pupils contracted slightly, and she immediately warned everyone in a stern voice. "So this is the soul fusion skill that Stinky Lu Qing mentioned, demonic charm. It doesn't look that strong." Xiao Wu snorted lightly, and the next second she suddenly teleported behind demonic charm. "Take this kick from Sister Xiao Wu first." In response, the Mon only chuckled and let Xiao Wu's attacks land on her. With a crisp bang, Xiao Wu's kick struck the demon's back precisely, but the opponent remained completely unmoved. A mocking laugh echoed Rom within the red mist. "Is that all the strength you've got?" Xiao Wu's pupils contracted sharply, only to see that the bewitching figure twisted strangely, and with a flash of cold light from the moon blade, it slashed back at her neck. "Xiao Wu!" Zhu Zuqing rushed over, grabbed Xiao Wu's waist with both hands, and threw her away, barely managing to dodge the demon's slash. However, the demon sneered, and the red mist around her suddenly exploded, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Seeing this, Qian Runshui, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Qing in midair, couldn't help but smile with a confident smile. The most powerful aspect of Hu Liena and Xie Yu's martial soul fusion skill, Enchantress, is this layer of red mist. This layer of red mist can greatly weaken He enemy's five senses and even interfere with the enemy's soul power perception. Although I've never seen it before, it seems useless to me. Lu Qing's voice rang out leisurely in the red mist. With a casual swing of his blood-patterned blade, he precisely parried the incoming angelic holy sword. The blood-patterned blade, trailing a long crimson-gold light, sliced through the red mist's blockade. Relying on his powerful combat instincts, Lu Qing was able to pinpoint Qian Runshui's location with almost perfect accuracy. The sky-splitting silver wings unfolded rapidly, unleashing 365 beams of silver light that tore through the red mist area like a storm. Qian Runshui's eyes narrowed slightly beneath her gilded mask. She realized that the other party was not only unaffected by the red mist, but had actually used the mist to enhance their perception to a terrifying degree. This little rascal is so hard to deal with. Then look at his teammates. Whether it was Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Shi Yan, or others, they were all deeply trapped in the red mist and unable to extricate themselves. The world before their eyes was being distorted, and their vision, hearing, and even their soul power perception were declining at an alarming rate. The alluring figure appeared and disappeared in the mist, the cold glint of the moon blade like the scythe of death, each flash causing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's hair to stand on end. Whoosh! A silver light grazed Xiao Wu's neck, severing several strands of her black hair. Zhu Zuqing had just pulled her back 3 steps when she vaguely saw that a half-foot-deep knife mark had appeared where Xiao Wu had been standing. But the demon's main target was not them, but Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong at the very back. These two possess the strongest healing type and support type martial souls in the entire continent. We must deal with them first. Otherwise, they have no chance of winning. Oh no, Rongrong, get out of the way. Yi Lingling's voice came from within the red mist. The next second, the whistling sound of a moon blade cutting through the air came from within the red mist. Dugu Yan's pupils trembled slightly, and she knew that the demon had already gone to attack Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of potent azure phosphorus serpent venom, which adhered to every inch of the red mist and swept outwards. Chapter 179 The Sacred Heart Begonia in Bloom. Angelic Realm vs Heavenly Thunder Prison Array. The arena was completely shrouded in red mist, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. But then Yi Lingling's shout came from within the red mist, followed by a crisp metallic clanging sound. Why? Anne's roar was accompanied by the sound of granite cracking, and pillars of lava fire burst forth continuously in the red mist. The soul power barrier at the edge of the arena trembled violently under the energy impact, and the eerie cold light of the moon blade and the dark green venom of the jade phosphorus serpent could be vaguely seen intertwining in the mist. In the audience, Lu Erlong, Shui Lingyun, Shui Binger, and others were all sweating bullets for Dugu Yan and her group. Oh no, Jixia Academy is at a disadvantage. The Spirit Hall's golden generation is still too strong. Their spirit fusion skill, Enchantress, is too effective against other spirit masters. The Jixia Academy team is actually quite strong, but it's a pity they don't know the martial soul fusion technique. Don't panic, don't panic. We still have Lu Qing, right? He's so strong, he can definitely break the formation. ... It looks like your teammates are about to be eliminated. After dodging the blood-patterned blades slash once again, Qian Runshui gently flapped her angelic wings and glanced playfully at the red mist area below. Really, I don't think they'll lose. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow calmly. Qian Runshui scoffed, you really have a lot of confidence in them. Compared to them, you should be more worried about yourself right now, shouldn't you? Lu Qing suddenly made a move, swinging his blood-patterned blade and slashing at the target. Qian Runshui swung her sword to meet the attack, but she didn't expect Lu Qing's strike to be so powerful and heavy that it sent her flying. Clang! Qian Runshui was sent flying 7 or 8 meters before she managed to regain her balance, but the sharp pain in her right arm made her pretty face under the gilded mask turn slightly pale. But she did not panic. She maintained her elegant posture as her 6 wings fluttered gently. Qian Runshui is waiting. Once the demon has dealt with Dugu Yan and the others, she will be able to take down Lu Qing in a 2-on-1 attack. Unexpectedly, a gentle, sacred energy suddenly appeared on the arena. Qian Runshui frowned immediately, lowered her eyes and scanned the arena on the ground, and discovered that there was a spot in the red mist that was emitting golden light. What is this? Qian Runshui asked in confusion. Lu Qing, carrying the blood-patterned sword in one hand, arrived in front of her with the gentle flapping of the sky-splitting silver wings behind him. Sister Ling's Sacred Heart Begonia. Sister Ling's martial soul, Sacred Heart Begonia, has the same strong divine attribute as yours, and is equipped with a soul ring that can dispel all negative statuses. As they were talking, the sacred energy rippled out like water, slowly covering the entire arena. Although it did not dispel the evil spirits from the red mist, it successfully removed the weakened state of Lu Qing, Dugu Yan, and others' 5 senses. Even more astonishingly, the injuries on the Jixia Academy students, bathed in this holy light, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qian Runshui's expression suddenly darkened beneath her gilded mask. She had never expected that Yi Lingling from Jixia Academy would have such methods. But it's no wonder she miscalculated. Yi Lingling's martial soul was originally the Nine-Heart Begonia, and her soul skill only had the effect of healing. After transforming into Sacred Heart Begonia, its healing effect became stronger, and it also possessed the divine attribute. However, the fighting style of Jixia Academy has always been one of overwhelming force. So they have never had a chance to make a move. It wasn't until this moment, when she encountered the Spirit Hull team's Spirit Fusion skill Open Black Lens Bracket Enchanting Close Black Lens Bracket, that He Red Mist suppression of her 5 senses forced her to step forward. Yi Lingling wanted to release her martial soul to save the day, but the demon's attacks were extremely fierce, and she was forcibly interrupted several times when she tried to release her soul skills. Fortunately, Douluo Yan and Xiao Wu provided timely support, creating a breakthrough for her. Yi Lingling finally seized this fleeting opportunity, using her mental power to lock onto the entire venue, causing the Sacred Heart Begonia to radiate its brilliance throughout. Under the purification of the Sacred Heart Begonia, Douluo Yan and the others' 5 senses and soul power perception quickly recovered to a large extent. Although it wasn't at a normal level yet, it was enough to make them notice the alluring figure. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing immediately rushed forward. A dark light emanated from Douluo Yan's back, coalescing into the phantom of a netherworld poisonous python. The phantom bared its sharp fangs and hot towards the demon like a poisoned arrow. The 3 of them now agree that they must defeat the demon as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Yi Lingling's soul power is exhausted and the purification effect of the divine energy is gone, they will surely be defeated. Seeing this, Shi Yan did not go to support Douluo Yan and the others, but turned around to block Yan's reinforcements. Without Yan's support, Yao Mei was struggling to hold on against the combined attacks of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Douluo Yan. The Sacred Heart Begonia can actually suppress the demon's control. The demon's voice was laced with gritted teeth as she continuously strengthened the control effect of the red mist, attempting to suppress the Jixia Academy students once again. But Yi Lingling continued to increase the output of her soul power. And the sacred energy bursting out of the Sacred Heart Begonia became even more dazzling, like a small sun burning there. 9 treasures transform into glazed glass. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed glass pagoda shone brightly, and 4 beams of amplifying light poured into Yi Lingling's body. Douluo Yan's eyes narrowed, and her 5th soul ring suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. In an instant, all the azure phosphorus serpent venom collapsed wildly around the demon, and the core of the eerie green poisonous mist suddenly lit up with a dazzling phosphorescent light. Boom! The poisonous fog exploded with a deafening roar, and a violent shockwave, mixed with corrosive poison crystals, swept across a 10-meter radius. Thousands of eerie green poison needles rained down like a storm, shooting towards the demon. The enchanting figure spun the moon blade at high speed, weaving a dense, silvery white light screen in front of her, while the poison needles struck the blade net, constantly scattering dazzling sparks. Then, the surrounding red mist suddenly exploded, and dozens of blood-red mist blades condensed into blade shapes shot out from all directions. Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu's pupils contracted sharply. They lightly leapt backward and flew out, but their sleeves were still torn by the mist blades, and a burning pain came from their panels. But the next second, the milky white light of the Sacred Heart Begonia quickly enveloped them, and their wounds healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After recovering from their injuries, the 2 simultaneously activated their 4th soul skill, combining Netherworld Shadow Strike with Invincible Golden Body, their claws and kicks slamming heavily into the demon's chest. Bang! The bewitching armor on her chest shattered with a crash, and a muffled, androgynous groan came from within the red mist. It was thrown back 7 or 8 meters by the enormous impact. And the light around it dimmed rapidly. This was not only due to the consumption of soul power, but also because the attack just now almost severed the soul power connection between Xiaoyu and Huliena. Seeing that Yao Mei was in a passive position, Yan became extremely anxious. But Shi Yan was like a piece of chewing gum. Although he couldn't beat him, he could keep him wrapped around his little finger. Angel's domain. Just then, a clear shout came from the sky. Everyone on the scene looked up and saw Qian Runshui in the air, her body covered in golden soul power flowing rapidly, like a burning flame. The next second, A golden beam of light shot into the sky, then transformed into a hemispherical barrier, enveloping an area of several hundred meters in radius. At the same time, a phantom of a six-winged angel appeared behind her, each feather burning with holy fire as it gently flapped its wings. Qian Runshui originally planned to use her demonic powers to deal with Du Guyan and the others. Then have them come to her aid before opening her domain and defeating Lu Qing directly. Unfortunately, Yi Lingling's courageous intervention instantly reversed the perilous situation of Jixia Academy. With Yao Mei being targeted simultaneously by Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing, and Yan unable to provide support, she had no choice but to release her domain ahead of schedule. Lu Qing grinned. "I've been waiting for this move. Heavenly Thunder Prison Formation." After saying that, he also activated his dark red soul power. Buzz. Blood-red blade marks instantly covered the entire arena, and dark red lightning exploded in the air, tearing the red mist apart inch by inch. The Crimson Domain and the Golden Angel Domain collided violently on the arena. ND spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the edge of the soul power barrier, which then rapidly spread and expanded. However, the eerie red mist was not neutralized by the tearing force of these two domains. Instead, it twisted and tumbled like a living thing between two completely different energies, and actually formed a brief balance. Chapter 180 The Final Counterattack. The championship moment. On the arena, the energies of the two domains were constantly tearing each other apart, and the resulting energy storm even caused cracks to appear on the incredibly sturdy arena. The soul power barrier at the edge was faintly visible, indicating instability in the soul power. The Cardinal of the Spirit Hall kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead while directing the other Spirit Hall's old masters to quickly reinforce the soul power barrier. If this energy were to leak out and injure His Holiness the Pope, that would be terrible. Just then, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others paired in the square in front of the Papal Palace. However, compared to their previous state, their faces were as pale as corpses, and their bodies were swaying precariously. They originally wanted to rest a little longer, but the staff of the Spirit Hall insisted on inviting them to watch the final match. Although Tang San and the others did not understand the Spirit Hall's intentions, they obediently followed them out. Most importantly, Tang San also wanted to see how many tricks Lu Qing still had up his sleeve, so that he could create hidden weapons specifically targeting him in the future. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the square in front of the Papal Palace, he saw Lu Qing and Qian Runshui simultaneously unleashing their domains. Domain. This is the domain the teacher was talking about. Tang San stared intently at Lu Qing's retreating figure, his bloodshot eyes churning with disbelief and resentment. He's only at the Soul Emperor level, how could he possess a domain? Dai Mubai stared blankly at Lu Qing, who was fighting against Qian Runshui, Yao Mei, and Yan on the arena, and suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. It turns out that in other people's eyes, they were never a match. What kind of 7-in-1 fusion technique is that? It doesn't even qualify to make the opponent take it seriously. It even damaged its own foundation. At this moment, Dai Mubai couldn't help but doubt the things Yu Shaogang had said before, and suddenly found him utterly ridiculous. Even Oscar and Ma Hongjun had the same idea. Meanwhile, the situation on the arena had changed dramatically. After Qian Runshui released her domain, Lu Qing told Du Guyan, Zhu Zuqing, and Xiao Wu to step back, and then faced the Spirit Hall team alone. Both Qian Runshui and enchanting red mist deprive the five senses and greatly weaken the attributes of all enemies within the angel's domain. The situation was quite unfavorable for Du Guyan and the others. Even Yi Lingling's divine attributes were completely suppressed, making it impossible for her to dispel the negative status effects on them. Rather than letting them do it, I'd rather do it myself. His domain, the heavenly prisoner had already negated all the effects of the angelic domain on him. Are you sure you can handle taking on 3 people at once? Qian Runshui said with a mocking laugh as parried Lu Qing's attack with her sword. How can you be so sure I can't do it? Lu Qing grinned, then kicked Qian Runshui hard in the stomach. Upon seeing this, Qian Runshui immediately retreated to avoid it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the demon wielded her moon blade, sweeping it across the ground. Yan, standing beside him, frantically channeled his soul power, and his fifth soul ring suddenly lit up. Fifth soul skill, Flying Sand Rage. Lu Qing snorted coldly and slashed out with his blood-patterned blade, the crimson gold blade light colliding violently with the moon blade. Amidst the sparks flying, dark red lightning erupted from the blade, forcefully pushing the demon back 4 or 5 steps. The next second, Yan's fifth soul skill suddenly struck, and scorching lava swept over like a raging dragon. Lu Qing raised his hand and held the blood-patterned blade horizontally in front of his chest. The Xuanjia dragon turtle's torso bones immediately burst out with dazzling light, and its soul power condensed into a yellowish-brown shield. Boom! The pillar of lava fire crashed into the shield and exploded. Taking advantage of the momentum, Lu Qing spun around, his blade drawing a crescent arc of light as he slashed straight at the demon's throat. Seeing this, Qian Runshui swung her angelic holy sword and thrust it straight out, forcing Lu Qing to change direction. At the same time, the 2 moon blades of the demon, carrying a chilling light, swept across from the left, forming a pincer attack with Qian Runshui's angelic holy sword. On the shattered arena, fiery red lava churned out as if it were alive, spreading to Lu Qing's feet. The 3 combined their attacks, instantly creating a deadly pincer movement. However, Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly, and the sky-splitting silver wings behind him suddenly shot forward, first blocking Qian Runshui's angelic holy sword. Then, he stomped forward, making the arena rumble and sending scalding lava flying everywhere. The second move of the mountain and river saber technique, severing 1,000 mountains. Lu Qing moved with mysterious footwork, taking 7 steps and slashing 7 times in a row. The first strike sent the demon packing back several steps. The second strike was like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. Sparks flew as the crescent blade parried, tearing through the armor and revealing a hideous crack. The third strike, accompanied by the force of wind and thunder, crashed down, shattering the armor in an instant. Ah! The enchantress groaned in pain. Then, with a bang, the red mist exploded, and Xie Yu and Hu Liena were separated from their fused state, both coughing up blood and flying backward. Hu Liena curled up and pressed her bleeding shoulder, while Xie Yu's moon blade crashed and flew 3 meters away. But Lu Qing's offensive did not stop. His fourth strike landed heavily on the angelic holy sword, producing a crisp metallic clang. Qian Runshui staggered back 4 or 5 steps. Her right hand, which was holding the sword, trembled violently, and the pain caused fine beads of cold sweat to appear on her forehead. However, Lu Qing did not choose to pursue directly. Instead, he changed his sword stance and aimed at Yan. Yan gritted his teeth and frantically channeled his soul power, causing the granite armor he was wearing to become extremely hot. But at the very moment the blade struck, the granite armor shattered like an eggshell, and magma-like blood gushed out from the cracks. Yan's eyes were lifeless. He suddenly knelt down with a thud and collapsed. The entire venue was deathly silent. After the demon disintegrated, the red mist dissipated, and the audience on the sidelines finally saw the situation on the field clearly. However, after witnessing Lu Qing's terrifying strength in defeating 3 members of the Golden Generation with just 4 strikes, the entire audience gasped in shock. So, do you still want to fight? Lu Qing glanced at the 3 members of the Golden Generation lying on the ground, then looked up at Qian Runshui with amusement. Qian Runshui gritted her teeth in anger. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, she was absolutely unwilling to admit defeat so easily. Despite the excruciating pain in her right hand, she gripped the angelic holy sword tightly and charged forward, intensifying the suppression of Lu Qing by the angelic domain. Strands of divine energy coiled around Lu Qing's body, but they were all pierced by dark red lightning. Lu Qing held the blood-patterned sword in one hand, merely turning slightly to avoid the blade, then flicked the blood-patterned sword backhand like a swimming dragon. The back of the blade slammed heavily onto Qian Runshui's wrist, and the angelic holy sword flew out of her hand, tracing a brilliant golden arc in the air before plunging diagonally into the arena. With the final strike, the blade of the blood-patterned sword hovered precisely at the side of Qian Runshui's neck. The icy blade energy sent shivers down her spine, while dark red lightning and the remaining golden holy light intertwined and flickered on the blade's edge. You lost. Lu Qing blinked his right eye and said mischievously. Qian Runshui glared at him, annoyed. You know you lost, but couldn't you at least give me some dignity? Why say it so bluntly? Upon seeing this, the Cardinal of the Spirit Hall, atop the high platform of the Papal Palace, announced loudly, "The competition is over. Jixia Academy has won. Congratulations to Jixia Academy for becoming the champion of this year's Continental Elite Tournament of Advanced Spirit Master Academies." The moment the words fell, the stands erupted in a deafening roar of cheers. And the Soul Masters of the Heaven Do Empire excitedly tossed their hats into the air. Xiao Wu, like a cheerful rabbit, ran up first, pounced on Lu Qing's back, and laughed heartily, her Ong pink hair flying in the air. "You stinky Lu Qing." Those last few slashes were so cool. Zhu Zuqing landed silently beside Lu Qing, a rare smile appearing in her usually cold eyes. Ning Rongro, Enji's 9 treasure glazed pagoda still shimmered with a soft light. Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with contentment. 3 years of relentless hard work have finally blossomed into the most dazzling light at this moment. Chapter 181. One wave subsides, another rises. Tang San, do you know your crime? The discussion in the stands lingered long after the match ended. Whether it was the bewitching aura or Yi Lingling's courageous act, both became memorable moments that everyone talked about. But what is most astonishing is that when Lu Qing faced the combined attack of the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation and Qian Runshui, he broke through their offensive with just 7 strikes, securing victory in one fell swoop. Lu Qing is really too strong. The audience exclaimed sincerely. It's fortunate that he only participated in this Soul Master competition, otherwise the future championships would probably be swept by Jixia Academy. Hearing the surrounding praises, Lu Erlong and Shui Lingyun exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with satisfaction. Standing beside them, Shui Binger, Shui Yue, Yu Hero, Shen Luyu, and others gazed at Lu Qing and Dugu Yan, who were full of vigor and admiration, on the arena with a mixture of envy and admiration. On the left, Dugu Bo stared at his granddaughter Dugu Yan's figure, his aged eyes slightly reddening, and he grinned. Revealing an ugly smile, he looked up at the sky and murmured to himself, "Shin, did you see that? Yan Yan, she succeeded." In the VIP section, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chen Shin looked at Ning Rongrong, who was waving at them from the arena, their faces filled with pride and self-satisfaction. "How many years has it been?" Ning Fengji sighed softly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Our 7 treasure glazed tile school finally has someone who can reach the pinnacle of this highest honor in the Soul Master world." Sword Douluo Chen Shin nodded slightly and looked at Ning Rongrong with a smile, saying, "Rongrong has lived up to the sect's expectations." At this moment, the healing-type Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall lifted Hu Liena, Xie Yu, Yan, and the others down. Before being carried away, the 3 of them looked at Lu Qing with resentment in their eyes. Especially Hu Liena, whose signature alluring fox eyes were now filled with complex emotions. There was resentment at failing to win the championship, but also complex feelings towards this formidable opponent. Qian Runshui watched as the 3 members of the Golden Generation were carried off. Then turned and glared at Lu Qing with a vicious look. She shook her fist in frustration and whispered, "There's one last chance. Next time, I'll definitely win it all back with interest. Then you'd better train hard, or I'll leave you far behind next time we meet," Lu Qing said jokingly. HMPH. Qian Runshui turned her face away arrogantly, crossed her arms, and strode away from the arena. Lu Qing stopped looking at her back and turned to walk towards his teammates. Each of them wore a proud and joyful expression, and they high-fived each other in celebration. Just then, on the high platform of the Papal Palace, the Cardinal of the Spirit Hall solemnly announced, "His Holiness the Pope will now personally present the final prize of this competition to the champion team. Now, all members of the Jixia Academy are respectfully invited to proceed to the Papal Palace to receive His Holiness the Pope's summons." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing looked around at Dugu Yan and the others. And seeing that everyone nodded excitedly, he led the group up to the high platform of the Papal Palace. When they arrived before Bibi Dong, they were all stunned by the sight of this man dressed in a papal robe and possessing a near-perfect appearance. It is said that His Holiness the Pope has been in charge of the Spirit Hall since he was very young, and has been in power for 15 years now. Time seemed to have been exceptionally kind to her, leaving no trace on her face. Her innate noble temperament, elegant and composed demeanor, and serene expression made her seem a goddess who embodied all the beauty in the world. But there was only one exception. Looking at Bibi Dong's face, Xiaowu seemed to recall some painful memories, her eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. Ning Rongrong, who was standing next to her, came back to her senses and noticed her strange behavior. She gently took her small hand and asked, "Sister Xiaowu, what's wrong?" Xiaowu seemed to snap out of a daze. Quickly concealing the hatred and murderous intent in her eyes, "It's nothing." Ning Rongrong tilted her head in confusion. "Is it really nothing?" But she clearly saw the look in Xiaowu's eyes when she looked at the Pope, as if she wanted to pounce on him and kill him immediately. Bibi Dong naturally noticed Xiaowu's gaze, but wondered why this little girl would look at her like that. Moreover, even though she had only met this little girl once before, her face and martial spirit felt strangely familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. However, Bibi Dong didn't think too deeply about it and quickly came back to her senses. Those purple eyes swept over Lu Qing and the others with admiration, and she smiled and said, "Congratulations, young soul masters of Jixia Academy. You have conquered the stage of this competition with your wonderful performance. From the qualifiers to the finals, you have proven with your absolute strength what true genius is. Not only in terms of talent, but also in terms of an indomitable will. This stage shines because of you, and the Spirit Hall is honored to witness the birth of a new generation of legends." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause and a roar of voices filled the room. Not only were the Soul Masters of the Heaven Do Empire excited and cheering, but the Soul Masters of the Star Luo Empire also deeply resented the Jixia Academy for eliminating their strongest Star Luo Royal Academy. However, the overwhelming strength of Jixia Academy forced them to offer their a guest respect with heartfelt admiration. The Cardinal, at the opportune moment, brought a brocade platter containing 3 pieces of ancient soul bone to Bibi Dong's side. Bibi Dong smiled, her fingertips lightly tracing the soul bones in the brocade tray. Her gaze swept over the people of Jixia Academy as she said, "These 3 soul bones are gifts prepared by the Spirit Hall for true geniuses. I hope they can accompany you to even greater heights." After saying that, she gestured to the Cardinal to take the brocade tray over. The Cardinal bowed slightly and walked up to Lu Qing, holding the brocade tray. "Congratulations," the Cardinal said with a smile. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the 3 soul bones, everyone present was filled with envy, their eyes turning red with greed. Tang San, especially, from the second team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, looked at Lu Qing with a mixture of jealousy and resentment. 3 10,000-year-old soul bones are enough to greatly enhance his strength. But now, he could only watch helplessly as his enemy took away those 3 10,000-year-old soul bones. After receiving the brocade tray, Lu Qing did not immediately share the 3 soul bones with his teammates, but instead handed them to Dugu Yan. Dugu Yan was stunned for a moment. "You don't want it? We'll divide things up slowly once we get back to the Spirit Hotel. You guys go find Sister Erlong and the others first." Lu Qing flicked his sleeves and turned to Tang San. "Because there's going to be another big battle later." "Is there going to be another big battle later?" Dugu Yan and the others were startled and their eyes swept warily toward the sidelines. "No need to look anymore. Hurry up and go down," Lu Qing urged softly, afraid that the fight might affect them. Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, and the others exchanged glances. Although they had many doubts in their hearts, they still chose to listen to him and left the Papal Palace platform with the 3 soul bones. After watching those people leave, Bibi Dong turned and glanced at Lu Qing. After receiving confirmation from Lu Qing, Bibi Dong suddenly raised the papal scepter, the top of which pointed directly at the direction of the second team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. "Men, seize Lan Hao." The decree was like a thunderclap, and the entire square in front of the Papal Palace fell into dead silence instantly. Apart from a few people who knew the situation, the other audience members were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Before anyone could react, Wo figures at the Soul Saint level from the Spirit Hall had already appeared before Tang San like ghosts. What are you doing? Let me go." Tang San was caught off guard and captured. He was ill in a daze and did not understand why the Spirit Hall would attack him. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already been forced to kneel in the center of the arena by the two soul saints. Tang San struggled violently, but due to the depletion of his soul power, he was powerless to break free. He could only hoarsely ask, "Why did the spirit hall capture me? What did I do wrong?" Pope Bibi Dong snorted coldly and slammed her papal scepter heavily on the ground. Lan Hao, whose real name is Tang San, is the son of Houshan Douluo Tang Hao. You and your father massacred more than 300 people in Holy Soul Village 9 years ago. Do you know your crime? Chapter 182 Betrayed by All. Tang Hao makes his appearance. Who dares to touch my son? I learned from Bibi Dong Abu T the massacre in Holy Soul Village 9 years ago, and that the son of the real culprit even swaggered onto the highest stage of the Soul Master competition. The entire square was initially deathly silent, then erupted into a deafening uproar and roar. Although 9 years have gradually blurred the memories. But when Bibi Dong reopened that bloody past, everyone couldn't help but recall that horrific massacre. The entire population of Holy Soul Village, numbering over 300, was slaughtered overnight. They didn't even spare children and women. The crowd's gazes were like knives piercing Tang San, and countless rebukes and curses surged forth like a tidal wave. Some emotionally charged spectators even grabbed whatever was at hand and smashed it onto the stage. The rest area, for the second team of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Flander, Zhao Wuji, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar and others all looked at Tang San, who was being forced to kneel in the center of the arena, in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with shock, disappointment, and a sense of betrayal. Mistress, what His Holiness the Pope said, is it true? Flanders asked, his voice trembling. He only knew that Tang San's name wasn't Lan Hao, but Yin San. The same goes for Dai Mubai and the others, so they all affectionately call him Xiao San, a derogatory term for a mistress. Only now do I realize T. Had even the name Yin San was a cover-up. His real name is Tang San, the son of Houshan Douluo Tang Hao, the true culprit behind the Holy Soul Village massacre. Enraged, Ma Hongjun suddenly kicked over a bench, and flames uncontrollably spewed from his 7 orifices. He roared, "Tang San, you fucking look at me. Those kids from Holy Soul Village, how could you do that? What do you know? My father was just trying to protect me when I was young." Tang San's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled desperately to break free from the suppression of the Spirit Hall's Soul Saint, but he was street ill pinned to the ground and unable to move. He suddenly raised his head, his resentful gaze piercing Lu Qing on the high platform, his voice hoarse but carrying a cold laugh. "Lu Qing, do you really think the tragedy of Holy Soul Village has nothing to do with you? If it weren't for the extraordinary phenomena that occurred when you awakened your martial soul, which prematurely revealed my twin martial souls, my father had to eliminate all traces of the enemy to protect me." Everyone present was stunned, and their eyes all fell on the handsome young man next to Pope Bibidon. Who would have thought that the Holy Soul Village massacre would be related to Lu Qing, the little war god of Jixia Academy? Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle, his gaze sweeping mockingly over Tang San. "Protect? How? By killing the entire village?" Tang San roared with eyes wide open and veins bulging on his neck. "The law of the jungle is the way of the world. My father taught me that threats must be nipped in the bud." After saying that, he swept his bloodshot eyes over everyone present. "But you are the real culprits. You clearly had the ability to stop the tragedy, but you stood by and watched people die." When he suddenly turned his attention to everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, a barrage of angry curses rained down on Tang San. If the Spirit Hall's guardian knights hadn't arrived in time, someone probably would have rushed up and killed him. "Little San. Oh no, Tang San, we really misjudged you." On the side of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, whether it was Ma Hongjun, Oscar, or Taelong, they were all filled with disappointment towards Tang San. Only Dai Mubai looked at Tang San with a complicated expression. "Throw Tang San into the death row. He will be tried at a later date." Pope Bibi Dong slammed her scepter on the ground with a crisp thud that echoed throughout the entire Papal Mountain. "Go." The 2 Spirit Hall Soul Saints immediately obeyed Tang San and forcefully tried to take him away. However, at that moment, a sudden change has occurred. Houshan's true form, A dark red phantom of a giant hammer suddenly appeared on Pope Mountain. And a violent storm of soul power made everyone's clothes flutter loudly. They've finally arrived. Lu Qing took a step forward, and the sky-splitting silver wings unfurled behind him. With a flap of its silver wings, it lifted him into the air. He gripped the blood-patterned blade once more, dark red lightning crackling in the air. Sixth soul skill, shatter the sky. With a sharp shout, his sixth soul ring suddenly shone brightly. In an instant, the blood-patterned blade shone brightly, its dazzling silver light tearing and distorting the surrounding space. Break! Lu Qing roared, his long sword slashing out with the force of a thunderbolt. A spatial rift 3 jong long suddenly appeared out of thin air, its edges flashing with silver-blue lightning. This strike actually crossed spatial distance and slammed into the dark red giant hammer phantom. Boom! The blinding silver blade light collided violently with the dark red giant hammer, and the point where the two forces met exploded into ring-shaped shockwaves. At this moment, the ground of the Papal Palace Square cracked inch by inch, and even the soul power barrier of the entire Papal Mountain trembled violently. But the next second, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the giant hammer phantom, and dark red energy gushed out from the cracks like blood. Puff! A muffled groan came from afar, and a figure draped in a tattered black robe stumbled out of the void. His left sleeve was ripped open, and the exposed panel was covered with marks from the blade's slashing. The illusory image of the Haoshan hammer behind him was so dim that it was almost transparent. Dad! Tang San looked up at the sky with a face full of joy. That tall figure always gave him a great sense of security. The moment Tang Hao appeared, everyone in the room was stunned. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao, the Haoshan Douluo who was the real culprit in the Holy Soul Village massacre, has appeared in Wuhan City at this very moment. Don't panic, mistress. Tang Hao was dressed in rags, exuding a suffocating aura, and the black Haoshan hammer in his hand radiated a terrifying aura. A trickle of oud was seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that the collision with Lu Qing had caused his old injury to flare up again. But his figure remained upright, like a pillar standing between heaven and earth. His voice hoarse and cold. Dad will take you away from this place soon. Leave this place. Lu Qing slung the blood-patterned sword over his shoulder and said with a mocking smile, Tang Hao. What do you think this place is? You think you can just come and go as you please? Of course, I will kill you before I leave. Tang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and his black robe fluttered in the air, making him look like a demon who had emerged from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Qing showed no fear upon hearing this, instead grinning with a bloodthirsty sneer, pointing his blood-patterned broadsword forward with one hand. Coincidentally, I also want to kill you. The moment the words left his mouth, boom, the soul power fluctuations of 3 title Douluos suddenly erupted on Pope Mountain. Erlong's body was surrounded by raging crimson gold flames, and the roar of the Purgatory Dragon King shook the heavens. Beneath Douluo's feet, the illusory image of the azure phosphorus serpent emperor coiled, and poisonous mist surged like giant waves. Sword Douluo Chen Shin's 7-kill sword blazed with a cold light, its fierce sword energy tearing the air apart with fine cracks. The 3 peak experts formed a triangle and surrounded Tang Hao tightly. The overwhelming pressure that sealed the heavens and the earth crashed down like 10,000 mountains. Crack, crack. Under this terrifying suppression, Tang Hao's bones groaned incessantly, unable to bear the strain. The sword, its tip pointed directly at Tang Hao's throat, its voice as cold as ice. Tang Hao. If you want to touch him today, first ask this 7-kill sword in my hand. I let you escape last time, but this time you're going to die here no matter what. Erlong clenched his fists, and the crimson flames turned the sky red. Young Lu, I'm risking my old life for you today, Douluo laughed heartily. If anything happens to me, remember to take good care of Yan Yan. Lu Qing took a step forward, and his iron-blooded bright armor instantly enveloped his entire body. Tang Hao, today, this martial soul city will be your burial ground. Chapter 183 The Siege of Tang Hao. Blood-stained Papal Mountain. The appearance of the 4 title Douluos immediately plunged Tang Hao's heart into despair. If he were only facing Lu Qing and Erlong at this moment, he would be 70–80% confident that he could kill Lu Qing and then quickly escape with Tang San. But now there are two more people, one of whom is Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Just as Tang Hao was pondering a countermeasure, 6 more suffocating titled Douluo auras suddenly appeared. 6 figures dressed in the robes of Spirit Hall elders arrived through the air, forming an encirclement ar. Aun Tang Hao with Lu Erlong and the others. Haoshan Douluo, how have you been? The leading titled Douluo was incredibly beautiful, and although he was smiling, the smile didn't reach his eyes. You've come too. Tang Hao's face was ashen. The 6 people in front of them were none other than the 6 strongest elders of the Spirit Hall, all at the titled Douluo level. The leader was none other than Yu Guan, a level 95 chrysanthemum Douluo, with ghostly demon, Shilong, porcupine, demon bear, and ghost leopard standing beside him. For a moment, the entire room fell silent. 9 titled Douluo appeared, all for the purpose of surrounding and killing Tang Hao. This is just too terrifying. Tang San's face turned ashen. Looking at the 10 people surrounding Tang Hao, a sense of despair rose in his heart. Father. He knew that he had once again dragged his father down. Just like 3 years ago outside Shrek Academy, it was again his own fault that caused his father to fight a bloody battle and ultimately lose an arm. But now, the same situation is facing an even more severe predicament. 9 titled Douluo, plus a powerful Soul Emperor. If he had known he would face this situation, he would never have shown up at the Papal Square to participate in the competition today. Just then, Tang Hao's deep voice pierced through the sky and clearly reached everyone's ears. Don't be afraid, little sister. Daddy will take care of these bastards and lead you out of the encirclement. You'd better think about how to survive first. Lu Qing sneered and made the first move. His second and first spirit rings lit up simultaneously, and dark red lightning coiled around the blood-patterned blade. He tore through the sky like lightning, heading straight for Tang Hao's throat. At the same time, the 7 treasure-glazed tile pagoda behind Ning Fengji emitted a dazzling light. His martial soul true body was fully activated, and 7 amplification beams precisely enveloped him. After receiving Ning Fengji's assistance and amplification, Lu Qing's aura surged dramatically, and his soul power instantly boiled and surged. The dark red lightning on the blood-patterned sword suddenly expanded several times, flowing endlessly across the blade like magma. Clang! The broadsword and the iron hammer collided violently in midair, and the dark red lightning and scarl T-sword light exploded into a sky full of sparks. With his right hand gone, Tang Hao could only use his left hand to swing the Haoshan hammer and struggle to block the slashes of the blood-patterned Mo Dao. The powerful blow made even him feel his hand go numb from the impact. He used all his strength to block Lu Qing's fierce attack, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Ning Fengji. I never thought that the 7 treasure-glazed tile school would one day collude with the Spirit Hall. Enough with the nonsense. We, the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, will protect this child. Ning Fengji shouted sternly. Tang Hao was furious, but the next second, a ball of crimson gold flames suddenly blasted over. Tang Hao, you dared to attack Shaoqing last time, I'll kill you today. Lu Erlong raised his hand, transforming it into a giant dragon claw that tore through the sky, carrying blazing flames as it aimed straight for Tang Hao's throat. With Lu Qing suppressing him, Tang Hao had no time to block this attack. Although he managed to dodge the attack by turning to the side, he ended up running right into the venom of the azure phosphorus serpent set up by Dugu Bo. Sizzle! The moment the poison touched his body, pungent blue smoke immediately rose from Tang Hao's exposed skin. The corroded flesh rotted and turned black at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, large patches of purplish-black poisonous spots spread. Meanwhile, the 4 elders of the Spirit Hall, Shilong, Porcupine, Demon Bear, and Ghost Leopard, arrived together. Filled with rage, they launched a swift and thunderous attack, seemingly determined to completely erase the humiliation of being severely injured by Tang Hao last time. In the distance, Ghost Douluo transformed into a sky full of black mist, while Chrysanthemum Douluo radiated golden light. The 2 figures spiraled and intertwined in the air, forming a golden and silver beam of light with a diameter of 100 meters. It is their most famous martial soul fusion skill, the 2 extremes stillness domain. With the activation of the 2-level static domain, Tang Hao was instantly plunged into an unprecedented predicament. He was horrified to discover that the space around him was like solidified amber, imprisoning him firmly, and even the surging soul power within his body was momentarily halted. Clang! The blood-patterned blade slashed down with the force of a thunderbolt, each of Lu Qing's attacks precisely striking the weakest point in his defense. With a flap of its wings, the Sky SP. Litting silver wings unleashed 365 silver feathers that shot out like a storm. Roar! Lu Erlong and Douluo Bo's attacks were even more ruthless. Crimson gold infernal dragon flames and emerald gray. End snake venom intertwined to form a deadly fire net, scorching every inch of Tang Hao's skin. The other 4 elders of the Spirit Hall displayed their unique abilities, with the long spear of the Sei. Our pent spear and the blood-stinging pufferfish continuously releasing poisonous thorns. Ghost leopard Douluo transformed into afterimages, while demon bear Douluo's heavy punches were like mountains crashing down. Their attacks were perfectly coordinated, forming an impenetrable net of death, with each move aimed directly at Tang Hao's vitals. PFF'd. After being punched in the chest by Lu Erlong once again, Tang Hao coughed up blood and staggered backward. His black robe was completely torn, revealing his strong but battered body. His cascading black hair flew in the air, making him look extremely disheveled. Martial soul true form. In a desperate situation, Tang Hao frantically channeled his soul power, and the clear sky hammer in his hand rapidly expanded into a dark red giant hammer 100 meters tall. The immense pressure caused layers of air to explode continuously, making the entire Papal Mountain tremble. Explode the rings. His eyes turned bloodshot, and with a furious roar, the first 5 soul rings shattered, and the violent soul power poured into the clear sky hammer like a flood bursting its banks. The 100-meter-long giant hammer suddenly unleashed a destructive pressure, as if it would tear the sky of Wuhan City apart. Before the dark red giant hammer even fell, the shockwave had already blown all the paving stones off the square in front of the Papal Palace. Faced with such power, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged a glance and simultaneously pushed their polar stillness domains to their limits. The golden and silver beams of light suddenly contracted, and the power of the space-time confinement surged. Shao Qing, be careful. Lu Erlong knew how powerful this unique skill of the Haotian sect was, so he hurriedly reminded him. Lu Qing acted decisively, instantly expanding the Heavenly Thunder Prison Array domain until it enveloped Tang Hao. The power of the domain wrapped around Tang Hao's clear sky hammer, instantly extinguishing the light emanating from it. Fortunately, he didn't use much soul power in the finals, otherwise he probably wouldn't even be able to release his domain now. However, now when he releases his domain, his soul power burns rapidly. Therefore, we must act swiftly and decisively. Boom! The 100-meter-tall true form of Haotian, carrying earth-shattering power, crashed down on the crowd. 9th soul skill, divine and demonic slash. Sword Douluo Chen Xin finally couldn't hold back any longer and made his move. The 7-kill sword instantly transformed into 2 sword lights that traversed the entire sky. Douluo Bo's 8th spirit ring suddenly lit up. 8th spirit skill, time freeze. 9th soul skill, Dragon King's Wrath. Lu Erlong's 9th soul ring also erupted, its blood-red light dazzlingly bright. The temperature of the crimson gold flames was rising rapidly, as if they were about to burn away all the moisture in the air. She raised her right hand, and crimson gold flames quickly gathered and condensed into the shape of a spear, which she thrust straight at the world-destroying dark red giant hammer. Upon seeing this, the 4 elders of the Spirit Hall, Shilong, Porcupine, Demon Bear, and Black Panther, also unleashed their 9th spirit skills, and in an instant, 4 earth-shattering torrents of energy erupted simultaneously. The ultimate techniques of the 9 top experts intertwined into a destructive galaxy at this moment, colliding violently with the dark red giant hammer. Boom! The entire spirit city trembled from this earth-shattering collision, and the blinding energy storm tore the clouds atop Pope Mountain to shreds. Lu Qing's eyes narrowed, and his left hand suddenly lit up with a bright ice-blue light, transforming into an ice crystal dragon claw. He gripped the blood-patterned sword tightly with both hands. Dark red lightning intertwined with icy blue, extremely cold storms, and the blade instantly condensed into icy crystal patterns that stretched for miles. 6th soul skill, Shatter the Heavens. As his sixth spirit ring shone brightly, he extracted the remaining 40% of his spirit power and condensed it into this strongest ultimate strike. However, the silver light that tore through space did not strike Hoshin's true form, but instead pierced through the void and appeared in front of Tang Hao's main body. Laugh. The instant the blade flashed, a cloud of blood mist suddenly burst from Tang Hao's chest. He looked down in disbelief at the gruesome wound that ran diagonally from his right shoulder to his left abdomen. The torrent of soul power condensed by the exploding ring suddenly went out of control and backfired. Chapter 184 Tang Hao in a desperate situation. Divine power erupts. On the high platform of the Papal Palace, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were both staring intently at the situation in the sky. When Tang Hao chose his martial soul true form and used the FIV rings to unleash the Great Sumeru Hammer, Bibi Dong had already completed her martial soul possession and was ready to strike at any moment. To her surprise, Lu Erlong, Dugu Bo, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, and the 6 elders of the Spirit Hall simultaneously unleashed their 9th spirit skills, joining forces to meet the earth-shattering hammer blow. At this critical moment, Lu Qing's heavenly thunder prison array suddenly unfolded, directly reducing the power of the Haoshan hammer by 20%. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Skybreaker, with exquisite skill, delivering a fatal blow to Tang Hao. Seeing Tang Hao's body swaying precariously, his soul power rapidly weakening, even his Haoshan true body unable to maintain itself. Did you win? Bibi Dong's gaze remained solemn. Because that power from the divine realm has not yet appeared. Despite seeing Tang Hao severely injured, the attacks of the 9 title Douluos, including Lu Erlong, Dugu Bo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ghost Douluo, did not stop at all. Although everyone worked together to block the Great Sumeru Hammer that exploded with all 5 rings, don't forget that Tang Hao still has 4 spirit rings left on him. If he can detonate 4 more spirit rings to break through the encirclement and rescue Tang San, then their carefully planned ambush today will surely fail. A resolute, killing intent ignited in Lu Erlong's golden dragon eyes, and as he clenched his fists, dragon flames surged forth. Kill. Dugu Bo's true form, the azure phosphorus serpent king, coiled high in the sky, its poisonous mist condensing into chains that were almost tangible. Chen Xin's 7-kill sword split into countless forms, the sword light weaving a net that densely attacked Tang Hao. The static domains of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo contracted again, and the golden and silver light almost froze the space. Lu Qing's sky-splitting silver wings fluttered behind him. He held a knife in one hand and pointed it at the heavily injured Tang Hao. With only the remaining soul power in his body, he continuously activated the power of his domain to completely suppress the power of the clear sky hammer. Tang Hao was repeatedly struck hard, and half of his body was charred black by Lu Erlong's crimson gold flames, with purple snake venom flowing in his blood. He staggered backward, disheveled, with almost no strength left to fight back, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Ah! Tang San watched helplessly as his father was beaten to the point of near disintegration. He was being held back by 2 soul saints and unable to go forward to help, letting out a series of frantic roars. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others could no longer bear to watch this tragic battle and turned their heads away. Shouldn't we make a move? After all, he's a Haoshan Douluo from the Haoshan sect. Yu Tianxin turned to look at the representative sent by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and asked in a low voice. The representative simply shook his head, showing no intention of rescuing Tang Hao. Now everyone can see that this is a carefully orchestrated trap to kill Tang Hao. The Spirit Hall was involved in the killing scheme, along with the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the newly crowned champion Soul Master Academy, Jixia Academy. These 3 parties have gotten mixed up, all for the purpose of targeting Tang Hao. In addition, the Spirit Hall used the pretext of apprehending the perpetrators of the Holy Soul Village massacre. If the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family dares to rescue Tang Hao, their future situation will be extremely difficult. In fact, it's not just the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. At this point, no 4CE on the mainland was willing to get involved in this war, lest they get burned. With no one to help them, and surrounded by the 9 titled Douluo and Lu Qing, they were caught in a fierce attack. Tang Hao finally crashed down amidst a sky full of blood and lightning, like a shattered meteorite crashing into the Papal Hill Square, stirring up dust dozens of feet high. Lu Qing and the 9-titled Douluo flew down at the same time, surrounding Tang Hao on the ground. It was resolved so easily. Lu Qing's face was pale, and he was panting heavily. But he did not let his guard down, still staring intently at Tang Hao, who had been burned by Lu Erlong's flames and corroded beyond recognition by Dugu Bo's deadly poison. Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo exchanged a glance, then stepped forward simultaneously, ready to grab Tang Hao. Just then, a sudden change has occurred. A crimson energy suddenly poured down from the sky, completely enveloping Tang Hao's battered body. The energy was like viscous blood plasma, surging and exuding a suffocating killing intent, even causing cracks to appear in the static polarity. Not good. It's appeared. Demon Bear Douluo's pupils trembled violently, and all the muscles in his body tensed up instantly. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood up in surprise, staring at Tang Hao, who was enveloped in crimson energy. He actually stood up again. His eyes turned completely blood red, his pupils surging with a chilling bloodlust, making him look like a monstrous demon crawling out of hell. It's happening again. Ghost Leopard Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ghost Douluo were all gripped by panic, their bodies trembling slightly. As they looked at the scene before them, it seemed as if EY had returned to the battle 3 years ago in the ruins of Holy Soul Village. The same scene, the same crimson power pouring down from the sky. Tang Hao seemed to have been reborn, severely injuring several of their titled elders before fleeing. Ghost Leopard Douluo's sharp claws pierced deep into his palm, and blood dripped from between his fingers. The 9-titled Douluo simultaneously retreated half a step, and a suffocating fear permeated Pope Mountain. Presumptuous. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out from the Papal Hill. It was like a sudden awakening, leaving everyone stunned. Immediately afterwards, a golden light suddenly shot out from the back of the Papal Mountains, and holy energy swept across the entire area like a tide, instantly dispelling the erosion of the scarlet energy. A dazzling 6-winged angel phantom slowly appeared on the back of Papal Mountain, its entire body enveloped in golden light, like a small sun burning there. Qian Daoliu, Bibi Dong, standing on the high platform, turned to look in the direction of the Hall of Worship, feeling somewhat incredulous. Unexpectedly, he actually made a move, and the first move he made was with the power of an angel. Wow, how magnificent! A seductive voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Is this the angel god worshipped by your spirit hall? This sacred energy is quite unsettling. Bibi Dong immediately frowned, about to reprimand the owner of that voice and send him back. But then the voice continued, however, this divine power is no ordinary power. It originates from the Asura god, one of the 5 supreme god kings of the divine realm. Even if the angels themselves came, it probably wouldn't be enough. What? Bibi Dong's pupils contracted sharply. Although she knew that this power came from the god realm, she never expected that it was actually the divine power of the Asura god, one of the 5 supreme god kings of the god realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson energy suddenly surged violently. And under the suppression of the angelic light, it condensed into a blood-red sword shadow, completely transforming Tang Hao's bruised body into a killing weapon. Kill! 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 Tang Hao's battered body twisted and deformed amidst the blood-red sword shadows, his bones emitting a teeth-grinding, crack, sound. The crimson energy seemed to burrow into his wound like a living thing. As the flesh writhed, the charred panels were covered by newly formed dark red armor, and a blood-red bone blade condensed from the power of the Asura god grew out of thin air from the broken right arm. Buzz. In the sky, divine light from angels clashed fiercely with crimson energy, and the 2 completely different forces of holiness and slaughter tore spiderweb like spatial rifts in the air. But the next second, laugh. A streak of blood-red light suddenly pierced through the golden light barrier, and the golden angelic power shattered as fragilely as glass. At the same time, a loud groan came from the back mountain, and the golden light from the direction of the offering hall suddenly dimmed by 3 points. Tang Hao, or perhaps now a killing machine, suddenly raised his head, his eyes shooting out terrifying blood-red beams. He stomped heavily on the ground, and the Papal Mountain Square instantly collapsed, creating a giant crater with a diameter of 100 meters. The violent killing aura transformed into a tangible crimson wave, directly blowing away the nearest demon bear Douluo. Ah! Demon bear Douluo screamed and crashed heavily 10 meters away, coughing up blood. Chapter 185 Tang Hao goes berserk. Powerful figures surround and suppress him. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Some screamed in terror, while others revealed their martial spirits for defense. Those with weak soul power collapsed to the ground, unable to move due to the overwhelming killing pressure. Tang San stared blankly at his father's strange appearance, his heart aching as if it were being torn apart. Tears welled up in his eyes, but they burned even more intensely with a deep-seated hatred for Lu Qing and the others. If they hadn't pressed him so hard, how could my father have ended up like this? Silence, all of you. On the high platform of the papal palace, Bibi Dong slammed her papal scepter heavily on the ground, making a sp. Thud that echoed throughout the entire hall. Those piercing purple eyes swept across the entire area like knives, and he commanded in a deep voice, "Palace Knights, listen to my order. Immediate. Li escort everyone to an orderly evacuation." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 knights of the temple rushed out from both sides of the square in front of the papal palace to protect the audience and escort them away from the scene. During this time, Douluo Bo quietly walked up to Lu Qing and Lu Erlong. He took out 3 scrolls of emerald green leaves from his storage soul tool. This is Dragon Ganoderma leaf. Taking it can increase the speed of healing, stimulate the rapid recovery of soul power, and also make people more focused. As he spoke, Douluo Bo quickly stuffed the Dr. Agon fungus leaves into Lu Qing and Lu Erlong's hands, urging them, "Eat them quickly." Lu Qing and Lu Erlong nodded and then took the Dragon Ganoderma leaf. After Lu Qing ate the dragon mushroom leaf, he immediately felt all the fatigue from before disappear. Even the soul power that had been completely depleted recovered by 20–30% in that instant, and it is still recovering. Ning Fangs. I suddenly walked to Lu Qing's side and asked in a low voice, "Little Qing, Tang Hao doesn't seem to be in a good state. How did he become like this?" He originally thought that Tang Hao would soon be unable to hold on under the siege of so many people. Who could have imagined that a strange phenomenon would occur, turning Tang Hao into this inhuman, ghostly figure? Those scarlet eyes were especially terrifying. Just looking into them sent chills down your spine. Lu Qing stared intently at Tang Hao and said in a deep voice, "I'm not quite sure either, but I think his current state is related to the gods." "You mean a deity?" Ning Fengji's pupils suddenly dilated. As the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he also mentioned the legends of deities in some of the ancient books of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji thought it was just a legend, but now seeing Tang Hao like this, especially the terrifying pressure emanating from him, this made him believe that there might really be gods in this world. Kill. Tang Hao suddenly sprang up, charging straight at Lu Qing with overwhelming killing intent. No wonder, the person he most wanted to kill before was Lu Qing. Now, infected by the crimson energy, that bloodlust has been amplified to an infinite degree. At this moment, he had only one thought: to kill everyone here, especially Lu Qing. Then, take your son away. Watch out. Lu Erlong reacted the fastest, pulling Lu Qing behind her before Tang Hao's attack arrived. Just as she was about to take Tang Hao's attack head-on, a white-gold figure attacked at the same time as her. The papal robes fluttered wildly in the shockwave. It was Bibi Dong herself who had taken action. Behind her, a gigantic emerald green spider king phantom appeared, with 6 jet black soul rings and a blood-red 100,000-year soul ring slowly rising from beneath her feet. As the Haoshan hammer, imbued with the power of the Asura god, crashed down, a purple glint flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and with a flick of her right palm, the power of the Rakshasa god surged forth. Boom! 2 divine powers erupted in the square in front of the papal palace, and the violent energy shattered the arena and the ground beneath their feet. Even though the people around them frantically channeled their soul power to resist the shockwaves from the collision of the 2 divine powers, they were still blown away. Lu Erlong spread her fiery wings and held Lu Qing tightly in her arms. Before losing her balance, she quickly took off and flew into the sky. Sword Douluo Chen Xin also took Ning Fengji and flew up on their swords, stopping steadily in midair. The other elders of the Spirit Hall were not so lucky. The two Polar Stillness Dong Ains of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were torn apart at the core where divine power intertwined, and the two of them were sent flying backward with muffled groans, their martial soul fusion state forcibly disintegrated. The four elders, Shi Long, Situng, Mo Shang, and Gui Bao, were thrown heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. The aftershocks of the crimson and purplish-black divine powers gradually dissipated. But the entire Papal Mountain was shaking violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. However, at that moment, 6 powerful streams of soul energy erupted from the shrine behind the Papal Palace. 6 figures simultaneously flew out of the shrine, releasing their soul power to condense a solid soul power barrier on the Pope's mountain. Meanwhile, boom! A sacred aura erupted over Mount Papal. Qian Daoliu, wielding the angelic holy sword, strode through the air, his 3 pairs of wings burning with dazzling golden flames. His divine pressure temporarily repelled the pervasive killing intent. Upon seeing him appear, Lu Qing, Dugu Bo, and the 6 titled Douluo elders of the Spirit Hall all had their pupils widen in shock. Grand Elder, even though they were injured, the 6 titled Douluo elders had no choice but to stand up and respectfully bow. Let's deal with the immediate threat first, Qian Daoliu said calmly, glancing at Bibi Dong with a complicated expression. He never imagined that one day he would join forces with this woman to fight against the enemy. However, he had no choice but to take action. If we don't take action soon, this sacred place, which symbolizes the faith of the Spirit Hall and the glory of the Angel God, will probably be destroyed. Then, his gaze finally settled on Tang Hao. What was the origin of that scarlet power? It carried a powerful aura of slaughter and the force of judgment, a power he had never seen before. But no matter what the origin of that force is, he must uphold the dignity of the Spirit Hall today. Qian Daoliu's angelic holy sword erupted with dazzling golden flames, and the phantom of a 6-winged angel unfurled behind him. Without saying a word, he raised the angelic sword and slashed through the air. Bang! The golden sword light and the scarlet energy clashed fiercely, and the ground of the Papal Mountain cracked open with spiderweb-like ravines as the divine power collided. Seeing this, Bibi Dong did not hesitate at all. A ferocious phantom of the Spider King appeared behind her, and her 6th soul ring suddenly lit up. 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation. 2 emerald green energy blades slashed out, their edges tinged with purplish-black Rakshasa divine power. Wherever they passed, space cracked like glass, intertwining with the golden Li. GHT of the angelic holy sword to create a destructive storm. Tang Hao, who was being suppressed by the 2 forces, let out an inhuman roar. His right arm bone blade suddenly grew to 100 meters, and actually tore through the 2 people's attacks. 9th soul skill, Divine and Demonic Slash. 8th soul skill, Time Freeze. Flaming Spear. At the same time, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Dugu Bo, and Lu Erlong also arrived. The 3 men unleashed their strongest attacks on Tang Hao, forcing him to retreat, but the power of their soul skills was completely absorbed by the crimson energy. Heavenly Thunder Prison Formation. Permafrost Zone. Lu Qing then opened up 2 of his own domains in succession, completely revealing his trump cards. At this moment, the icy blue light on his left arm was dazzlingly bright, radiating a chilling aura of frost and the intimidating presence of a Dragon King. The blood-red knife marks and the frost power of the eternal freeze field quickly spread through the air, covering an area of 100 meters in radius. Ice Soul Extreme Prison Lock. Lu Qing stretched out his left hand and aimed it at Tang Hao. Frosty energy quickly spread out and transformed into 5 ice blue chains that rushed over and instantly wrapped around Tang Hao's limbs and neck. The power of extreme cold clashed fiercely with the crimson energy of the Asura god's power. The ice crystal chains shattered and reformed repeatedly amidst ear-piercing, crackling sounds, forcibly imprisoning the berserk Tang Hao in midair. Quick, I only have 1 second to control it, Lu Qing warned sharply. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Dugu Bo, and Lu Erlong unleashed their strongest soul skills once again. 5 peak level soul skills simultaneously blasted towards Tang Hao. The moment the ice lock shattered, the killing figure was instantly swallowed up by the energy storm. Chapter 186 Annihilation Divine Thunder. Tang Hao dies. Having suffered repeated heavy blows, even with divine power protecting him, Tang Hao could not withstand them. Moreover, he was originally immortal with a physical body, and could not withstand such a strong infusion of divine power. At this moment, the bone blade on his left arm was broken off at the root, and the white bones were exposed where his armor was shattered, with sparse ice crystals around the edges. Yet the man bathed in blood still stood upright, his crimson pupils pulsating with only the purest thirst for slaughter. He has completely become a puppet of this energy. Douluo raised the angelic holy sword, preparing to deliver the final blow to Tang Hao. But at that very moment, Tang Hao suddenly raised his scarlet eyes. His broken body suddenly swelled violently, and the remaining 4 soul rings exploded one after another, with scarlet energy sweeping across Pope Mountain like a tsunami. Not good. Douluo and Bibi Dong's pupils contracted sharply. I never expected that Tang Hao, even at this level, could still unleash such a terrifying aura. Without any further hesitation, the two unleashed their ultimate moves simultaneously. Golden Holy FL, aims and purplish-black evil light intertwined to form a destructive torrent, delivering a fatal blow to Tang Hao. Boom! In the energy storm, a huge rift was torn open in Tang Hao's body, and core of scarlet energy was suddenly exposed, flashing a dangerous red light like a beating heart. However, he actually managed to reconstruct his physical body through his obsession with killing. The bones crackled in the crimson energy, and the tattered armor shattered completely, turning into a sky full of blood crystals. Qing. Tang Hao's roar was no longer a human voice, but a roar filled with divine might. He burned his last bit of strength and turned around, struggling to break free from the entanglement of Chen Xin, Erlong, and Douluo. Then he leapt up with all his might, transforming into a scarlet streak of light and crashing into Qing in the sky. Damn it! Erlong's eyes widened in fury, and his fiery wings flapped violently behind him, sending him soaring into the sky. A fierce glint flashed in Bibi Dong's purple eyes as she unfurled her 6 purple wings and quickly gave chase. Ning Fengji went all out, exhausting his soul power, and the 7 treasure-glazed tile pagoda erupted with unprecedented brilliance, fully amplifying Qing's speed and defense. Go quickly, he roared, urging Qing to leave immediately. Qing also overed on the little soul power he had just recovered. The sky-splitting silver wings suddenly shook and transformed into a silver stream of light that tore through the sky. However, at this moment, Tang Hao had completely gone mad, burning his last bit of life to unleash a speed far beyond normal. The crimson streak of light pierced the sky, instantly closing the distance to Qing. Erlong and Bibi Dong couldn't catch up at all and could only watch helplessly as Qing was overtaken by that scarlet streak of light. At this critical moment between life and death, Shira, you've gone too far. A cold, emotionless voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Immediately afterwards, the sky suddenly split open, and a bolt of lightning as black as ink struck down from nowhere. Lightning didn't have a blinding light. Instead, it was like a black hole that devoured everything, distorting even the light in its path. Boom! The lightning struck Tang Hao's mangled body precisely, bringing his ferocious attack to an abrupt halt. His body exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the sky. Only a wisp of scarlet energy, carrying a white light, escaped into the sky. The gale suddenly stopped, and the world fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the suddenly split sky, somewhat unable to believe what had just happened. Dead. Tang Hao actually died. Even the 6 Rit Hall elders lying on the ground had their pupils tremble. As for Tang San, he had already been knocked unconscious by the shockwave during the clash of divine powers. Qing was the first to come to his senses. He looked back at the spot where Tang Hao had just exploded and breathed a long sigh of relief, as if he had escaped death. That was close. If he had been hit, he would have been crippled even if he hadn't died. Qing, are you all right? Erlong quickly flapped his wings and flew over, anxiously checking Qing's body. Second sister, I'm fine. Qing shook his head gently. Apart from excessive consumption of soul power, he had no other external injuries. After confirming that he was truly safe and sound, Erlong finally felt relieved. Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Dugu Bo, and others all gazed at the cracked sky. What kind of attack was that just now? How could it instantly kill Tang Hao in that state? Qian Daoliu's gaze was solemn, and his voice was filled with undisguised shock. Moreover, he also sensed a divine power within it that was in no way inferior to that crimson power. Destruction, it has actually descended upon us. A mocking voice suddenly rang in Bibi Dong's ears. Destroy. Bibi Dong frowned, staring intently at the crack in the sky. The alluring voice continued, that attack just now was the annihilation divine lightning. And only his divine power can contend with the Asura's divine power. However, the crack in the sky did not close as the lightning of annihilation dissipated. Instead, to everyone's astonishment, it suddenly twisted into a vortex wrapped in black and purple lightning. The destructive aura that made the elders of the spirit hall tremble did not recede. Instead, it gathered together like a tide. Then, it transformed into a beam of dark light and fell straight down, precisely piercing into Lu Qing's brow. Lu Qing trembled violently, his consciousness instantly plunging into chaos, and he froze in midair. Shao Qing, seeing that he hadn't moved an inch and was still surrounded by strange black lightning, Erlong was anxious to rush forward. Don't move. Bai Dong suddenly flapped her 6 purple wings and flew over, stopping Erlong. Erlong glared at her angrily, but heard her say in a deep voice, "This is the will of the gods, your interference is useless." Then, Erlong realized what was happening and looked at Lu Qing anxiously. "We can only wait." Bibi Dong glanced around and shouted sharply, "Palace Knights, listen to my command. Anyone who approaches the Papal Mountains will be killed without exception." Yes, the Paladin Knights on the mountain obeyed the order and surged out like a tidal wave. At this moment, Lu Qing's consciousness was completely lost in chaos. In the hazy light, he vaguely saw a figure shrouded in a large purple cloak, holding a 2-jong-long purplish-black scepter, standing silently in the void. Beneath the cloak, only 2 crimson lights flickered like flames. The scepter, on the other hand, emitted a strong purple light, as if it contained endless destructive power. "Little guy, you're very interesting." The figure was silent, yet exuded a profound and terrifying pressure, as if time itself stood still before it. Lu Qing frowned, his eyes fixed on the figure in front of him. The figure remained standing there, never approaching, yet the voice resounded in his ears like a great bell. "I have been watching you all along. From the moment your martial soul evolved, your destructive will resonated with me. I originally intended to grant you the legacy of destruction when your strength had improved. But Shira's interference was too much to bear." At this point, the purple light at the tip of the scepter in his hand suddenly surged, as if it were about to tear apart the entire chaotic space. He said in a deep voice, "At this moment, I have no choice but to arrive ahead of schedule." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing immediately knew who the person in front of him was. One of the 5 supreme god kings of the divine realm, the god of destruction on par with the god of Asura. Wielding the most primal destructive power in the universe. "You mean, you've been watching me ever since my martial soul evolved?" Lu Qing suddenly realized. Why did the remnant SP, Irid of the Ice Dragon King, say that he had the aura of the god of destruction within him when he fused with the Ice Dragon King's soul bone? It turns out that the god of destruction had already set his sights on him back then. "Indeed, your martial soul is perfectly suited to my power of destruction, making you very suitable to inherit my mantle." As the god of destruction spoke, he suddenly iced his scepter and pointed it forward. "Now, I bestow upon you the 9 trials of destruction." As the purple light of the scepter completely enveloped his body, Lu Qing felt as if his soul had been pulled into an endless vortex, with countless obscure laws of destruction surging into his consciousness like a torrent. Chapter 187 The 9 Trials of Destruction. First Trial. The Mark of Destruction. Divine Examination. This is the lifelong pursuit of every top expert in Douluo continent. Becoming a god means possessing eternal life and supreme power. Lu Qing was no exception. He also wanted to become a god. He had even long coveted the divine position of the sea god and the Asura divine position of the City of Slaughter. However, judging from how sure a god helped Tang Hao kill him just now. Even if I went to the city of slaughter, I would probably only face the revenge of the Asura god, not a divine trial. Lu Qing had originally thought that if there wasn't a suitable divine position, he might as well spend the time collecting faith and creating his own divine position. Although he did not know how many years the process of collecting faith would take. It could take a few years. Or it could take a dozen years or even 100 years. But now that a better option is available, he is naturally happy to accept it. The god of destruction is, after all, one of the 5 supreme god kings of the divine realm. He wields the most primal destructive power in the universe, the most domineering power in the divine realm. Inheriting his divine position and power would allow him to skip the stages of a second-level god and a first-level god, so why not? Moreover, the Asura god was also watching from the sidelines, eager to seize power. He must have enough power to resist and avoid being retaliated against by the Asura god in the future. Upon realizing this, he readily accepted the nourishment of this power. The purple destructive energy flowed into Lu Qing's body in an orderly manner, gradually condensing into a purple lightning pattern between his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, a deep and authoritative voice boomed in his ears. 9 trials of destruction. First trial. The mark of destruction. In the illusion I have created, I will manifest the power of destruction as lightning patterns and imprint them on your martial soul. The god of destruction's deep voice echoed in the chaos. Go, once you have rested, within 7 days you only need to touch the divine mark between your brows with your soul power, and the first trial of destruction illusion will be triggered. Until then, savor the true meaning of the power of destruction. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Qing's consciousness was abruptly pulled out of the chaos and returned to his body. He found himself still hovering above Mount Papal, the sky-splitting silver wings slowly unfurling behind him, the aura of destruction surrounding him causing the air to crackle slightly. Shao Qing. Lu Erlong was the first to rush forward, his crimson gold flames surging uncontrollably with excitement. Just as she was about to touch Lu Qing's shoulder, a thin bolt of purple lightning suddenly shot out from Lu Qing's body, scorching her palm. Hiss! Lu Erlong gasped and quickly withdrew his hand. What's going on? As if he had discovered something, Douluo gently flapped his 6 wings and flashed to Lu Qing's side. His gaze was fixed on the purple lightning pattern between Lu Qing's brows, and his voice was low and complex. Little guy, you've passed the divine test. A divine test. Everyone was shocked by these words. Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo Chenshin, Dugubo and other powerful figures surrounded them almost instantly. Their gazes were all focused on the lightning pattern on Lu Qing's brow that was radiating brilliant purple light, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Qing nodded slightly, his gaze epping over the chaotic battlefield around him, and said softly, "This isn't the place to talk. How about we find another spot? Let's go to the council chamber of the papal palace," Bibi Dong suddenly said, her 6 purple wings fluttering gently as she descended to the ground. Douluo followed closely behind with Lu Qing and Lu Erlong. After everyone landed in the square in front of the papal palace, Bibi Dong first instructed the others to quickly clean up the battlefield. As for the unconscious Tang San, he was taken away and imprisoned in the dungeon of Wuhan City. After everything was settled, the group headed toward a spacious council chamber on the left side of the papal palace. As soon as Lu Qing sat down, Ning Fengji asked impatiently, "Little Qing, that blackish-purple lightning bolt just now. Was it the power of a god?" "It is the god of destruction." Lu Qing's voice was soft, yet it silenced the entire council hall. However, this silence did not stem from shock, but from confusion. Lu Erlong, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo Chenshin, and Dugubo looked at each other, none of them understanding what kind of god the god of destruction really was. Even he well-informed Douluo's knowledge of the divine realm was limited to only 3 deities, the angel god, the sea god, and the Rakshasa god. Only Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a strange light. He had heard the name, God of Destruction, from the Rakshasa god, but she did not know that this person was ranked alongside the Asura god as one of the 5 supreme god kings of the divine realm. Therefore, Lu Qing explained to everyone in detail the origin of the god of destruction. When they learned that he had obtained the inheritance of one of the 5 supreme god kings of the divine realm, complex expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Qian Douluo frowned, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. I never imagined that the angel god I had worshipped my whole life was only a first-level god in the divine realm. Above that, there were even 5 supreme god kings. Moreover, that scarlet divine power was the divine power of the Asura god, one of the 5 supreme god kings. No w. Under the angelic power he borrowed from the angel statue was so easily defeated by that divine power. So that means, Ning Fengji's voice tightened a little, Shao Qing, you are now the heir to that divine position. Not yet, Lu Qing said with a relaxed smile, but I think it will be soon. Qian Douluo quickly came to his senses and suddenly asked, so what was the content of your first test? Lu Qing said, my first test is to materialize the power of destruction into lightning patterns within the illusion created by the god of destruction and imprint them on my martial soul. Ian Douluo and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance, their faces both showing seriousness. The first test sent down by any deity is usually not too difficult, it is a verification and initial guidance of basic abilities. However, this is, after all, a divine test sent down by a newly emerged deity, so the difficulty of it is unknown. Then you can stay in Wuhan City for now. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Bibi Dong looked intently at Lu Qing. Lu Erlong originally wanted to slam his fist on the table and disagree. But then he thought that he had never experienced the divine test. So he could only give Lu Qing very little advice. He could only reluctantly withdraw his hand. Qian Douluo suddenly spoke up. We can come to the Hall of Offerings, where the experience of Angel God's legacy is even more worthy of our study. As soon as she finished speaking, Bibi Dong's purple eyes swept over her with the sharpness of knives, as if Qian Douluo had stolen her most precious possession. Qian Douluo, however, chose to ignore it, calmly stood up, greeted Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chenxin, and then walked straight out of the council hall. After Qian Douluo left, Lu Qing and Lu Erlong exchanged glances and then bid farewell to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong frowned, her lips slightly parted, as if she wanted to ask Lu Qing to stay. Lu Qing smiled and said, so much has happened today, I'm really tired. Quote, when I have time, I will definitely come to ask His Holiness the Pope for more information about the divine examinations. Hearing what he said, Bibi Dong had no choice but to give up and watched him leave with Lu Erlong, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo Chenxin, and Douluo Bo. Chapter 188 Ning Fengji begins urging marriage. Each harbors their own thoughts. On the way down from the Papal Mountains, Lu Qing always felt that Ning Fengji looked at him strangely, as if a tiger had spotted its prey and wanted to devour it immediately. It's not really Ning Fengji's fault. He's just too excited right now. If it weren't for his status, he would have jumped down from the Papal Mountains. The son-in-law she had chosen passed the divine test. Moreover, he was one of the 5 supreme god kings of the divine realm, the god tester. Doesn't that mean I'll have a god king son-in-law in the future? Ha 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 ha. Ning Fengji was laughing wildly inside, his lips curving upwards in a smile he couldn't suppress. Now that you've got the charm, just laugh if you want to. Holding it in will only cause you internal injuries, Sword Douluo Chenxin said disdainfully. It's not time to laugh yet. Ning Fengji took a deep breath and finally managed to suppress the corners of his mouth. The most important thing now is to finalize the engagement bet. Wean Lu Qing and Rongrong as soon as possible. Otherwise, things might get complicated. Thinking of this, he quickly walked to Lu Qing's side and gently patted his shoulder. Little Qing, now that the Soul Master competition is over, you must remember our promise. Senior Ning, how about we discuss this after we return to Tiando City? Lu Qing asked tentatively. Either is fine. Ning Fengji smiled and patted his shoulder. Remember to go back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with Rongrong so we can discuss the engagement. Got engaged. Douluo Bo raised an eyebrow, his gaze weeping back and forth between Lu Qing and Ning Fengji. Sword Douluo Chenxin saw Lu Qing's furrowed brows, his eyes narrowed, and his sword aura suddenly became sharp. What, kid, after all these years? Don't you understand Rongrong's feelings? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing snapped out of his reverie and met Ning Fengji's expectant gaze. His tone was steady yet earnest. Senior Jian, you are overthinking it. I naturally understand Rongrong's feelings. To say that he had no feelings for Ning Rongrong would be a lie. Over the years of fighting side by side, that girl's lively and cheerful smile had long been etched into his heart. But when the moment of choice truly arrives, suddenly, the image of Du Guyan and Yi Lingling silently supporting him flashed through his mind. Then there's no rush. I believe you have your own choice. Ning Fengji laughed. Then we'll wait for you at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After saying that, he and Sword Douluo Chen Xin walked straight ahead. Lu Erlong and Dugu Bo watched the two figures walk further and further away, both revealing complex emotions. Lu Erlong was simply feeling unhappy, as if his precious possession was about to be snatched away. Although she knew her younger brother was getting on in years and the Soul Master competition was over, it was time to start thinking about that kind of thing. But she was just unhappy. If everyone else can do it, why can't I? Besides, they're not even siblings. Lu Erlong was suddenly startled by his own audacious idea and quickly suppressed it. If Xiao Qing knew, she would definitely scold me for being a bad older sister. Du Guyan frowned, watching Ning Fengji's departing figure, and cursed him inwardly as an old fox. That won't do. I have to urge Yan Yan on. Otherwise, the grandson-in-law I finally found would be gone. Thinking of this, he hurriedly urged Lu Qing and Lu Erlong to go back quickly, as Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were still waiting for them at the foot of the mountain. Lu Qing and Lu Erlong then realized what was happening and hurriedly followed Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chenxin with Dugu Bo. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they indeed saw Du Guyan and her group, along with Shui Lingyun and others from Tianshui Academy, gathered there. However, Mount Papal was temporarily blocked by Bibi Dong, so no one could go up there. They could only see from the foot of the mountain that the crimson power surged out like a tide, and then a crack appeared in the sky, from which purple-black divine lightning descended. Then, I knew nothing more. When they saw Lu Qing, Lu Erlong, Dugu Bo, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chen Xin appear safely. Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Shui Lin. Gyun and others immediately rushed up and surrounded them. You stinky Lu Qing, why didn't you come down with us? Staying on the mountain made us worry to death, didn't you? Xiao Wu's eyes were red, as she jumped up and kept pounding Lu Qing's chest. Grandpa, are you all right? Du Guyan's heart almost stopped when she heard Dugu Bo say those words on the mountain. At this moment, her hands trembled as she tugged at Dugu Bo's sleeve, her voice choked with sobs. Dugu Bo smiled and ruffled his granddaughter's hair. Silly girl, Grandpa is now a level 95 title Douluo, what's a little show of this? Du Guyan snorted and said angrily, if you dare to act so arrogantly again, I'll replace your entire herb garden with carrots. Dugu Bo was startled and quickly waved his hand to apologize to his granddaughter. Dad, Grandpa's sword, what about you? Ning Rongrong's eyes darted back and forth between Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chenxin. We're all fine. Ning Fengji gently tidied his daughter's slightly disheveled hair, but his gaze glanced meaningfully at Lu Qing. It's just that Xiao Qing. Brother Qing. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately turned around and rushed to Lu Qing's side. Her azure eyes filled with anxiety. Where are you hurt? Upon hearing this, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Zhu Zuqing, Zhang Zhu, Shi Yan, and Shui Binger all gathered around her. Captain, you wouldn't happen to be. Shi Yan looked Lu Qing up and down in surprise. Faced with their concerned gazes, Lu Qing smiled wryly and spread his hands. Although his face was still a little pale, his breathing had stabilized. He said, I'm really fine, it's just that my soul power is severely depleted, and my legs are still a bit weak. As he spoke, he deliberately swayed his body, using Ning Rongrong to quickly grab his arm. Shui Lingyun spoke up at the right moment. Then let's not stand here anymore. Let's quickly help him back to the hotel to rest. If there are any injuries, they can be treated at the hotel. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu helped Lu Qing slowly walk back to the Martial Soul Hotel. Lu Qing was being helped by the two men. And he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He's just severely depleted of his soul power. He's not to the point where he can't walk. Moreover, as time went by, his depleted soul power gradually returned. But nobody cares about these things. On the surface, everything seems fine, but who knows if there are internal injuries. In particular, Erlong witnessed Tang Hao's final desperate charge towards Lu Qing. And she remained worried about whether that scarlet killing power had any potential impact on Lu Qing. So as soon as they returned to the Martial Soul Hotel, Erlong had Yi Lingling use the Sacred Heart Begonia to purify Lu Qing's entire body. After confirming that he was really all right, I finally felt a huge weight lifted off my shoulders. By the way, Xiao Qing, what happened to those damned Tang Hao and Tang San? Were they both arrested? Douluo Yan suddenly asked. Lu Qing nodded and smiled. That Tang San has been arrested, and he will face judgment from the Spirit Hall. At this point, he suddenly sighed. It's just a pity that Tang Hao was directly struck by that purplish black lightning and was reduced to nothing. We can't get those Hoshan sect inherited soul bones from him. What time is it? You're still thinking about someone else's soul bone. Erlong slapped the back of his head in annoyance. The situation was incredibly dangerous. It was only thanks to the appearance of the god of destruction that Tang Hao was killed. Otherwise, she doesn't know how she would survive. Of course, the more soul bones the better. Lu Qing grinned, his greedy look causing Douluo Yan and Yi Lingling to roll their eyes at him simultaneously. Suddenly, Douluo Yan remembered something and said, by the way, how should the prize money for our Soul Master competition be distributed? Chapter 189 Public Trial. The Call of the Slaughter City. Douluo Yan took out the final prizes of the grand final, 3 soul bones. These 3 soul bones are the wisdom skull formed from 60,000 years of spiritual condensation, the left leg bone of the swift-moving wind formed from 40,000 years of rapid progress, and the left arm bone of the explosively burning flame formed from 50,000 years of intense burning. The moment the 3 soul bones were placed on the table, everyone felt the powerful aura emanating from them, which lingered in the room for a long time. Lu Qing pushed the 3 soul bones in front of Douluo Yan and the others. I already have quite a few high-grade soul bones, so I'll give these to you. The remaining Douluo Yan, Yi Lingling, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, Zhang Zhu, Shi Yan, and the other 2 male students exchanged glances. Then Douluo Yan said, this 60,000-year-old head bone is most suitable for the 3 of you, Lingling, Rongrong, and Zhangzhu. Who do you think needs this bone? I didn't do much, so I guess I'll pass. Zhangzhu took a step back, somewhat embarrassed. She only appeared in the qualifiers in the first 2 rounds of the finals. So she felt embarrassed to accept such a valuable reward. Ning Rongrong stated that within the 7 treasure glazed tile school, there are 2 inheritance soul bones most suitable for the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. She planned to return to Tiando City and then begin preparing to increase her soul power level in order to absorb the 2 inherited soul bones. Ning Fengji, who was standing next to her, also agreed with his daughter's decision. Those 2 inherited soul bones were prepared for her. Therefore, this skull, the culmination of 60,000 years of spiritual wisdom, ended up in Yi Lingling's arms. As for the other 2 soul bones, the flame left arm bone was given to Xiao Wu, and the wind chaser left leg bone was given to Zhu Zuqing. We'll probably be staying in Wuhan City for the next few days, so everyone should absorb the soul bones when you have free time. Lu Qing suddenly spoke up. For the others who don't have a soul bone, I'll try my best to find another way to get one for you. Upon hearing this, the 3 male students from Xi'an were overjoyed. Thank you, Captain. Actually, you don't need to be so polite, Captain. Shi Yan and the other 2 laughed heartily. Lu Qing said with a mocking smile, is that so? Then you won't get any soul bones. No, Shi Yan and the other 2 cried out in pain and rushed forward to press down on his thighs. The 3 of them cried out, tears streaming down their faces, Captain, we were wrong. Please, have mercy on us and spare us a piece of your soul bone. Look at you all, so pathetic. Lu Qing laughed and cursed, kicking one of them and sending all 3 of them flying. As a result, the 3 of them shamelessly came back and massaged his shoulders and legs, they are obsequiousness clearly written on their faces. Seeing their obsequious manner, even Shui Binger and the others from Tianshui Academy couldn't help but burst out laughing. The time that follows, Dugu Yan and Ning Rongrong were both taken away by Dugu Bo and Ning Fengji respectively. Everyone else went back to their rooms to rest. Lu Qing sat cross-legged on the bed, his soul power slowly circulating around him. He needs to recover to his peak condition as soon as possible to prepare for the first test of the God of Destruction. Time passed gradually. Before we knew it, it was the next day. On this day, representatives from various Soul Master Academies and factions were planning to leave Wuhan City. But today, the Spirit Hall suddenly demanded that everyone stay for 3 days to witness Tang San's public trial. Once the news was released, the various forces in the city reacted in different ways. The Spirit Hall is actually going to hold a public trial for Tang San. This is going to be quite a spectacle. Serves them right. They should have given an explanation for the more than 300 lives lost in Holy Soul Village long ago. This father and son are truly despicable. I heard from the Spirit Hall that Haoshan Douluo became like that because he practiced forbidden techniques. The Spirit Hall did a truly commendable job this time, eliminating Image or Scourge in the world of Spirit Masters. Where is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan? During the preliminaries, didn't Yu Shaogang claim to be Tang San's teacher? Shouldn't the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan come out and give an explanation? And then there's the Heaven Do Royal Academy. They actually accepted someone like that as a student and even let him represent the Heaven Do Royal Academy in the competition. And Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and their group from the Heaven Do Royal second team, I refuse to believe that after spending so much time with Tang San, they wouldn't know his true identity. Yes, they may all be accomplices in this cover-up. The Spirit Hall must thoroughly investigate them. The various discussions spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Wuhan City. Like oil sizzling in a pot. Upon hearing the news, the representative of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, in a fit of rage, smashed all the furnishings in the guest room. The Heaven Do Royal Academy issued an urgent statement announcing that it was completely severing ties with Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the rest of Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Tang San, who is at the center of public opinion, is currently imprisoned deep in the dungeon of Wuhan City. He was unaware of what was happening in Wuhan City. The impact of yesterday's clash of divine forces had left him unconscious until now. After regaining consciousness, he slowly opened his eyes on the cold floor. But, where am I right now? At this moment, Tang San was still dazed and felt pain all over his body. Unable to move at all. But just then, a voice that sounded very familiar came from beside him. Mistress. Mistress. Teacher. Tang San was jolted awake by the voice, and his mind immediately cleared. He turned his head in the direction of the sound and was shocked to see Yu Shaogang in the next cell, gripping the iron bars tightly with both hands and looking at him anxiously. Tang San's pupils contracted sharply, and he endured the excruciating pain as he moved closer. Teacher, what are you doing here? Yu Shaogang's face immediately turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth and said viciously. It's all that damned Lu Qing's fault. Upon hearing his enemy's name, Tang San's eyes flashed with a deep-seated hatred. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips digging deep into his palms without him noticing, blood dripping from between his fingers onto the cold floor. Yu Shaogang suddenly spoke up again. Xiao San, how did the Soul Master competition go? Did you win? I'm sorry, teacher, I've let you down. Tang San came to his senses and lowered his head in shame. At this moment, his eyes were filled with tears, the scalding tears mixing with the blood dripping from his palms, leaving a dark red stain on the floor. Even the 7-in-1 fusion technique can't defeat Lu Qing. Yu Shaogang slumped to the ground in despair. Not only that, even my father. Tang San's voice was hoarse, with a hint of sob in it. Although he had already been knocked unconscious, seeing himself imprisoned here, he knew what his father's final fate would be. Haoshan Douluo. What happened to Haoshan Douluo? Yu Shaogang suddenly looked up and asked. My father. He died in battle. Tang San's voice was hoarse and barely audible, each word sounding as if it were being torn out from his very heart. He was trembling violently, his fingernails digging deep into the cracks in the brickwork, his knuckles turning a horribly bluish white from the excessive force. Yu Shaogang was completely stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The Haoshan Douluo is actually dead. It's over, he's really finished now. Even Haoshan Douluo died in battle at the Spirit Hall, so who can save him? Is he going to be locked up here for the rest of his life? Yu Shaogang suddenly looked at Tang San and saw the madness and hatred surging in Tang San's bloodshot eyes. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Little San, you still have hidden weapons, don't you? That kind of poison that can instantly drain a person's strength, we might still have a chance. As long as you can escape. With your talent and those hidden weapons, you will surely be able to avenge Haoshan Douluo in due time." Revenge. Tang San raised his head, a morbid fanaticism suddenly bursting forth in his bloodshot eyes. "Teacher, you're right. I must avenge my father." As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly and growled through gritted teeth, "Lu Qing. Spirit Hall. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I will make you pay for your crimes in blood. That's how it is with mistresses. We must pull ourselves together." Yu Shaogang encouraged. Tang San nodded vigorously, then used all his strength to struggle to his feet. "Teacher, while I was unconscious, a voice kept telling me that I must go to the city of slaughter. Teacher, there must be a power there that can make me stronger. You are well read, so you must know where that place is, right? The city of slaughter." Yu Shaogang's pupils trembled slightly. Chapter 190 Judgment Day. Tang San is dead. Ju, Saint as Tang San and Yu Shaogang were discussing how to escape from prison and head to the city of slaughter. Meanwhile, Lu Qing was making final preparations for his divine examination. He went to He council chamber in the side hall of the papal palace and found Bibi Dong to learn about the general requirements and risks of the divine examination. The content of the divine test that each deity brings is different, but the core meaning is basically the same. Bibi Dong changed into a light purple fitted long dress today, which perfectly accentuated her figure. She leaned on the papal scepter with her right hand, and slowly stopped in front of Lu Qing with her long legs, a deep light flashing in her purple eyes. She said softly, "Although I don't know the specific process of the Saint test that the God of Destruction gave you, based on the information you provided, it should be a test of whether you can withstand the erosion of the will of destruction. Remember, if you lose your composure, the backlash from your martial spirit will be far more deadly than any physical injury." Lu Qing frowned and nodded solemnly. Following that, Bibi Dong added, "Also, it's best to RT the divine test only after making thorough preparations, otherwise the consequences of failing the divine test will be very serious. Failure in the divine exam means you will lose your eligibility to take the exam. And there may even be more serious consequences." "I know, thank you for the reminder, Pope." Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly, her tone relaxed yet tinged with caution. Bibi Dong suddenly leaned down and gently lifted his chin with her slender fingers. Those purple eyes were domineering and forceful, staring straight into his eyes. "I helped you so much, and all I get in return is such a distant address. Quickly, sincerely call me a sister, so I can hear it." "Sister." Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed Bibi Dong's slender wrist. He slowly rose, his tall figure closing in on Bibi Dong, his hot breath brushing against her ear, his deep, resonant voice booming like thunder in her ears. "When I crush those enemies with the power of divine testing, I'll let you hear it all you want." Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback, then chuckled and scolded, "This little guy is quite assertive, but let's talk about him after he passes your divine test." As she spoke, she used her soul power to pull her wrist back. Then she added, "The divine trial is a combination of risk and opportunity. If you do very well in the first test, you might be able to obtain a divinely bestowed soul ring. You know, that's a top-tier spirit ring that you can obtain without even hunting a 100,000-year-old spirit beast." "Okay, I'll try my best." Lu Qing grinned. He was also really looking forward to the reward for the first test of the God of Destruction. It would be even better if he could get a divinely bestowed soul ring. After all, the God of Destruction doesn't seem like a stingy deity like the Rakshasa god. Just look at Bibi Dong. She's been through the divine trial for so long, and she still hasn't completed all the spirit rings for her second martial soul. If they had just received 2 or 3 divinely bestowed soul rings, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, feeling that the little guy's gaze was full of pity, which made her feel very uncomfortable. In the time that follows, Lu Qing then consulted Bibi Dong about her experience in passing the divine test. The two chatted from morning until noon. Lu Qing felt it was about time, so he clasped his hands in farewell to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong escorted him to the entrance of the papal palace. Tang San's public trial is in 2 days. You, as an honorary elder, mustn't be late. Understood, I will definitely be there. Lu Qing nodded with a smile, then added, however, Tang San is a cunning man, so remember to have someone keep a close eye on him. Shut up. Bibi Dong glared at him irritably, then turned and walked back into the papal palace, leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, then turned and left as well. However, before descending the papal hill, he glanced in the direction of the hall of worship. Not seeing Qian Runshui, Lu Qing felt a little disappointed. But he didn't linger and went straight down the mountain. Time slips away quietly. Since that day, Lu Qing has been locking himself in his room at the Martial Soul Hotel. If Lu Erlong hadn't said he was currently preparing for the most important assessment, he wouldn't have allowed Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and Ning Rongrong to bother Lu Qing. Of course, Lu Erlong did not tell everyone that Lu Qing was preparing for the divine examination. The fewer people who know about something as important as the divine examination, the better. Before they knew it, the day of Tang San's trial arrived. Early that morning, the square in front of the Papal Mountains was already packed with people. A somber atmosphere enveloped the entire square, where 4 obsidian angel statues stood at the 4 corners. The torch in the statue's hand swayed gently in the wind, its dark red light reflecting on tens of thousands of solemn faces. In the very center of the square, a straight passageway opened up by the Templar Knights extends out. From the foot of Papal Hill to the execution platform, 100 silver-armored knights, their lances planted firmly on the ground, separated the crowd with their chilling sharpness. The black execution platform was built high, with thick iron chains wrapped around it like giant pythons, and scarlet thorn vines climbed all over its surface, exuding a chilling aura. In front of the execution platform stood a huge stone tablet engraved with the crimes committed. The numerous crimes listed there aroused the indignation of all the soul masters watching. And their discussions rose and fell like a tidal wave. How despicable! Just to hide his son's twin martial souls, he slaughtered so many people. That Tang San STILL keeps talking about the law of the jungle. Look at his face, he doesn't show the slightest bit of remorse. Does this beast even deserve to live? It should be torn to pieces. Where are the people from the Clear Sky sect? Let them see that their proud Clear Sky Douluo is nothing but a cold-blooded butcher. ... Hearing the indignant voices around him, Lu Qing in the crowd did not show much pleasure on his face. In his view, Tang San and Tang Hao's current predicament is entirely their own fault. He glanced around and quickly spotted Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others from Shrek Academy in the crowd. To his surprise, Flanders and Zhao Wuji were not with them at this time. Lu Qing frowned slightly, raised his hand to touch his chin, and seemed to be deep in thought. They didn't come because they didn't want to see Tang San judged. Or is there another purpose? Just then, Bibi Dong, dressed in a white and gold papal robe and holding a papal scepter, appeared in the square in front of the papal palace on the mountaintop. Those purple eyes were sharp as knives, sweeping over everyone present. Take Tang San with you. The moment the words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. A moment later, 2 paladins escorted a prisoner in shackles onto the black execution platform from one side. However, the moment the prisoner was dragged up, everyone realized something was wrong. Tang San was limp as a log, his face as pale as soaked rice paper. His eyes were closed, and there were still traces of scarlet blood at the corners of his mouth. His chest did not rise or fall at all, and he seemed to have no signs of life at all. Dead. Lu Qing frowned immediately, completely unable to believe that Tang San had died just like that. He looked up at Bibidon on Papal Hill, who seemed unsurprised by his presence. Lu Erlong laughed smugly. He must have been exposed for his crimes on the spot, and then he learned that Tang Hao had died in battle. so he couldn't accept it and committed suicide. Xiao Wu, standing beside her, sneered, "Good riddance. That way we won't have to be offended." Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Zhongju, Shi Yan, and others on one side all nodded in agreement. Such an ending is well deserved. Chapter 191. A temporary farewell to Wuhan City. The beautiful Pope invites me to live together. Did Tang San really die? Perhaps Lu Erlong is right. Unable to withstand the successive blows, Tang San ultimately chose to end his own life. However, Lu Qing absolutely did not believe that. Tang San was the kind of person who could be easily defeated. Given his vengeful nature, how could he willingly let go of Tang Hao's blood feud and then so gladly die? He looked at Tang San's figure on the execution platform, and it really did look no different from being dead. But Lu Qing knew perfectly well what was going on. As one of the outstanding disciples of the Tang clan, Tang San is not only proficient in hidden weapons, but also in various poisons. Perhaps he used some kind of poison to temporarily conceal his scent and heartbeat, making him appear to outsiders as if he were dead. This guy is pretty ruthless to himself. Lu Qing sneered inwardly, his sharp gaze sweeping over Tang San's corpse on the execution platform. Whether you're faking your death or truly dead, if you want revenge, I'll be waiting for you. The trial quickly came to a close. With Tang San's death, everything has settled down. The Spirit Hall's guardian knights dragged away the lifeless body, and no one cared where it would eventually be discarded. Meanwhile, the participating teams from various Soul Master Academies set off from Wuhan City and embarked on their journeys home. Lu Erlong and Shui Lingyun were no exception. They also planned to leave Wuhan City today. After returning to the Martial Soul Hotel and packing their belongings, everyone gathered outside the hotel's main entrance. "Brother Qing, are you really not planning to come back to the academy with us?" Ning Rongrong asked reluctantly. Lu Qing gently patted the top of her head and smiled. "I'm just staying in Wuhan City for a few more days. Not that I'm not going back. Once I finish the assessment, I'll go back to Tiando City. Maybe I can even get back to the academy before you all. Then you'd better hurry up. Otherwise how will we celebrate when we get back to the academy without the main character?" Dugu Yan walked up with a bright smile and straightened his collar. "I understand, I'll try my best." Lu Qing nodded solemnly. Xiao Wu said fiercely, "If you dare to come back even a day later, I'll eat all those carrot-flavored cakes." Yi Lingling stood quietly to the side, her finger T.P.S. lightly touching his arm. "Be careful. Captain, we'll be going now," the three male trainees from Xi'an said in unison. As everyone waved, Zhongju secretly wiped the corner of her eye. Not far away, Ning Fengji and Dugu Bo were already urging them on, and only then did everyone get into the carriage. Before leaving, Lu Erlong suddenly turned back and glared fiercely at Lu Qing, her eyes full of warning. Lu Qing shook his head and smiled wryly, naturally understanding that his sister was warning him not to get too close to Bibi Dong. The carriage slowly started moving, gradual, disappearing down the street until it vanished, at which point Lu Qing finally turned his gaze away. But as soon as she turned around, she was caught off guard and bumped into a stunningly beautiful face. Lu Qing rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Your Excellency Chrysanthemum Douluo, could you please make a sound before you come next time? Aren't you known as the little god of war? Can't you even sense an enemy appearing next to you?" Chrysanthemum Douluo asked with a playful expression. "If your face were suddenly right in front of you, anyone would be startled." Lu Qing stood with his arms crossed, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Besides, I'm now an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. Do you think any enemy would dare attack me here?" Chrysanthemum Douluo suddenly leaned back, looking him up and down with a probing gaze. "Besides your ridiculously strong strength, I really can't understand why His Holiness the Pope would bestow upon you the position of honorary elder. If you Shaoging can become an honorary elder, why can't I?" Lu Qing said, arms crossed, unconvinced. Chrysanthemum Douluo glared at him irritably. "It is an absolute disgrace to the Spirit Hall that you Shaoging can serve as an honorary elder. But His Holiness the Pope insisted on this, and no one could change it. However, ever since this little guy arrived, Yu Shaoging's position as honorary elder was suddenly revoked. And he was even imprisoned in the dungeon. Then, This kid took over. However, he still prefers this kid a little more than Yu Shaogang. The reason is simple. This kid is really fierce when he gets into a fight. Coming to his senses, Chrysanthemum Douluo waved his hand and said, "Let's go, His Holiness the Pope sent me to pick you up." Lu Qing looked up at He Papal Palace atop Papal Hill and asked, puzzled, "What is it that your Majesty needs to personally fetch me? I can go up the mountain myself." "I don't know about that. Hurry up and catch up. Don't keep His Holiness the Pope waiting." Chrysanthemum Douluo shrugged and turned to leave. Lu Qing shook his head helplessly, then followed closely behind. Along the way, he inquired about Tang San's death from Chrysanthemum Douluo. Chrysanthemum Douluo frowned slightly and said, "Actually, I don't know much about Tang San's death either. It's said that he died last night. Moreover, Tang San wasn't the only one who died. The theoretical master Yu Shaogang also died along with him. His Holiness the Pope felt something was amiss, so he sent several healing-type soul saints to examine the bodies. But the result was always the same. There was no hope." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's brows gradually furrowed. Unexpectedly, Yu Shaogang also died. Then he asked, "Where are their bodies now?" "The mass grave on the back mountain," Chrysanthemum Douluo said calmly. "Corpses that no one takes care of usually end up there." Lu Qing nodded slightly and smiled. "Then His Majesty Chrysanthemum Douluo must be careful. Remember to send more people to guard the body to prevent anyone from stealing it." "Is this necessary?" Chrysanthemum Douluo looked at her, puzzled. Lu Qing laughed and said, "Just in case." Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum Douluo rolled his eyes at him in annoyance, then quickened his pace and led Lu Qing to the top of the Pope's mountain. He escorted Lu Qing to the entrance of the Papal Palace, then turned and left. Lu Qing straightened his clothes and stepped into the hall. Amidst the wafting fragrance, a familiar figure came into view. Bibidin sat regally on the papal throne, her white and gold robe accentuating her elegance and nobility, the scepter in her hand gleaming coldly in the sunlight. "He's here." Bibi Dong gazed at the direction of the palace gate, and after seeing Lu Qing step into the hall, she gracefully rose from the papal throne. Her magnificent papal robes flowed like water, shimmering softly in the sunlight. "Why did the Pope suddenly summon me?" Lu Qing stopped when he was only 10 steps away from Bibi Dong. A playful smile appeared on Bibi Dong's lips, but instead of answering directly, she asked, "Lu Erlong and your team members have already set off back to Tiando City." Lu Qing was puzzled, but he still nodded in response. After receiving Lu Qing's affirmative nod, her smile deepened, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. She said, "Now that your sister has left, as the Pope's sister, I naturally have the responsibility to take care of you. Aren't you preparing for the divine exam? The Martial Soul Hotel is too noisy. So you'll be staying with me at the Papal Palace for a while, so you can focus on preparing for the divine exam, and I can supervise you as you complete it." Lu Qing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, feeling both amused and exasperated. Before leaving, Sister Erlong reminded herself not to get too close to Bibi Dong. Now, Bibi Dong has directly invited him to live in the Papal Palace. If she knew this, she'd probably nag me for a long time. Seeing that he didn't answer, Bibi Dong smiled and teased, "What, are you afraid I'll eat you? It's just living in the Papal Palace, not in a dungeon." Lu Qing came to his senses and sighed softly, saying, "Since it is the Pope who has arranged this, then of course I will respectfully comply." As he spoke, he suddenly took half a step forward and looked directly at Bibi Dong. "However, if I make too much noise while cultivating at night and disturb my sister's rest, don't blame me." Chapter 192 The First Trial of the Gods begins. The tempering of the destruction illusion. The rear chamber of the Papal Palace is the Pope's bedroom. Bibi Dong arranged a room for Lu Qing in the left side hall of the palace, and also assigned him 2 maids to take care of his daily life. The room was fully equipped and decorated in an extremely elegant manner. The window overlooked the view of the Papal Palace's back garden, creating a tranquil and serene environment. Moreover, if you push open the door and walk out, you'll find the Pope's private training ground right across the street. Lu Qing was quite satisfied with the place, so he simply decided to stay. From that day on, he began special training with Bibi Dong to make full preparations for the upcoming divine examination. He begins each morning to strengthen his soul power. After a short rest at noon, the most crucial training session began. In the afternoon, Bibi Dong will personally take action, using her title. Douluo level mental power is a mighty hammer to attack Lu Qing's mental sea. Although this kind of grueling training is painful, it can greatly enhance his mental resilience. During this special training, Lu Qing could clearly feel the transformation of his mental strength. The originally fragile barrier of consciousness gradually became indestructible under Bibi Dong's tempering. Finally, the last day of the divine test arrived. Lu Qing sat cross-legged in the center of the Pope's private training ground and took a deep breath. Bibi Dong stood beside him and solemnly instructed, "After these few days of special training, you should already be qualified to complete the divine test. But you must remember that you should never believe anything you see in an illusion, or you will easily get trapped in it." "Don't worry, Pope." Lu Qing smiled confidently. After spending these past few days together, he had sensed that Bibi Dong genuinely wanted to help him complete the divine test. So he lowered his guard against her somewhat. Bibi Dong nodded slightly and gently stroked the top of his head, saying, "Go, I'll protect you from the side." "Okay." Lu Qing closed his eyes, then channeled his soul power to communicate with the divine test mark between his eyebrows. In an instant, his consciousness was once again pulled into that chaotic space. But this time when I came in, it was completely different from the last time. The space remained chaotic, yet countless streaks of purplish-black lightning raged through the void like mad dragons. The deafening roar of T. He thunderstorm carried an aura of destruction, causing even the soul to tremble. Lu Qing looked around but didn't see the god of destruction. So he called out loudly, "God of destruction, I'm ready. We can begin the first test." As soon as he finished speaking, a solemn and majestic voice boomed in his ears. "The first test of the god of destruction begins." The solemn and majestic voice had just fallen when the entire chaotic space suddenly began to distort. Sizzle. Countless purplish-black lightning bolts shot out from the void rifts like mad snakes, instantly engulfing Lu Qing's consciousness. There was no pain of flesh being torn apart, only the trembling of the soul being crushed inch by inch. This is a tempering process purely focused on mental strength and willpower. Quote, "The scar of destruction requires a martial soul as a medium." The solemn and majestic voice rang out, descending with boundless pressure. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and focused his consciousness, the phantom of the blood-patterned blade gradually solidifying amidst the lightning. However, the instant the blade appeared, all the purplish-black lightning bolts coiled around it like sharks smelling blood, emitting a piercing crackling sound. The lightning bolts were not destroying the martial soul, but rather forcibly engraving the rules of destruction into the martial soul's origin. Throughout this process, the destructive power pierced the soul like thousands of red-hot steel needles. The blood patterns on the blood-patterned sword began to twist and deform under the onslaught of the purplish-black lightning. Buzz. The once sharp blade began to tremble and emit mournful cries, as if it were undergoing a brutal reforging. Intense pain shot through the connection between his martial spirit and soul, striking deep into Lu Qing's consciousness, causing him to groan heavily and his entire body to tremble violently. Just then, crack, the blood-patterned sword suddenly emitted a humming sound as if it could no longer bear the weight, and fine cracks resembling a spider web appeared on the spine of the blade. And those purplish-black energies, as if they were alive, kept drilling into those cracks. "Destruction requires rebuilding," the solemn and majestic voice continued, as if giving Lu Qing a hint. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, his consciousness rising and falling in a cycle of tearing and rebuilding. If it weren't for Bibi Dong's special training, which tempered his mental strength and will, he would have been unable to withstand it. At this moment, he endured the pain of his soul being crushed inch by inch, and guided the raging purplish-black lightning into the origin of his martial soul, strand by strand. Meanwhile, in the training grounds outside, Bibi Dong turned to look out the window, watching the sun gradually rise and the sun set, while Lu Qing remained sitting cross-legged. His martial spirit, the blood-patterned sword, hovered beside him, its blade trembling as it continuously emitted dark red lightning. Her hand, gripping the papal scepter, turned white from the force. She had never seen Lu Qing in such a disheveled state. The boy who was invincible on the battlefield was now trembling even as he breathed. Hold on. She moved her lips silently, a hint of concern and determination flashing in her purple eyes. However, at that moment, Bibi Dong noticed that wisps of purplish-black energy had appeared in the lightning on the blood-patterned sword. When those arcs of electricity exploded in the air, they were accompanied by a terrifying aura of destruction. Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly trembled. When that violent aura rushed towards her, the soul power within her body began to boil uncontrollably. The phantom of the Death Spider Queen appeared uncontrollably behind her, with 8 hideous spider legs tightly protecting her in the center. This is the instinctive defensive stance of a martial soul when facing a deadly threat. No matter how many times I face this aura, it's still just as terrifying. Just then, a seductive voice entered her ears. Bibi Dong did not reply, but kept a close eye on Lu Qing's movements, fearing that something unexpected might happen. However, the alluring voice said, "How about I intervene for you? Maybe it will make him more dependent on you after he wakes up." In response, Bibi Dong only uttered one cold word, "Get out." Hee. What, isn't this what you want most right now?" The seductive voice teased. "I forbid you to touch him." Bibi Dong said coldly. "That's a real shame. What a great opportunity." The seductive voice chuckled, then fell silent. Bibi Dong snorted coldly and continued to stand quietly to the side. This vigil lasted for 2 whole days. For the past 2 days, this training ground has been completely isolated from the outside world, with no one coming to disturb it. Bibi Dong watched as the purplish-black lightning on the blood-patterned blade gradually gained the upper hand, swallowing up the last trace of dark red lightning like a tide. When the 2 colors of lightning completely merged together, the next second, buzz, the blade suddenly trembled, emitting a clear, resonant hum. A far more powerful aura than before suddenly erupted in the training ground, and purplish-black lightning patterns rapidly flowed across the blade, as if they were alive. As this, a success. A hint of surprise flashed in Bibi Dong's purple eyes as the purplish-black lightning on the blood-patterned blade gradually subsided. As Lu Qing sat there cross-legged, the divine mark between his brows suddenly emitted a dazzling light. What shocked her most was that when Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, there was lightning flowing deep in his pupils, as if a violent thundercloud was contained there. The first test of the God of Destruction. Manifest the power of destruction as lightning patterns and imprint them into your martial soul. Pass it. Quote. Reward. 5% Destruction Affinity, 1 God-given Soul Ring. Chapter 193. A Divinely Bestowed Soul Ring. A 100,000-year soul ring leads to a 7-ring soul saint. The solemn and serious voice, like a spring thunderclap, resounded in Lu Qing's ears. Lu Qing's consciousness quickly returned, and he couldn't believe that he had actually survived the first test of the divine examination. The pain of having his soul crushed and then reassembled was even more terrifying than the impact of a 10,000-year-old soul beast's remnant soul, making him ill as if he had experienced countless cycles of life and death. If it weren't for Bibi Dong's special training and reminders, he probably would have lost his composure long ago and failed the first test. However, upon seeing the reward for the first test, Lu Qing finally grinned. In this way, he wouldn't have to go to great lengths to find and hunt spirit beasts for his 7th spirit ring. He looked up and met Bibi Dong's concerned gaze. Just as he was about to speak, the majestic voice of the God of Destruction rang in his ears once more. "In the name of destruction, I grant you the ultimate soul ring." The moment the words left his mouth, the sky above the papal palace suddenly changed, and a purple crack that stretched across the sky was suddenly torn apart, like the vertical pupil of a god opening its eyes. Immediately afterwards, a purplish-black divine light poured down like a celestial river, carrying an aura of world destruction as it plummeted downwards. The beam of light easily passed through the papal palace and, without causing any disturbance, precisely enveloped Lu Qing's tall and imposing figure. Is it about to begin? Lu Qing was startled. The current situation leaves him no room for further thought. The beam of light transformed into a 3-meter-tall purplish-black cocoon, quickly enveloping him and his martial soul, the blood-patterned sword. Bibi Dong stood at the edge of the training ground, her magnificent white-gold papal robes fluttering in the energy storm. As she watched Lu Qing being enveloped in the cocoon of light, Shi Unc. Ansisli tightened her grip on the papal scepter, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Lightning snakes occasionally darted across the surface of the cocoon, emitting a chilling, crackling sound. Completely enveloped in the cocoon of light, Lu Qing felt a domineering and vast energy continuously surging into his body. That energy was not soul power, but divine power from a higher dimension, every strand of which contained the power to destroy mountains and shatter peaks. Lu Qing quickly closed his eyes, guiding the energy into his body and then rapidly transforming it into his own soul power. Boom! The moment the energy was transformed into soul power, it immediately turned into a torrent that flowed through his body. Meanwhile, 6 spirit rings slowly rose from beneath him, their yellow, purple, black, 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 black light blooming in sequence and rotating rhythmically in front of his chest. At the same time, the 7th spirit ring suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, and the pure energy quickly condensed into a pure white spirit ring prototype. The moment the 7th spirit ring was formed, Lu Qing immediately sensed the surging energy contained within it. He focused intently on guiding the surging soul power within his body, and the white soul ring began to transform at a visible speed, turning yellow, then purple. About the me it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed. Boom! The 7th spirit ring completely transformed into black. Fine beads of sweat kept seeping from Lu Qing's forehead, but he showed no sign of stopping. This is just a 10,000-year soul ring, far from his goal. What he wants to achieve is that scarlet 100,000-year soul ring. The black spirit ring began to deepen in color, and even the edges gradually turned crimson, like black jade stained with blood, eerie and powerful. And as time goes by, the crimson blood that had begun to appear at the edge gradually spread to the entire spirit ring, slowly swallowing up the black spot. The powerful impact of soul force put immense pressure on Lu Qing's entire body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He felt as if every inch of his meridians was being scalded by magma. Due to the intense pain, his skin began to crack, oozing fine beads of blood. But Lu Qing remained silent, gritting his teeth and enduring the excruciating pain throughout his body, pushing his soul power to its peak. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom! The moment the soul ring turned completely crimson, it suddenly burst forth with dazzling blood light, and soul power flowed like a raging tide to his limbs and bones. Caught off guard, Bibi Dong was forced back several steps by this oppressive force, her platinum papal robes fluttering in the air like butterflies. Her purple eyes were fixed on the purplish-black cocoon of light, a hint of surprise flashing across them. The pressure of a 100,000-year spirit ring. Bibi Dong quickly realized something and gritted her teeth inwardly. This little guy is really too reckless. He actually took such a risk to push his divinely bestowed spirit ring to 100,000 years. As soon as he finished speaking, the purplish-black cocoon of light suddenly made a crackling sound and cracks appeared. And as the cracks gradually widened, the cocoon of light eventually shattered, turning into specks of purplish-black light that dissipated into the air. Bibi Dong stared at the crimson soul ring slowly rotating around Lu Qing, and her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Thankfully, the little guy is all right. Moreover, his soul power level broke through to level 74 in one go. She let out a soft sigh, and a relieved smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Not only was the little guy safe and sound, but his soul power level also broke through to level 74. What shocked her even more was that Lu Qing was at the level 70 Soul Saint stage and possessed a 100,000-year soul ring without sacrificing any soul beasts, and he achieved this unprecedented feat with a single martial soul body. Such talent and strength are probably unmatched in the entire world of soul masters. Just then, Lu Qing opened his eyes, withdrew his soul power pressure, and then let out a long breath. It's finally finished. No sooner had he finished speaking, than that solemn and serious voice entered his ears once again. The test of destruction, the second test. To endure the tempering of 9 bolts of annihilation lightning within a year, forging a body capable of destruction. Only those with great willpower can accomplish this. Lu Qing was immediately stunned. Must he endure the tempering of 9 bolts of annihilating divine lightning within a year? God of destruction, are you sure you're not joking? If that thing comes down, are you sure it won't just turn me to ashes? Unfortunately, the god of destruction gave him no explanation. The voice receded like the tide, leaving only the inescapable divine test command echoing in his consciousness. Lu Qing shook his head helplessly and sighed. Just then, a series of crisp footsteps sounded beside her, and Bibi Dong walked slowly towards them, holding the papal scepter. She asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" Lu Qing looked up at Bibi Dong and shook his head helplessly, saying, "It's too painful. Even the soul impact I suffered when absorbing the Xuanjia dragon turtle's soul ring wasn't this painful." "What? Can't take it?" Bibi Dong smiled playfully. "You should know that this is only the first test. The difficulty of the divine tests always increases layer by layer, and the subsequent tests will only get harder and harder." Yes, thinking of the second tase, tea given to him by the god of destruction, Lu Qing's face showed a bitter smile. Bibi Dong lowered her eyes slightly, her gaze falling on the seventh soul ring on his body, the scarlet light illuminating the entire papal palace. "But it's not like you gained nothing, is it? At the very least, you're now a level 74 soul saint, and a soul saint with a 100,000-year soul ring." As she spoke, Bibi Dong paused. Her eyes filled with a hint of inquiry as she looked him up and down. "After breaking through to soul saint, have there been any changes?" "Change?" Lu Qing frowned slightly, then closed his eyes and channeled his soul power to resonate with his martial soul. The blood-patterned sword beside him emitted a crisp hum, as if responding to his resonance. Chapter 194 Martial Soul True Form. The Metamorphosis of the Blood-Patterned Blade. I see. Through the information fed back by his martial soul, Lu Qing finally realized just how much he had changed after completing the divine test. You can tell just by looking at the purplish-black lightning wrapped around the blood-patterned sword. The dark red lightning on the blood-patterned sword originally only had the effect of paralyzing and penetrating enemies. But now that the dark red lightning has completely transformed into purplish-black lightning, its destructive power has increased by 3 or 4 times. 3 or 4 times. Bibi Dong seemed not to understand this concept. So Lu Qing stood up and picked up the blood-patterned blade with one hand. As the soul power surged, purplish-black lightning erupted like a tidal wave. Crackling in the air, a violent aura filled the entire training ground, causing even Bibi Dong to feel a sense of unease. Lu Qing swung his blood-patterned blade with great force. Wherever the lightning swept across, the ground exploded with a bang, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. It should be noted that this training ground was forged from extremely hard materials, and the ground could even withstand the aftershocks of a battle at the tidal Douluo level. However, the next second, heavenly thunder prison formation, buzz, with a slight tremor of the blade. The blood-red knife marks immediately spread outwards. The purplish-black lightning raged through the air like a mad snake, instantly covering the entire training ground. Bibi Dong frowned. When he domain power of the blood-patterned blade enveloped her entire body, she felt an unprecedentedly strong suppression. The Death Spider King and Soul-Devouring Spider King martial souls within his body began to stir uncontrollably. 8 ferocious spider-leg phantoms burst forth from behind him, emitting sharp hisses, and trembled wildly as if they had encountered a natural enemy. The domain has also evolved. Lu Qing picked up the blood-patterned sword with one hand, examined it closely in front of him, and suddenly grinned. The domain's weakening effect on weapon spirits reached 30%, and its weakening effect on other types of spirits reached 20%. Furthermore, the effect of increasing all attributes has changed from 15% to 20%. It's just a pity that there are only 6 buffs. If I could get 10 buffs, I would be completely invincible. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong remained outwardly calm, but inwardly she was in turmoil. Some martial souls do indeed undergo changes after they acquire the true form of their martial soul. It's possible that a domain will awaken, or the domain may evolve. Just like the 6-winged angel martial soul, the angel domain only has a supporting effect in the early stages. But once the true form of the martial soul is awakened, the true effect of the angel domain can be truly manifested. The domain before them not only has the effect of suppressing martial souls, but also has the ability to amplify all attributes. What surprised her even more was that the ability to amplify all attributes could be stacked, up to a maximum of 6 times. Bibi Dong was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. If the effect of your domain were to reach the level of a title Douluo, I'm afraid no one would be your match. At this point, she suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, after you release your martial soul true form, will the domain effect be enhanced? No. Lu Qing shook his head slightly. The effect of the Artial soul true body only increases the attack power and soul skill power of the blood-patterned blade, and does not add any bonus to the domain. After saying that, he began to channel his soul power. 7th soul skill, true form of the Mo Dao. As the crimson light of the 7th spirit ring burst forth, the blood-patterned blade in Lu Qing's hand suddenly erupted with dazzling purplish black lightning. As the blade trembled violently, a gigantic phantom of 100-meter tall Mo Dao rose from the ground behind him, its blade pointing straight to the sky, like a thunderous divine weapon that could tear the heavens and earth apart. The phantom was entirely translucent, purplish-black crystalline, with the winding blood-red patterns on its blade spine writhing like living things, radiating a crimson gold light. From a distance, it looks like a ball of crimson gold flame burning there. Especially the liquid-like lightning flowing along the edge of the blade, which tore the space into fine black cracks. As if even light was being swallowed up, a purplish-black lightning dragon soared into the sky, and the violent lightning instantly engulfed the entire training ground. The ground cracked and charred the instant the lightning swept across, and the air was filled with a pungent, acrid smell. The entire space was transformed into a tyrannical hell of lightning. Bibi Dong's pupils trembled violently, and the Spider Emperor martial soul phantom instinctively contracted and retreated under the threat of the thunder. Just by looking directly at the enormous phantom of the Mo Dao, one could feel as if their soul was being torn apart. It felt as if you looked at it for even a second, you would be torn apart by its sharp edge. This is the true form of blood-patterned Mo Dao's martial spirit. Lu Qing nodded slightly. That's right, this is my martial soul true form. After unleashing the martial soul true form, my attack power will increase by 2 times. And the power of my soul skills will increase by 1 time. Furthermore, the attack comes with an armor-piercing effect, ignoring any defense below the god level, including mental or elemental defenses. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was at a loss for words. The shock was far greater than when he first learned about the effects of Lu Qing's domain. Lu Qing gently shook the blood-patterned blade and laughed. Although with my current cultivation level, I can only maintain the martial soul true body for a maximum of 10 minutes. But within these 10 minutes, nothing is beyond the reach of the blood-patterned blade. Bibi Dong snapped out of her shock, her eyes gleaming with undisguised excitement and agitation. Such terrifying martial spirit true form abilities, coupled with that absolute armor-piercing effect. Fortunately, I had already established a good relationship with him, otherwise, the sharp edge of this knife might have been turned against me in the future. She composed herself, a probing light appearing in her purple eyes, and pressed on. A 100,000-year soul ring usually has 2 soul skills. The first soul skill of your 7th soul ring is martial soul true body. So what is the second soul skill? The second soul skill is called City Destroyer. Lu Qing casually swung the blood-patterned blade in his hand, and purple-black lightning flowed on the blade. It is to condense the power of the martial soul true body into one strike and unleash the strongest attack. Destroying cities. Bibi Dong nodded slightly and smiled. That does fit your fighting style. Lu Qing grinned, then withdrew his soul power and dispelled the state of his martial soul true body. Bibi Dong then invited, all right, you've been here for 5 whole days now. I'm sure the people outside are getting really worried. Has it been 5 days already? Lu Qing's pupils dilated, somewhat incredulous. Yes. Bibi Dong walked past him, bringing with her a whiff of intoxicating fragrance. While you were absorbing the divinely bestowed soul ring, I had already instructed the maids to prepare some dishes. Would you like some? Lu Qing rubbed his rumbling stomach and laughed. Of course. I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now. I expected this. Bibi Dong turned around, smiling brightly. I had the kitchen prepare 30 caddies of roasted bull leg, paired with aged honey-brewed fruit wine. That should be enough to satisfy your cravings. Lu Qing's eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly followed Bibi Dong's footsteps. But just as they stepped out of the training ground, They saw a blonde girl dressed in a white and gold palace dress standing not far ahead. Who else could it be but Qian Runshui? Upon seeing Qian Runshui, Bibi Dong, who had been smiling radiantly just moments before, immediately turned cold with a chill. She asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" "Of course I came here to visit friends, is that not allowed?" Qian Runshui walked over with her head held high, completely unafraid of Bibi Dong's aura. Chapter 195 Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui's Battleground. Qian Daoliu's Gift. Watching Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui locked in a tense standoff. It seemed as if lightning crackled in the air. Lu Qing rubbed his rumbling stomach and turned to walk out as if nothing had happened. You two continue to exchange glances. I need to take care of a major life matter first. What major life event? Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui asked in unison, turning to look at him at the same time. Of course we're eating. Lu Qing waved his hand without turning his head. If we don't go eat the best grilled beef leg now, it'll get cold. That's true. Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this, elegantly flicked her papal robes, and followed with long, slender steps. Qian Runshui watched the two walking side by side, snorted coldly, and quickly followed. Perfect timing, I'm hungry too. Bibi Dong watched Ed coldly as Qian Runshui followed closely behind, her thoughts a complex mix. She instinctively wanted to say something sarcastic, but swallowed the words back. We walked in silence until we arrived at the restaurant. At the dinner table, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui kept their eyes down and remained silent, as if there was an invisible wall between them. Only Lu Qing's hearty chewing sounds were particularly clear in the silence. He devoured the food in front of him like a whirlwind, and soon patted his bulging belly and sighed contentedly. I feel like I've finally come back to life. His voice broke the silence, drawing the attention of both Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui slightly raised her eyes, her red lips twitching slightly, as if she were about to deliver a sarcastic remark. But what came out of his mouth was, "My grandfather wants to see you. Eat your fill and then leave." All right. Lu Qing swallowed the last piece of roasted meat, wiped his mouth, and stood up. Your Holiness, I'll head over now. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, picked up the papal scepter beside her, stood up, and left without looking back, her white and gold papal robes drawing sharp arcs in the air. He looked angry. Lu Qing shook his head and smiled wryly, then followed Qian Runshui out of the papal palace. As the sunlight streamed down from outside the hall, he stretched out his arms, took a deep breath, and let the breeze ruffle the stray hairs on his forehead. After 5 days without seeing the sun, even the wind smells exceptionally fresh. Qian Runshui glanced at him with a complicated expression, then suddenly asked, "Have you two been getting along very well lately?" Lu Qing turned his head and met her gaze, grinning as he said, "Not bad. His Holiness the Pope even helped me complete the special training, and I passed the test." Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui sighed softly, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. If only I hadn't let you get close to her in the first place. Lu Qing touched his nose and looked away somewhat awkwardly. He immediately changed the subject, asking, "Why haven't you returned to the Heavenly Dou Empire yet? Aren't you afraid that Emperor Shui will discover your plans?" "I was just at the critical juncture of breaking through my soul power, so I decided to stay a few more days." Qian Runshui's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of pride appeared in her eyes. "Now, I'm level 68. Congratulations." Lu Qing put his hands behind his back, his face full of pride. "However, I've also broken through, I'm now level 74. Upon hearing this, the hint of smugness in Qian Runshui's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by endless resentment. "Can't you let me be happy for a little while longer?" she asked through gritted teeth. Lu Qing laughed and said, "There's only one chance left for our 3-battle agreement. It seems like you don't have a chance anymore." "Who says I don't have a chance?" Qian Runshui crossed her arms, turned her head to the side, and snorted. "When I reach the level 70 Soul Saint stage, I can become even stronger. Who knows when that will be?" Lu Qing suddenly leaned forward, getting close to Qian Runshui. "You're going to continue being an undercover agent in the Heaven Dou Empire. Will you still have time to cultivate?" Qian Runshui was startled by his actions, and her ears immediately turned red. She was hesitating about what this little brat was going to do and whether she should slap him when she heard Lu Qing's words, and she was so angry that she was furious. I'm so angry, but what if I really can't beat him? Qian Runshui clenched her fists, glared fiercely at Lu Qing, and then strode towards the Hall of Offerings. Seeing this, Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, a relaxed smile on his face, and followed behind her at a leisurely pace. Before long, the two arrived at the gate of the offering hall. With a loud boom, the doors of the ancestral hall slowly opened, and a beam of golden light, filled with a sacred aura, poured out like water, illuminating the two of them. Upon entering the hall, Lu Qing's gaze swept over the incomparably sacred angel statue in the center. Below the statue, 7 figures sat quietly on prayer cushions, seemingly blending into the solemn atmosphere around them. Greetings to all the revered elders, revered seniors. Qian Runshui and Lu Qing said in unison, bowing respectfully at the same time. Qian Douluo, who was in the lead, nodded slightly. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, and he looked Lu Qing up and down with a hint of inquiry. Soon, he discovered that Lu Qing's soul power had increased significantly and had reached the level of a level 74 soul saint. Qian Douluo asked, "Is the first test of the divine examination complete?" "With His Holiness the Pope's help, we succeeded by sheer luck," Lu Qing said truthfully. Qian Daoliu's face betrayed no emotion. He said calmly, "She has certainly been devoted to you." Lu Qing met Qian Daoliu's gaze calmly and sincerely. "The God of Destruction trial is extremely dangerous. Without His Holiness the Pope's full assistance, I'm afraid I would have had difficulty passing the test in such a short time. I will always remember this kindness." Upon hearing this, the other 6 retainers all showed dissatisfaction on their faces. Qian Daoliu frowned slightly, though he was also somewhat displeased with Lu Qing's closeness to Bibi Dong. "But I was very pleased with his loyal and righteous character." He then asked, after completing the first test, "Are you planning to return to the Heavenly Do Empire?" "Yes, I've been here for almost 10 days now. It's time to go back, otherwise my family will be worried." Lu Qing nodded and smiled. Qian Daoliu glanced slightly at Qian Runshui beside him. "Since you are going back to Tiando City, let Xiaoshui accompany you. She still has some things to finish in the Heaven Do Empire. If she encounters any trouble, please help her out." Qian Runshui snorted and turned her face away, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. "Who cares if this guy takes care of me?" Lu Qing nodded and chuckled. "You flatter me, Grand Elder. We'll just look after each other along the way. Hee hee, I won't let you work for nothing." Qian Daoliu chuckled, then activated his Stow Rage Soul tool and took out a rectangular red brocade box. Then, he channeled his soul power into his palm, lifted the rectangular red brocade box into the air, and slowly presented it to Lu Qing. "This is the left leg soul bone of a 60,000-year-old thunderstorm earth dragon. Consider it a thank you gift for taking care of Xiaoshui." A soul bone 60,000 years old. Lu Qing was secretly alarmed, and immediately felt the brocade box in his hand was heavy and extremely hot. The Spirit Hall truly lives up to its reputation as a spirit master power with over 1,000 years of history. It is indeed a large and powerful organization. A 60,000-year-old soul bone was given away just like that. Qian Daoliu didn't even give him a chance to refuse. After handing over the soul bone, he waved his hand and said, "All right. I've said my piece. You two can leave now." "All right, then thank you for your kindness, Grand Elder." Lu Qing didn't hesitate any longer and readily put the brocade box into his storage soul tool. This left leg bone is exactly the part 1 was missing, and it came at the perfect time. By fusing with this soul bone, my soul power can be further enhanced. Qian Runshui gave a light snort, turned around and gracefully bowed to the assembled worshippers. "Grandpa worshippers, then Shui will take her leave first." Chapter 196 The Return Journey. Leaving Wuhan City. After bidding farewell to the 7 worshippers, Lu Qing and Qian Runshui left the worship hall. As soon as she stepped out of the offering hall, Qian Runshui suddenly stopped, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and glanced sideways at Lu Qing beside her. She parted her red lips slightly, her tone tinged with amusement. "A 60,000-year-old thunderstorm dragon king soul bone, Grandpa is quite generous to you. What, is our young master envious? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow and smiled. Hey, Qian Runshui let out a cold laugh through her nose, slightly raising her delicate chin. A mere 60,000-year-old soul bone. Would this young master care for it? She said that, but she felt inexplicably unhappy inside. My plans in the Heavenly Do Empire are going well, so why do I need my grandfather to ask this guy to take care of me? Moreover, in order to get him to take care of him, he even paid the price of a 60,000-year-old soul bone. Lu Qing suddenly asked, when do you plan to return to the Heavenly Do Empire? Quote, tomorrow. What do you think? Qian Runshui asked in return. Then let's do it tomorrow at Chenxi, 7 to 9 a.m. Lu Qing nodded slightly. He figured that Erlong and the others should be arriving in Tiando City soon, and if he didn't hurry back, he might really miss the victory celebration banquet. Then I'll head back now. See you at Chenxi tomorrow. Lu Qing smiled, then suddenly raised his hand and gently patted Qian Runshui's head. Black lines suddenly appeared on Qian Runshui's smooth forehead, and her golden soul power burned like flames. The phantom of a six-winged angel appeared behind her. Lu Qing, you'd better die. She gritted her teeth, her golden soul power enveloping her fist, and swung it forward with a powerful gust of wind. Lu Qing laughed heartily, then slid forward, instantly leaping dozens of feet away. Young master's angry look is quite cute, but save your energy for when you get back to Tiando City. With that, Lu Qing waved his hand and turned to leave. Qian Runshui stood still, her purple eyes fixed on the direction Lu Qing had left. She clenched her teeth, her fists clenched so tightly they cracked. But the slightly reddened tips of her ears betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Only after that figure completely disappeared from sight did she let out a soft snort, turn around and walk in another direction. Her skirt drawing a puffed-up arc in the air. On the other side, when Lu Qing returned to the Papal Palace, he happened to run into Chrysanthemum Douluo, who had just come out of the Papal Palace. He suddenly remembered Tang San's suspicious death and immediately went forward to inquire about it. Chrysanthemum Douluo's face immediately turned ashen. Tang San and Yu Shaoqing's bodies are indeed gone. Even with your reminder, our people were still a step too late. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing sneered inwardly. As expected, Tang San didn't die. His previous death was merely a ploy to escape his predicament. Chrysanthemum Douluo's voice was icy. But don't worry, His Holiness the Pope has already distributed all of Tang San's portraits and characteristics to the spirit halls in various places. If they dare to show their faces on the mainland, kill them without exception. Lu Qing frowned slightly, raised his hand to touch his chin, and seemed to be deep in thought. Given such great danger, where could Tang San and Yu Shaoqing possibly go? Haoshan sect. Forget it. No matter where you run to, even to the ends of the earth. Anyone who dares to show their face in front of me will be killed without hesitation. Afterwards, Lu Qing bid farewell to Chrysanthemum Douluo and then stepped into the Papal Palace. As he entered the hall, he met Bibi Dong's gaze. You're back. Bibi Dong's voice was neither warm nor cold, but her purple eyes were full of concern. That old man Qian Douluo didn't give you any trouble, did he? Lu Qing spread his hands and smiled. It wasn't difficult at all. The Grand Elder asked me to take good care of Qian Runshui after I returned to Tiando City, and also gave me a 60,000-year-old thunderstorm dragon king soul bone. A 60,000-year-old thunderstorm dragon king soul bone, he's quite generous. Bibi Dong snorted lightly. Do you think you can win over this little guy's heart with just a soul bone? Old man, you're thinking way too simply. Lu Qing suddenly said, Sister Pope, I plan to return to the Heaven Do Empire tomorrow. Leaving tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed immediately. I've been staying in Wuhan City for a while now, and I'm thinking of going back to Jixia Academy. Lu Qing grinned. But I'll still come to visit Pope's sister when I have time. Although Bibi Dong felt a little reluctant, she still nodded slightly, a hint of tenderness flashing in her purple eyes. She said, then go back. When you come to Wuhan City again next time, I look forward to seeing you become a powerful and upright person. I believe this won't take too long. Lu Qing's lips curled into a confident smile. Bibi Dong suddenly asked, do you still have that papal decree? I've got them all. Lu Qing patted his belt, which was his storage soul tool. Bibi Dong nodded slightly and smiled. When you encounter trouble anywhere, you can use this papal decree to mobilize all soul masters, including those in the martial soul temple, the main temple, and the branch temples. This is a privilege unique to the papal decree in your hand. It is enjoyed exclusively by you throughout the world. Looking at the papal decree he had just taken out of his storage soul tool, Lu Qing laughed and said, "Is this appropriate? Isn't the Pope afraid that I'll use this papal decree to start a rebellion?" "I believe you." Bibi Dong looked at him intently. Lu Qing smiled bitterly to himself. Bibi Dong's trust was truly immense, leaving him at a loss for words. Fortunately, he wasn't the kind of person who craved power. If it were someone else, they would probably already be thinking about how to take advantage of the situation to seize the Spirit Hall's territory. However, he still readily accepted this trust. Regardless of whether this papal decree will be useful in the future, having it is better than not having it. Gradually, the sun set in the west. Chair having dinner together in the papal palace's dining hall, Lu Qing and Bibi Dong went back to their rooms to rest. Lu Qing slept exceptionally well that night, only waking up when the morning GHT shone through the window at dawn the next day. After a quick wash and tidying up, he bid farewell to Bibi Dong. "Be careful on the road." Bibi Dong tapped her scepter lightly with her fingertips, her voice maintaining the Pope's majesty but revealing a hint of concern. She said, "Your performance in the Soul Master competition was too dazzling, and major forces have started to keep an eye on you. They know you haven't left Spirit City yet, so they'll probably ambush you on your way back to Heaven Do City." "I understand. See you again, Your Holiness." Lu Qing bowed solemnly, then turned and left the papal palace. Watching his departing figure, Bibi Dong frowned slightly, feeling as if a piece of her heart was empty. After he had completely disappeared from sight, she looked around and her brows furrowed slightly. She turned and walked towards the small room where Lu Qing used to live. After pushing open the door, she sat on the bed, hesitated for a moment, and then lay down. Feeling the lingering scent on the pillow, her tense nerves unconsciously relaxed. The fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days washed over her like a tide, causing her to close her eyes and drift off to sleep without realizing it. Meanwhile, Lu Qing had already descended Papal Mountain and saw a carriage parked at the foot of the mountain. The person driving the carriage was none other than Xilong. Qian Runshui suddenly lifted the gauze curtain and poked her head out of the carriage. "Why are you so late? Didn't we agree to leave at Chenxi, 7 to 9 a.m. "I overslept." Lu Qing smiled awkwardly, walked over and nodded slightly to Xilong, then got into the carriage. Qian Runshui glared at him irritably, then ordered, "Xilong, let's go." "Young master, please be seated." Xilong's voice came from outside the carriage, and then the carriage slowly started moving. The wheels rolled over the stone slabs, making a clack-clack sound, and gradually drove towards the gate of Wuhan City. Chapter 197 Ambush on the way back. The first display of the blood-patterned blade's brilliance. The carriage slowly drove out of Wuhan City. Wheels rolled along the official road, raising clouds of dust. Inside the carriage, Qian Runshui was asking Lu Qing questions with great interest about the divine examination. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Ren Shui knew from a young age that there were gods on the continent, and she also knew about the divine trial. Moreover, she often heard her grandfather mention that she would be the most qualified person to start the angel god test and inherit the angel godhood in the future. Therefore, this also led to Qian Runshui's great curiosity about the divine test. She had humbly sought guidance from her grandfather, Qian Douluo. But he said nothing, only telling her that she would naturally know when her cultivation level reached a certain point. Qian Runshui was unwilling, and since it was the beginning of her plan to seize the country, she had no choice but to suppress her curiosity and focus on completing her plan while cultivating. But things are different now. Sitting right next to him was One who had personally experienced the divine test. Her purple eyes shone with a probing light as she carefully examined Lu Qing. She said, half jokingly and half seriously, "Why do I feel like why? Oh, you don't look like someone who has just completed a divine test." Lu Qing countered, Then what kind of person do you imagine I should be? His entire body is filled with divine power, capable of destroying the world with a mere gesture. Qian Runshui said. Lu Qing was both amused and exasperated. What you're describing is already godhood. I'm just an ordinary soul saint right now. The so-called divine trials are all cyclical and gradual. For example, my divine trials were divided into 9 stages. Only after completing the 9 divine trials can one become a god. Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui glared at him in annoyance. If he's just an ordinary soul saint, then what are all the soul saints in the world? But is it really possible that the divine test will be conducted 9 times? Qian Runshui frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. She was about to ask another question when Long, outside the carriage, interrupted her. Young master, someone has been following us. How many people? A cold glint flashed in Qian Runshui's eyes. Long, standing outside the carriage, replied, there were 4 or 5 people. Their martial souls were probably all of the type that were good at concealment. But I still managed to detect the fluctuations in their soul power that they inadvertently revealed. We haven't even left the territory of Wuhan City yet. Who's so bold as to follow us? Qian Runshui turned her head and looked out through the car window behind her. Lu Qing suddenly remembered Bibi Dong's reminder and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It's probably because of me. Because of you. Qian Runshui turned around and looked at him in surprise. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, a pure killing intent flashing in them. His Holiness. The Pope warned me that my performance in the Soul Master competition was too dazzling, and some forces want to target me. Long asked, Young Master, Lu Qing, should we stop and deal with them first? What are their cultivation levels, roughly? Qian Runshui asked. Long's voice came through the wind. 2 6-ring soul emperors and 1 7-ring soul saint, none of them are very strong. Lu Qing pressed down on Qian Runshui's shoulder and said in a deep voice, they should only be responsible for keeping an eye on our movements. The real enemy should not be here. Let them go back and report back. We can follow the trail and find out who they are. That's what I think too. Qian Runshui's lips curled up slightly, then she instructed, Long. Don't worry about them, but don't let your guard down either. Okay. After receiving the order, Long, who was outside the carriage, vigorously swung the reins. The carriage suddenly accelerated and sped away into the distance, raising a trail of dust on the official road. Not far behind the car, several dark figures followed closely like a leech, always maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. The carriage traveled on the road for 3 whole days. For the past 3 days, Lu Qing and Qian Runshui have been wondering when their people would make a move against them. Unexpectedly, they remained calm and followed us for 3 days at a leisurely pace. Lu Qing guessed that they were probably still quite close to Wuhan City. Once we leave the area of Wuhan City, that's probably when they'll make their move. His guess was quickly proven true. On the evening of the 5th day, just as the carriage passed a small hill, dozens of sharp killing intents suddenly erupted from all around. So you finally couldn't resist making a move? Qian Runshui sneered. Long lowered his voice and came from outside the carriage. Young master, there are a total of 3 8-ring soul Douluos, 10 soul saints, and 12 soul emperors. This is quite a show of force. Even a soul Douluo level expert has been dispatched. Are they in such a hurry to take your life? Qian Runshui turned to look at Lu Qing with a mocking expression. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Looks like my life is worth quite a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the carriage was completely surrounded by that group of people. The group of people were all dressed in uniform purplish-black robes, completely covering their bodies. Their faces were obscured by the shadows of their hoods, and the differences could only be discerned from their silhouettes. Some of them were as tall and strong as mountains, while others were as thin as bamboo, and still others had graceful figures hidden among them. They simultaneously released their soul power, and the surging energy burst forth like a raging tide, instantly causing the ground to crack open with spiderweb-like fissures. Long suddenly stood up, the purplish-blue serpent spear spinning in his palm, emitting a cold arc of light. His gaze swept across the encirclement like lightning, and his voice, carrying the oppressive aura of a tidal Douluo, boomed. You ambushed the spirit hall's carriage. Do you even know what the word, death, means? The person we are looking for is Lu Qing. This has nothing to do with the spirit hall. We ask that your excellency Serpent Spear Douluo not interfere. The purple-robed leader spoke in a cold voice. From the shadows, 3 auras at the level of Contra Douluo quickly locked onto the carriage like venomous snakes. More accurately, it locked onto the people inside the carriage. Since you know it's me, why do you still dare to block my way? Shilong pointed his spear forward with one hand and shouted loudly. The leader in purple robes had his robes fluttering even without wind, and he chuckled in a sinister voice, although your majesty is a title Douluo, there are 25 of us here. I'm afraid you alone would have a hard time dealing with them all, wouldn't you? Why don't you give it a try? Shilong gripped the bluish-purple spear tightly, his finger T.P.S. turning slightly white from the force. The atmosphere immediately became tense. At this moment, everyone's soul power collided with each other in the air, and the resulting energy storm instantly crushed the vegetation within 100 meters into dust. As his purplish-black robe fluttered in the wind, hundreds of soul rings shone menacingly in the twilight, like the fangs of a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. Suddenly, a wisp of purplish-black lightning appeared in the air, accompanied by a crackling sound. The next second, bang, the carriage suddenly exploded, and T.Wo figures burst out of the air amidst flying wood chips. With her 6 wings unfurled and golden flames igniting on her fists, Qian Runshui instantly rushed in front of the 3 soul emperors. Angel assault. Her right fist shot out like a meteor, golden flames tracing a dazzling trajectory in the air. The 3 soul emperors' expressions changed drastically. Before they could even muster their soul power to defend themselves, they were blasted away by the force of the punches. Meanwhile, Lu Qing's actions became even more violent. The blood-patterned blade, crackling with purplish-black lightning, slashed down fiercely. Before the blade even reached the ground, the violent lightning force carved a 3-jong-long furrow in the earth. The soul Douluo at the front hastily released his soul skill to block, but was blasted back 7 steps by the lightning, his black robe ripped apart, revealing a horrified face. 25 people. Lu Qing snorted coldly, slamming his blood-patterned blade heavily onto the ground. The ground, unable to bear the weight, cracked open with a spiderweb pattern. 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 and red, slowly rose from beneath his feet, unleashing terrifying soul power like a raging tide. Perfect timing. I've just awakened my martial soul true body and I'm itching to get my hands dirty, and you've delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. Chapter 198 Martial Soul True Body Slays Soul Saint. The flame of battle shatters 1,000 armies. The purple-robed leader looked at the 7 soul rings slowly rotating on Lu Qing's body. Especially the color of the 7th soul ring, which was truly terrifying. A terrifying surge of soul power erupted in the air, and purplish-black lightning, carrying an aura of destruction, raged around Lu Qing like a mad dragon. Soul Saint. The purple-robed leader's voice was almost choked with rage. Lu Qing sneered, surprised. The purple-robed leader's eyes, hidden beneath his hood, turned incredibly sinister, staring intently at him like a venomous snake. They mobilized almost their entire force for this operation, demonstrating their determination to succeed. As long as Lu Qing can be brought before His Majesty can extract from him the secret method to rapidly increase soul power and absorb super-limited soul rings. Lu Qing, so what if you're a soul saint? So what if you have a title Douluo by your side? There are more than 20 of us, and you only have 3. If you surrender. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Qing was already clad in the iron-blooded bright light armor. The jet-black armor gleamed in the afterglow of the setting sun, and the fiery red cloak fluttered in the wind. You've all talked too much nonsense. He raised the blood-patterned sword, which shone with a scarlet light, and purple-black lightning danced across its blade. 2nd soul skill, raging battle intent. 3rd soul skill, breaking waves. The moment the purplish-black blade energy burst forth, Shilong's cyan-purple serpent spear transformed into a streak of light and followed. Leave those 3 soul Douluos to me. You and the young master can handle the rest. Remember to protect the young master. As soon as he finished speaking, Shilong and Lu Qing's sword energy arrived in front of the group of purple-robed men. The three soul Douluo in purple robes immediately released their martial soul true forms, and three enormous phantoms suddenly appeared behind them. Accompanied by a deafening roar, three enormous phantoms suddenly appeared behind them, their violent soul power weaving into a thick barrier in the air. The blade energy and the spear struck it, and the resulting energy storm plowed a trench several meters long into the ground. Meanwhile, the other soul saints and soul emperors in purple robes charged menacingly towards Lu Qing and Qian Runshui. Martial soul true form, sixth soul skill. They unleashed their martial soul true form and sixth soul skill with a barrage of colorful soul skill light, the violent energy distorting and tearing apart the space within 100 meters radius. Even Lu Qing and his companion's carriage was torn to shreds by this violent energy. With a gentle flap of the 6 pairs of angel wings behind Qian Runshui, she flew into the sky, dodging the attack. A yellowish-brown shield also appeared on Lu Qing's body. There were continuous boom 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 sounds, but the shield was still incredibly strong, without even a crack. These guys must be professional assassins. So be careful. Lu Qing, clad in iron blood-bright armor, charged out despite the attacks from everyone, wielding his blood-patterned blade. Qian Runshui raised her hand and conjured a golden lightsaber. Don't underestimate me. After saying that, she saw a soul emperor in purple robes rushing towards Lu Qing's back, and immediately flapped her wings and flew down. A flash of sword light. Blood splattered, and a head rolled to the ground. Lu Qing, holding the blood-patterned blade in one hand, remained fearless amidst the encirclement of 10 soul saints. He swept the blade horizontally, unleashing a terrifying killing intent. He swung the blood-patterned blade in a wide arc, and his 6th soul ring suddenly lit up. The sharp blade pierced through space and cut a soul saint in half. Lu Qing's combat prowess exceeded the expectations of those purple-robed men. I never expected that 2 people would be killed so soon after we started fighting. And one of them was a high-level soul saint of level 75 or above. The remaining 9 soul saints unleashed the power of their martial soul true body, roaring as they charged forward simultaneously. The other soul emperors followed suit, unleashing dozens of soul skills from all directions like falling meteors. Angel's roar. A phantom of a 6-winged angel appeared behind Qian Runshui, opening its mouth to let out a roar with extremely strong penetrating power. Under the influence of this roar, the movements of those soul emperors suddenly froze, and the light of their soul skills shattered like bubbles. The powerful mental attack caused them to cover their ears in pain, and blood seeped from their 7 orifices. True form of the Mo Dao. Lu Qing brandished the blood-patterned Mo Dao, and the soul power of his 7th soul ring erupted. In an instant, a phantom 100 meters tall rose from the ground behind him, wielding a large sword crackling with purplish-black lightning, and slashed down. Boom! The purplish-black lightning tore through layers of air, and the sharp blade light instantly severed the soul saint's soul skill attacks. Layers of air currents swept outwards, causing the entire hillside to tremble. As this his true martial spirit form, Qian Runshui's purple eyes trembled slightly as she stared at Lu Qing's figure in disbelief. The gigantic phantom of the Longsword, towering over 100 meters tall, distorted the air with its sharp blade light, and the oppressive aura it exuded was even more suffocating than Hoshin's true form. Roar! One of the burly soul saints roared and pushed his palms forward, and a yellowish-brown tortoise-shell-shaped shield rapidly formed in front of him. The next second, laugh! His defenses were as fragile as paper in front of the illusory image of the Mo Dao, and were torn apart directly. The soul saint's body suddenly froze, and then a thin line of blood, as fine as a hair, appeared from his brow to his groin. With a poof, it split in 2 and fell into a pool of blood. Lu Qing lowered his eyes and stared at the blood-patterned sword. Suddenly, the winding blood patterns on the hilt of the sword burst into flames, turning into a crimson crystal pillar. A violent torrent of energy surged down the hilt of the sword and gathered in his limbs and bones. Feeling an unprecedented power surging through his veins, Lu Qing gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his face filled with excitement. The flames of battle, the final form of the blood-patterned Mo Dao's fighting spirit. In this state, his strength and speed will both double. Boom! The flames of battle intent erupted completely within Lu Qing's body, extending a scorching blade beam 3 jong long fro. The crimson crystal pillar on the blood-patterned blade. He stepped out with his right foot, violently shattering the ground. Then, his figure charged into the group of purple-robed soul saints like a cannonball, leaving a trail of bloody afterimages as his blade swept across. First soul skill, Blood Thunder Sky-Splitting Slash. The purplish-black lightning intertwined with the crimson blade light, transforming into a crescent-shaped slash that cleaved straight out. The two soul saints who were the first to be hit hastily released their soul skills to defend themselves, but were completely torn apart by the violent force the moment they made contact. PFF'd. One of them had both arms severed, while the other had his chest pierced through, and blood mist exploded in the air. Damn it! How did his strength and speed suddenly increase so much? The remaining 7 soul saints retreated in shock, but 3 of them suddenly turned to Qian Runshui, who was pouncing into the air. Take care of that angelic martial soul first. You're courting death. Qian Runshui's 6 wings suddenly unfurled, and a holy golden light enveloped an area of 100 meters. Angel's Domain. The sacred angelic domain blotted out the sun, instantly covering an area of 100 meters in radius. Those purple-robed soul saints and soul emperors were suppressed by the sacred golden light, and all their attributes were weakened by 10%. Then Qian Runshui raised the sacred sword, flapped her wings and transformed into a streak of light as she swooped down, so fast that only a blur could be seen. The 2 soul emperors' soul skills were already aimed at her, but unexpectedly, the sacred sword struck down ahead of time. Instantly, blood splattered. Lu Qing seized the RT Unity and charged directly into the enemy ranks, raising his blood-patterned blade and thrusting it straight at the throat of a female soul saint. The snake tail of the opponent in its martial soul true form hurriedly wrapped around the blade, but suddenly the purple-black lightning on the blade surged. Ah! The female soul saint's snake tail was instantly charred and carbonized. Lu Qing turned around and kicked her into the arms of his 2 companions. 4th soul skill, Earth-Shattering Mountain Crushing. Puff puff puff. All 3 were cut in half at the waist, and their blood quickly stained the land red. The remaining soul saints and soul emperors were already terrified. They never expected that these 2 people would be so difficult to deal with. They suffered many casualties but still couldn't harm a single hair on their heads. Looking at the 3 soul Douluos, they were also being suppressed by Shilong alone. 2 of them even had several bloody holes pierced through their bodies by the snake spear, and blood was flowing out in a gush. The leader, a soul Douluo in purple robes, looked horrified. The next second, he was cleanly and severely pierced through the chest by Shilong's 8th soul skill. Chapter 199 Breaking Through the Ambush. The Fangs of the Star Luo Empire. Seeing that their leader had been killed, the other 2 soul Douluos began to consider retreating. Not to mention the other soul saints and soul emperors who have already been terrified. However, Shilong, Lu Qing, and Qian Runshui didn't give them that chance at all. Qian Runshui activated her 4th soul ring, and countless feathers rained down like a storm, instantly turning the 3 soul emperors into sieves. The angelic realm continuously released holy golden light, sweeping across the entire area like a tidal wave, suppressing the remaining enemies. Then she swung her holy sword, and golden sword light swept out like a bolt of lightning, forcing all the remaining enemies into a desperate situation. At the same time, Lu Qing leapt into the air, swinging his blood-patterned blade in a wide arc with both hands, and slashed down Hea Vali in coordination with Qian Runshui's attack. Bang! The powerful blow cleaved the other 3 soul saints in 2, leaving a deep trench dozens of feet long in the ground. Seeing that Lu Qing and Qian Runshui were not giving them any way out, the other soul saints and soul emperors launched a fierce attack on them. Among them was a woman in purple robes whose movements were as fast as lightning. Her sharp claws as cunning as venomous snakes, aiming straight for Lu Qing's heart. But the next second, she was knocked to the ground by Lu Qing's blood-patterned blade. The immense force from the back of the knife displaced her internal organs, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Qian Runshui's attack followed immediately, and the sharp sword instantly pierced the heart of the woman in purple robes. Then, she followed Lu Qing's footsteps and rushed into the crowd again. However, the 2 of them did not completely wipe them out, but instead killed so many that only 5 people remained. Furthermore, those 5 people were also seriously injured. Either Qian Runshui had severed their tendons, or Lu Qing had broken their bones with the back of his knife. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the heavens and earth. But this place is rarely visited by people, and no one heard their cries for help. After defeating all their opponents, the two of them turned their attention to the battle on Shilong's side. Shilong's battle also went very smoothly. After killing the strongest soul Douluo in purple robes, the remaining two purple-robed men had completely lost their will to fight. They tried to escape, but were firmly suppressed by Qian Runshui's angel domain. The sacred energy within the domain continuously eroded their soul power, making them increasingly sluggish. Just then, Shilong suddenly activated his martial soul true form. A ferocious two-headed snake phantom appeared behind him, and the terrifying pressure of a tidal Douluo crashed down like a mountain. The purplish-blue serpent spear, carrying immense thunder and destructive soul power, hurtled towards the two purple-robed men. Shilong, spare his life. Qian Runshui suddenly spoke. Shilong immediately withdrew some of his soul power, but the bluish-purple spear still pierced through the throat of one of them, and blood splattered across the sky. The spear, still brimming with power, turned and pierced the shoulder blade of another purple-robed man, slamming him into the ground. Amidst the flying debris, the crisp sound of bones shattering echoed. The purple-robed man fell to the ground in pain, but a bloodthirsty grin appeared on his face. He frantically channeled all his soul power, and his body rapidly expanded like an inflating balloon. Not good. Long immediately sensed that the soul power within the purple-robed man was going berserk and immediately understood his intention. He wanted to self-destruct, taking everyone down with him. Young master, run! Knowing he couldn't stop the purple-robed soul Douluo from self-destructing, Shilong immediately fled at top speed. Lu Qing and Qian Runshui's pupils contracted sharply, and the two simultaneously spread their wings and leapt into the air. The next second, boom! The deafening roar echoed throughout the entire world. The mushroom-shaped cloud of smoke from the explosion shot into the sky, turning the setting sun into an eerie purplish red. The violent soul power swept across a radius of 100 meters like a hurricane. The ground collapsed into a giant crater amidst the roar. The scorching air waves uprooted trees within a radius of 1,000 meters, and smoke and dust engulfed half of the hillside. The space at the epicenter of the explosion twisted violently, and the 8 spirit rings shattered one after another as their spirit power went berserk. The violent, compressed soul power poured out like a volcanic eruption, instantly vaporizing even the rocks in its path. Although Shilong, Lu Qing, and Qian Runshui managed to escape in time, they were still swept away by the violent energy storm and thrown heavily into the air. Because Shilong was closest, he was still affected by the energy blast from the self-destruction of the purple-robed Contra Douluo. He used his serpent spear martial soul to block, but he was still thrown dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into 3 giant trees before finally coming to a stop. A metallic taste rose in his throat, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Qing and Qian Runshui were thrown more than 10 jong away in the air by the shockwave, but they quickly stabilized themselves with the help of the sky-splitting silver wings and angel wings. Looking down again, the small hill had disappeared. Instead, a giant circular crater with a diameter of about 1 kilometer was formed. The corpses of those purple-robed men were also reduced to ashes by the energy self-destruction of this Contra, leaving not even a trace of bone. That's ruthless. Lu Qing's face was ashen, his gaze sharp as a knife as he swept over the explosion site. This was the first time he had ever witnessed a Contra-level powerhouse self-destruct. It wasn't just capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, it practically destroyed everything. It's just a pity. He originally intended to capture a few people to question their backgrounds, but he didn't expect the purple-robed soul Douluo to be so fierce. They would rather self-destruct than be captured. Just then, Shilong, dressed in rags and limping, walked over from the side. Young master. Lu Qing, are you two all right? It's nothing. Qian Runshui turned to look at Lu Qing. The two of them were only slightly disheveled, but they had no injuries whatsoever. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Qing controlled the sky-splitting silver wings behind him and slowly descended to the ground. Qian Runshui followed closely behind and stepped into the giant circular pit, which was about 1 kilometer in diameter. The center of the giant crater was a full 2 meters deep, and the scorched earth was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, radiating a scorching heat. All the purple-robed men had vanished without a trace, leaving only 2 tattered fragments of their purple robes lying there quietly. Xilong jumped down as well, scratching his head and sighing, "I'm sorry. Young master, I had already captured him alive, but I didn't expect that person to self-destruct." "It's not your fault." Qian Runshui gently shook her head, then turned to look at Lu Qing. "It's just a pity that the clues have been lost, and you can't catch your big fish." Lu Qing frowned slightly, raised his hand to touch his chin, and said thoughtfully, "I don't think the clues have gone cold, because the way one of them fights feels very familiar to me." Qian Runshui narrowed her purple eyes slightly, then suddenly took a step closer and asked, "What did you see?" Lu Qing did not answer immediately, but instead carefully recalled the battle scene just now. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. "The Zhu family. The Zhu family of Xingluo." Qian Runshui and Xilong looked at each other in surprise. Lu Qing nodded solemnly. "That's right, one of them fights in the same way as Zhu Qing did when she first arrived at Jixia Academy. This unique fighting style is likely the result of the Zhu family's unique training methods. Then it must have been done by the Star Luo Empire." Qian Runshui crossed her arms and looked at him with a mocking expression. "You beat the Crown Prince and Crown Princess so badly in the Soul Master competition, it's only natural that they would retaliate." "I didn't hit him. Zhu Qing did." Lu Qing chuckled. However, he did not quite believe that these people were sent by the first Prince Davis or Zhu Zuyun. They probably don't have the authority to mobilize 3 soul Douluos and 10 soul saints to intercept and kill him. Right, the only possible one. Could it be the Star Luo Emperor? Never mind, whether it's the Star Luo Emperor or the first Prince Davis. If you dare to mess with him, don't blame him for being impolite. Chapter 200. Returning home in glory. The entire Jixia Academy erupted in cheers. After dealing with the group of ambushers, Xilong, Lu Qing, and Qian Runshui immediately left the scene. They found a nearby town and, through the local Martial Soul Branch Hall, purchased a new carriage to continue their journey north to Heaven Do City. However, to avoid possible ambushes, the 3 decided to abandon the main road and take a hidden path instead. After all, no one could have predicted how many enemies were lurking on the official road ahead. They should have only needed 5 or 6 days to reach Tiando City. However, that hidden path requires traversing the starry sky forest, and is mostly a rugged mountain trail. Therefore, the carriage traveled rather bumpily and slowly, delaying the journey by 2 or 3 days. However, there were no more ambushes along the way, so it was considered safe. It wasn't until the morning of the 8th day that they finally entered the territory of Tiando City. Looking at the tall city wall, Qian Runshui's expression suddenly turned melancholy. "We've arrived at Tiando City." Having been away from Tiando City for over a month, she had almost forgotten that she still had a mission to fulfill. Those days in Wuhan City, he cultivated together with Lu Qing, his playful banter and angry outbursts. During this time, she no longer needed to suppress her emotions, nor did she need to pretend to be the gentle and refined Crown Prince Shui Qing. She is Qian Runshui, the young master of the Spirit Hall. But now, she must put on that gentle mask again and become the Shui Qing that the world sees her as. Lu Qing noticed Qian Runshui's unusually low mood and suddenly said, "If you don't want to continue with that plan, then don't force yourself." Qian Runshui was stunned for a moment, then shook her head with a wry smile. "It's not that I'm forcing myself, but I don't want all the hard work I've put in over the years to go to waste at this moment." As she said this, she turned to look at the scenery passing by outside the window and sighed softly. When she was 9 years old, she was indeed very unaccustomed to being sent to the Heavenly Do Empire for the first time. But in order to prove herself to Bibi Dong, she had to force herself to complete the plan. But now, she is more concerned about not letting her long-planned scheme go to waste. Lu Qing nodded slightly and smiled. "If you ever get bored in the future, you can go to Jixia Academy. There you won't need to pretend at all." "Why didn't you go to the Crown Prince's residence?" Qian Runshui asked, blinking. "As the Crown Prince's residence convenient?" Lu Qing asked in return. Qian Runshui snorted lightly and said arrogantly. Don't forget, I also have a secret room. So what, you want to lock me in that secret room? Hey, if you dare to make me angry next time, I might really lock you up. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, your secret room can't hold me. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes meeting Qian Runshui's directly. But the next second, both of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. And the tense atmosphere they had just deliberately created vanished like a gentle breeze. Lu Qing laughed and said, anyway, come to me if you have any difficulties. I can't just accept a piece of the Grand Elder's soul bone for nothing. Great. Qian Runshui's lips curled into a smug smile. From now on, all those big troubles will be your responsibility to solve for me. You're in big trouble right now. Lu Qing's expression suddenly turned serious. Seeing the change in his expression, Qian Runshui frowned as well. What trouble? The fourth prince Shui Beng. Lu Qing said in a deep voice. Don't be fooled by his current playboy demeanor. How do you know he's not faking it? Is he faking it? Qian Runshui was startled. In her early years as an undercover agent, she poisoned several other princes in her struggle for the crown prince position, leaving only Shui Beng alive. It wasn't because Avalanche had any special background or abilities, but because he acted too arrogantly and uselessly, posing no threat whatsoever. But to my surprise, his playboy lifestyle was all an act. Lu Qing said in a low voice, moreover, it is very likely that it was Prince Shuexing's idea. So you need to be more careful with these two. Qian Runshui nodded slightly, having memorized all his words. But suddenly, something occurred to her, and she asked, what about the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Do you have any ideas? The 7 treasure glazed tile school, it's best not to touch them if you can avoid it. After all, they are Rongrong's family. Lu Qing's voice was low, but it carried an undeniable forcefulness. All right, for your sake, I won't touch the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Qian Runshui crossed her arms, a slight smile playing on her lips. Her smug expression seeming to say, hurry up and thank me. Lu Qing couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, then clasped his hands in thanks and said, then I will thank His Highness the Crown Prince on Rongrong's behalf. Qian Runshui gave a soft snort, her upturned lips almost reaching her ears. But when she saw Lu Qing raise his right hand as if to slap her head again, she immediately leaned back and dodged like a cat with its fur standing on end, glaring at him fiercely with her purple eyes. Lu Qing was amused by her sullen expression and burst into laughter. Just then, Shi Long's voice came from outside the carriage. Young master, Lu Qing, we're almost at Tiando City. Should we go to Jixia Academy first or enter the city? Why don't you go to Jixia Academy first? Attend our victory celebration banquet, and then go back. Lu Qing suddenly said, okay, I'm starving after traveling for so many days. Qian Runshui nodded in reply. After receiving the answer, Shi Long immediately swung the reins hard, turned the carriage around, and sped off towards Jixia Academy. Soon, the carriage stopped outside the gate of Jixia Academy. Lu Qing drew MPED down from the carriage with Qian Runshui, gazing at the ancient-style gate with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. I'm finally back. Qian Runshui raised her hand and touched her delicate chin, her face full of teasing. Didn't you often leave the academy to venture out into the world before? And each time you would leave for half a year, but I've never seen you miss it as much as you do now. What do you know? Lu Qing put his hands on his hips and laughed. That was training before, now it's a triumphant return. Qian Runshui laughed and said, I forgot, you are the captain of the Cha Empion team of this year's Soul Master competition, and also the strongest young genius. During this period, the exciting battles of this Soul Master competition have spread throughout the entire Douluo continent. Nowadays, when people mention Lu Qing's name, they sincerely praise him as the strongest among the younger generation. Let's go into the academy and see what everyone is doing now. Lu Qing waved his hand and led Qian Runshui and Shi Long into the academy. The two were spotted by the students as soon as they entered the academy. In an instant, screams and cheers erupted. The students from Jixia Academy swarmed in like a tide, instantly surrounding the two of them. Countless eyes gleamed with admiration, and excited shouts rose and fell. Senior Lu Qing, Senior Lu Qing is back. Our champion from Jixia Academy is back. Senior Lu Qing, we've all heard about your battle in Wuhan City, it was so cool. In the crowd, some people threw bouquets they had somehow managed to grab into the air, while others waved frantically a copy of the team's portrait. One of the younger students in the crowd was so excited that he tripped and fell. When his companions laughed and pulled him up, he was still standing on tiptoe, looking around. Windows in the distant teaching building opened one after another, and several students who hadn't had time to run downstairs Ned half their bodies out of the windows, waving their arms excitedly. Qian Runshui crossed her arms, a smile playing on her lips as she watched the bewildered figure, and silently took 2 steps back. Accept this cheer, you deserve it. To be continued.